Hi, I'm McAnders. I'm the author of the steamy male-female billionaire reverse harem romance audiobook you're about to listen to. The description of it is below, but allow me to tell you something about it. It is about Olive, who volunteers to work on the campaign of Duke Bradon, the youngest and hottest governor ever in the largest state of the Union. On her first day, she meets Fury, Duke's billionaire best friend and closest advisor. Fury has a proposal that she pretend to be his fiancée for the rest of the campaign. Why would he want to do that? Fury doesn't say. But after Olive meets Duke, she realizes the two best friends are in love with each other, and she comes up with a spicy plan where they all get what they want. And what does she want? Them both in this spicy, twisting, funny, yet tearful MMF reverse harem romance that you are gonna love. But before you listen to the story, I need to tell you that there's a version of this audiobook with world-class narration that exists on Audible. And if you live in the United States or the UK and you don't already have an Audible account, then you can click on the links in my description, sign up for a free trial, and get this audiobook for free. However, if you are ineligible for the free trial because of where you live or because you already have an Audible account, then you can click on the join button, becoming a member of this YouTube channel. When you do, you'll get access to the premium narration version of the story and access to every audiobook already uploaded to the membership program. And I write a lot of audiobooks. So if you want to learn more about it, you can click on the link above me. Otherwise, enjoy the story.
Simmering Fury by McAnders. Chapter 1. Olive. After walking around in heaven long enough, eventually, you have to pinch yourself to see if it's real. It turns out that it is. I'm really here. I'm in Sacramento, California. I can't believe that it's true. Okay, I know that Sacramento isn't on everyone's must-see California itinerary. But that's only because you don't know what else is here. Sacramento happens to be the state's capital and home of the hottest governor this country has ever seen. Imagine the model from any cologne commercial, and then make him the smartest and most charismatic man you've ever met. That's Governor Duke Bradon. He ran for the governorship at 24 years old and won. Considering the experienced guys he was going up against, it was amazing. And considering how close the race was, I like to think that it was my vote that gave him his victory. Realistically speaking, I know it wasn't my vote, but it's nice to think that. Because if it was because of me that he got his job, he owes me. I'm not saying that he has to repay me by becoming my sex slave or anything. But you know where my head's at. The man is scorching hot. There is a picture of him running the California Marathon shirtless, and his glistening, rippling body is now my brain's screensaver. Governor Duke Bradon is physical perfection. And if that wasn't enough, he is the most ambitious person I could ever imagine. My appreciation for incredibly ambitious men is only a recent revelation, though I should have seen it sooner. I don't have much of a dating history, but there's definitely a pattern. In my junior year of college, I was the girl who fell hard for the cocky guy who told everyone he was going to be a billionaire. Every other girl was smart enough to stay far away from him, but like a sad chubby moth, I was drawn to the fire. I dated him until he graduated that summer, and he moved back in with his parents. He said he was doing it so he didn't have to pay rent while he built his empire. Fair enough. But after a few months passed and he still didn't have a job, I saw him as every other girl did, a sad, pathetic guy who talked big but had no follow-up. Having learned my lesson with him, the next guy they first dated was an actor. He wasn't a working actor or even that good of an actor, but he was clear about what he wanted. He wanted to become a star. Not only that, he was willing to work for it, by becoming a waiter. Hey, I have nothing against waiters. I even know that it's a tradition for struggling actors to do it. It's because of the job's flexible hours. If an audition suddenly pops up, you can easily switch shifts. Work in the right restaurant, and the tips will pay for a decent life. But after we dated for a few months, I saw him in a showcase. Showcases are these things actors organize with the hopes of being seen by casting directors. Afterward, I couldn't help but think, if he really wants to be a star, wouldn't he work on his craft? Because the man was bad. We're talking, I can't believe I let him put his D in me bad. After him, I dated a guy who claimed that he had an app that would be the next Facebook. And after him, I dated a much older guy who claimed he would change the world with his tar sands pits in Canada. Apparently, tar sands are like oil wells but for suckers. Fail. It was after the old guy that I had to sit back and consider what the hell I was doing with my life. I had a degree in international affairs, yet I was working as a receptionist in a law firm. It wasn't a bad job and it paid pretty well for a job right out of college. But I was always just going through the motions. The only time I felt truly alive was when I was lost in someone else's ambitious dreams. Realizing that was when I took a break from dating. It's amazing what you learn about yourself when you eliminate all of your distractions. It turns out that I was a woman approaching 30 who was living my life vicariously through the men I dated. Maybe it was time for me to start living my own life. But when you have spent your life helping other people realize their dream, it doesn't leave you much time to figure out your own. And that is why I packed up my life and left Los Angeles for wonderful Sacramento, California. I had gotten a degree in international affairs because I had wanted to help change the world. I wasn't going to do that as a receptionist in a law firm. But I might be able to do it if I worked for someone like the drool-worthy Governor Duke Bradon. What would I be doing for him? I wasn't sure. But when I called his office, they said that they were about to begin staffing for his next campaign. How perfect was that? And who would have known that my years as a receptionist at a law firm would make me the perfect person to order bumper stickers with Duke's name on it? It was like it was meant to be. Did you find the office okay? Tilly asked, not interested in my answer. Yeah. I'm staying at an Airbnb close by, thanks, I said with a nervous smile. Oh. It's good to know you're close. It'll come in handy if you stick around and there's something last minute that I need you to do, the campaign manager said. I'm sticking around, I clarified. I mean if you all want me. I have been inspired by Governor Bradon for a long time. I consider it an honor to work for him. I mean it, anything you need me to do, I'll do it. Tilly stared at me as if she was peering at my soul. I see, she finally said. Well, working for Governor Bradon can sometimes get tricky. You won't always like it. He can be a handful. But working on his campaign is an opportunity to change the world. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Good. Because Governor Bradon is going places. You're getting on the ride at the right time. I knew what Tilly was talking about. There had been rumors for months that Governor Bradon was going to make a run at becoming president. A person wasn't even eligible until they were 35, and he wasn't yet. But you would have to be blind not to see that it would happen. And when he won, what would that mean for me? Let me show you to your desk, Tilly said, giving me all of the time she was willing to. Pointing me to a long empty table with phones on it, I took a seat. What am I supposed to do? You see the phones, right? Yeah. When it rings, you answer it. You think you can do that? Of course. But when I answer it, what am I supposed to say? Who should I transfer the calls to? Is there a list of extensions? Tilly, who was ready to walk away, stopped and stared at me disappointed. Look, you've clearly never worked on a campaign before. But the way you survive in a place like this is by taking initiative. Does it currently look like we have a list of people you can transfer calls to? She said, gesturing to the otherwise empty office space. No. But maybe there's another office, I suggested, not loving the way she was talking to me. There's no other office. There's nowhere else. It's early and our campaign is still ramping up. Most people calling in will be someone like you looking to work with us. Take down their name and number and give those to me. Occasionally, there will be someone looking to make a donation. Take their names down and get them to me. If anyone who sounds important calls, take down their name and number and get it to me. Are you seeing a pattern here? Yes. Take down everyone's name and number and give it to you. Except if it's the governor. If he calls on this line. Find me immediately. Wait, the governor could be calling? I asked, suddenly feeling a rush. It is his campaign office, she replied snippily. Right. Okay, I'll do that, I said, suddenly energized by the possibility that I could meet the star of so many of my erotic fantasies. Crackling with excitement, I sat orienting myself for a moment and then got up and did what I did best. This girl didn't have a problem taking initiative. Although Tilly and I were the only ones there, I knew we wouldn't always be. So I went around to every phone making a list of their extensions. After that, I transferred the incoming line to a desk with a computer. And after logging in and creating an account, I created a way to log all calls and transfer them to Tilly electronically. That was day 1. And yes, I am that good. Living a few blocks away, I walked back to my Airbnb. It was a 2-room apartment that was smaller than my place in Los Angeles. But I was also making a lot less. Luckily, the cost of living in Sacramento offset the cost of getting an Airbnb, and I would be able to not rush into a long-term lease. It wasn't that I was wavering on my decision to uproot my life from the city I had been born in. And it wasn't that I was scared of making a commitment. It was, you know what? I wasn't sure why I decided to live like a girl who could pack up and leave at any moment. So let's just call it a woman's prerogative. With Netflix playing in the background as I ate dinner, I thought about my new life. I couldn't believe that there was a chance I could meet Duke Bradon. It sent a warm feeling between my legs just thinking about it. After I worked through that, I thought about what I wanted from my big move. It didn't take me long to come up with an answer. I wanted to help Duke Bradon become President of the United States. If I wanted to change the world, what better way of doing it than that? By any measure, he's done a great job with our state. Sure, there are issues that began before he became governor, and will probably persist after he's gone. But for the most part, he's gotten things right. There were also a few family value issues that I didn't completely agree with. But you can't expect to agree with someone on everything, right? You have to have a big picture view of things. And big picture, I think Duke Bradon would make one of the best presidents this country has ever had. With that purpose in mind, I went into the office the next day more energized than ever. It was the first day of 2 new staffers. Mark was a bald guy with a full white beard that made him look older than he was. He was going to be in charge of donations. I could see how such a job could prematurely age someone. And Tina was a tough-looking woman who mentioned her wife within the first 10 minutes of meeting her. She was in charge of accounting. Both of them could be described as abrasive, but I was used to that. I once saw a lawyer at my old job throw something at another receptionist. Afterward, I calmly walked over to her desk, picked it up, and then threw it back at him as hard as I could. I didn't have to say a word. He never did that shit again. Abrasive people didn't scare me. As the days went by, more of the empty desks filled up. I never realized how many positions were available on a campaign. There was someone whose job it was to find volunteers. I mean, of course there was, right? But I hadn't considered it. By the next week, I was having fun. It was great to be around such passionate people. And then when the rumor started that Duke Bradon would be coming by to welcome everybody, I almost peed my pants. Seriously, how many times had I fantasized about him? The answer is a lot. And there was now a chance that I would get to meet him. How was a girl supposed to react to that? It turns out that it wasn't just me who was excited, and that made sense. No one was here for the money. It was because they believed in what Duke Bradon stood for, or believed that he was incredibly hot. Either way, the excitement that pulsated was overwhelming. So when he walked through the door and flashed his $1 million smile, more than one of us giggled like a schoolgirl. And that included the men. Hello, everyone. I would like to welcome you to the team. I know that you all have sacrificed a lot to be here and a lot to stay. I want you to know that I appreciate that. The state appreciates that. It is because of you that we can better the lives of millions of people. Your hard work and sacrifice are why families without homes now have a place to sleep. Why those with mental health issues are being provided the resources they so desperately need. And it is because of you that college and trade schools will become a right of every member of our state, and why we will continue to lead the country in fighting climate change. That's because of you. Thank you for what you do. The whole state thanks you. Do I even need to say that my sex was throbbing by the time he left us for Tilly's office? Oh my God, so inspiring. Did he also need me to take a bullet for him? No problem. Unlike his sculpted body, I had a little extra padding. I don't even think I would feel it. Sure, a few calls came in while Duke met with Tilly, and I answered them. But there was a window in Tilly's office door, and I watched the two of them the entire time. I was never one to get starstruck, but I was with Duke. So when they both turned around and stared directly at me, I had to clench really hard not to wet myself. "Olive, can you come in here for a second, please?" Tilly said, leaning past her door. "Oh shit. What was going on?" "Coming," I said, unable to breathe. When I first stood up, I didn't think my legs would hold me. They shook like jelly. And I didn't even know I could sweat like that. But holding myself together, I crossed the room and entered the small office. It smelt like the floral centerpiece in the lobby of a fancy hotel. It was coming from Duke, and I was all about it. I held back from looking Duke in the eyes as long as I could, but with us practically on top of each other as Tilly lowered the blinds, I couldn't resist for very long. His steel gray eyes sparkled. Everything about his face was welcoming. He was even more beautiful up close, and I was as close to him as I could get. "Olive, I would like you to meet Duke Bradon, Governor of California." "I know who he is." "It's an honor to meet you," I said, making a fool of myself. "It's an honor to meet you as well," he said in a rumbling, soothing tone. "It's an honor to meet me?" "Of course," he said. "You are the engine that makes this train go." "I am?" "You sure you don't mean the caboose?" I asked, showing him my round ass. As soon as I did it, I froze. What the hell had I done? I wasn't even thinking. I blame him for being so goddamn personable. He was also too good-looking. What was a girl to do looking at a T-bone steak like him? All I could think of was devouring him while his juices dripped down my chin. Petrified as the humiliation drew out, I wasn't able to breathe again until Duke laughed so hard that everyone outside definitely heard. When he stopped, he looked at me with a glowing smile. "I can't comment on that, but," he said, shaking his head in approval. "Okay," Tilly said, attempting to change the topic. "Well, I will leave you two to talk. Duke, I'll be outside when you're done." What was going on? Was Tilly leaving me alone with Duke Bradon? Didn't she just hear me make a fool of myself with him? Did she realize that I couldn't be trusted to be alone with the merchandise? I was about to tell her all of this when Tilly slipped through the door, leaving the two of us in the office. I slowly turned around and looked at Duke Bradon again. God, was he hot. "Do you mind if I take a seat?" he said, crossing to the other side of the desk. "It's your office," I told him, trying to be as casual as I could be. "Thank you." "Please, have a seat as well," he said, gesturing to the chair on the other side of the desk. I took a seat, wondering if I had sweat through my blouse yet. Peeking down, it turned out that I hadn't. I guess miracles did happen. And settling in for what was becoming the most surreal experience of my life, I turned to him and just stared, like a crazy person. "So, Olive?" "Yes," I replied, confirming my name in case he wasn't sure. "This is a little awkward, but I kind of need a favor." I was contemplating the recovery time from ripping out a kidney and handing it to him, when he continued. "My birthday is coming up." "Yes, happy birthday," I said, sure that I would not get another chance. He smiled politely. "It's not for a few days yet, but thank you. But here's the thing. One of my major donors will be throwing a birthday party for me." "Oh wow, that's exciting." "Yes. It's a big one. Number 35. He looked at me suggestively. Was his look about his potential presidential run? "Number 35, I repeated. "And I need an escort for the party?" I paused. "You're asking me to find you a hooker?" No. No. Absolutely not. I was actually asking you if you wouldn't mind being my escort for the night." I paused. "You want me to be a hooker?" This time Duke laughed. I wasn't sure how to take that. "No. No hookers. I was just wondering if you would accompany me to my 35th birthday party," he asked, looking nervous. I was very confused. I mean, hell yes. But confused. "Why are you asking me? Aren't you dating Rihanna or someone?" "Rihanna? No. Has that been going around?" he asked genuinely. "No. I don't know. I just mean you could probably go with any single woman in the world, and probably a couple of married ones. So why are you asking me?" Duke took a deep breath and swallowed his lips. In all of the footage I had seen of him, it was never a look that I saw him make. It almost made him look human, almost. Here's the thing. I'm not dating anyone right now. There's not even anyone I have my sights on. But if I show up to this thing alone, let's just say that it wouldn't be a good idea. So, instead of getting into anything complicated for one event, I thought that I would go with someone who would keep things simple. Someone who would know that it wasn't a date and that nothing was going to happen. And yet would have the discretion to keep the arrangement between us. Ah. Okay, things were making sense now. The most beautiful man to ever walk the earth just needed some arm candy and didn't want to make things complicated. Boy, he clearly did not know about my dating history. I specialized in making things complicated. A boyfriend once joked that I had the devil in me. At least I think it was a joke. He was F me at the time, so it could have been a personal revelation. I mean, what type of person never shared their fries? So, you want me to go with you to your fancy 35th birthday party as your non-date? I guess you can say that. Yes. And you're inviting me because you want to keep things uncomplicated? That's correct. And this is not a Pretty Woman situation, because I really love that movie? Duke chuckled. This is not a Pretty Woman situation. This is more of an employee choosing to join his boss at a fun off-hours event so that the boss doesn't have to look like the sad loser who couldn't get a date for his birthday party. Duke gave his best sad puppy dog face, and I had to admit it was adorable. Who could say no to anything this man asked, especially when it allowed you to keep both of your kidneys? I would love to, I said with a grin. You would? Excellent, he said, offering a genuine smile. Well, the event is in 2 days and it is black tie. How is your wardrobe? I thought about all of the work suits in my closet. I could definitely look professional if I had to, but I had nothing for a fancy black tie event. I mean, I would have to get something, but that's fine, I told him. You know what? Duke said, pulling out his wallet and handing me a credit card. Use this and get whatever you need. This is my private account, so you don't have to record it in the campaign's accounting. Okay, I said, remembering how this exact scenario worked out for Julia Roberts. I'll have my receptionist email you all of the details, and my driver will be picking you up on the night. If you don't have any questions. He reached in a shirt pocket and pulled out a business card. This is my private number. Don't hesitate to call. I keep pretty late hours, so you can call me at any time. I mean it. Thank you, I said, taking and staring at the card. Excellent. Then if there's nothing else, can you send Tilly back in? Realizing I was being dismissed, I got up and headed for the door. It was nice meeting you, an appropriate thing to say in this situation? Who knows? All I did know was that I just got me a non-date with the sexiest man in the universe. The date might be fake, but the orgasms it will inspire will be plentiful and very real. This girl was going to have to make some room on her calendar. Chapter 2. Olive. Knowing I had a lot to do, I got started on the orgasms as soon as I got home. It felt good rubbing a few things off my to-do list. After that, I got to planning my non-date with Duke Bradon. What was I supposed to do as his non-date? What was I supposed to wear? My first destination was the internet. I had already done a significant amount of research on him before applying for the job, so I knew the basics. But I needed to know how he celebrated his previous birthdays. Not a lot came up. The only thing that did was a picture of him and someone named Fury Rhoades. The two were dressed in tuxedos, looking like the bookends to my fantasies. Fury Rhoades looked like he should be shirtless on a movie poster holding a sword. He was as hot as Duke was. Maybe even more. And seeing them together made me wonder if I should rub any more things off. As nice of a distraction an image of the two was, it didn't tell me what I needed to know. I had to know what I was in for. Every other date I had been on had been with guys with more plans than money. How did a girl act on a non-date with a famous person at their birthday party? I tried to imagine what it would be like. I had no clue. Realizing that there were only a few people who might, I considered a change of tactic. I could call Tilly, Duke's longtime campaign manager, or Duke himself. The question was, did Tilly know that Duke had asked me to be his pretend date? She had to, right? She had left the office so that he could ask me. But did that mean that Tilly knew the details of what he requested? Not necessarily. The only person I was sure I could call without betraying anyone's trust was Duke himself. He had given me his number and had said that I should call if I had any questions. Why would he do that if he didn't want me to do it? Was it one of those things that people just said like, we should grab lunch, or no, I didn't fake my orgasm? I took out Duke's card and stared at it. The only thing on it was Duke Bradon and a phone number. It didn't say governor. It didn't have the state seal. It looked like it was created on a personal printer. This didn't look like the card he gave out when he was trying to be fancy. It looked like the one he gave out when he was presenting himself as just another guy. Was that what he was trying to do with me? That couldn't be true. But what if it was? What if, despite it being a non-date, he was trying to even the playing field between us and let me in? A tingle that started between my legs worked its way up my body before making me shake like I was drying myself off. It had been a long time since I had felt this alive. Nothing beats that feeling of realizing that someone you like might like you back. Sure, he probably didn't like me in the same way or the same amount. But he was giving me access to him that only a select group of people got. So, wouldn't he feel hurt if I didn't show him how much I appreciated it by calling him? That logic made sense, didn't it? I wasn't just doing everything I could to justify calling a super hot guy, was I? Whether it was a justification or not, I had questions that needed answers. I could either call Tilly or him, and he said that I should call him if I had any questions. So I was going to do it, and if it went all wrong, then I could always pack up my stuff and move to a place with no phone service or internet so I could live out the rest of my life in shame. In other words, this wasn't a big deal. Reaching for my phone, I felt a rush of adrenaline. Yeah, it was about our non-date, but I was still calling a cute boy. More than that, I was calling the object of my fantasies. Dialing the number, I suddenly lost control of my lips. I was going to have to pull it together, or things were going to go wrong very quickly. "Hello," Duke said, quickly picking up. There was a pause as I remembered how to speak. "Yes, Governor Bradon," I finally spit. "This is he." "Yes, this is Olive Cummings from the campaign office." "We spoke earlier today," I said, feeling like I was going to black out. "Oh. Yes," he said, suddenly shifting to a very welcoming tone. "Good to hear from you. What can I do for you?" It was amazing how quickly his words put me at ease. Perhaps I should have expected it. After all, he was arguably the most gifted politician in the last 50 years. Of course he knew how to put a voter at ease. "I hope you don't mind me calling at this hour." "Are you kidding me? My night has barely begun." "Oh, do you have plans for a big night out?" I asked, suddenly feeling like I was chatting with a friend. "I wish," he said with a chuckle. "My big night consists of going over the proposed budget for the state while making notes to send back to committee." "Exciting," I said sarcastically. "To be young and single, right?" "You know it," I said before we both laughed. "So, what can I do for you?" I wasn't sure if it was just his practiced charm, but there was something about his tone that made me believe that he genuinely wanted to talk to me. Could that be true? I wasn't sure. There had to be a string of people fighting for his attention. He was the governor of a state with 40 million people after all. Yet he was also a 34-year-old single guy living in an empty mansion and working at 9 p.m. "You told me to call if I had any questions about the party." "I have questions." "Shoot. I'm all ears," he said cheerfully. "So what should I expect?" "What do you mean?" "I mean, you said it was black tie. Does that mean I should wear a cocktail dress or something more formal? And do you want us to match? Do you want me to stand out, blend in? Is this a corsage situation? I'm kind of flipping out over here, trying to figure out what I should wear." Duke's laugh was music to my ears. He really did know how to put a person at ease. "First of all, anything you chose would look great. So you don't have to worry about that. And no, this is not a corsage situation." "Then what is it?" "Because I know you chose me because I look like I've been on a lot of non-dates to high-level political events, but I haven't, this month. So I'm going to need some input here," I joked. Duke laughed again. "I have clearly chosen the right person for Wednesday night. You know, that's the key to being a good politician, choosing the person with the most experience." I wasn't sure how to respond to that. He did know I was joking, right? He had to, right? Of course, I said, unsure what else to say. Of course, he repeated, not making things any clearer. Anyway, since I have you on the line, it's probably a good idea to give you a heads up on what to expect at the party. Ah, sure, I said, not expecting his change of topic. Although this is my birthday celebration, I will be using it as the official jumping-off point for my campaign. What does that mean? It just means that there will be a lot of influential people there. There will be a lot of people from the government, a lot of donors. In fact, the whole thing is being thrown by a donor. So it's pretty formal. I'd say that. And I need to be on my best behavior? I shouldn't ask anyone to hold me upside down while I funnel beers? He laughed. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. This party is starting to sound a little stuffy, but it's your birthday, so whatever. Duke chuckled. Did I answer your questions? Almost. Besides not shooting beers, is there anything I should or shouldn't do? I know I talked a big game, but I don't actually have experience going to things like this. Well, don't you worry. I'll be there the whole time and I got you. That brought a smile to my face. That was kind of sweet. Oh, there is probably something I should warn you about. What's that? The lieutenant governor will be there. Is that supposed to mean something to me? Duke paused. Well, it should. Although he hasn't announced it, he will be running against me for governor. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah. And although no one else knows this, the polls show that with the right momentum, he could be a challenge. Okay. What does that mean? I mean, for me, it means that at the party, he will be looking for anything he can use against me. In fact, it was in part because of his talk about family values that I asked you to join me. When I was a 24-year-old running for the first time, no one expected me to be married and have a family. At 34, expectations have changed. My strategists say that he will be looking to exploit that in his campaign. And you invited me to hedge off the vulnerability. I see, how romantic, I joked. What can I say? I'm a romantic at heart. I could hear him smiling. Well, don't worry. I have you covered with that. I'll hedge off that vulnerability for you. But I have to ask. You're smart. You're powerful. Some people say you're the hottest guy in the whole state. Do people say that? Is that what's been going around? He asked sarcastically. It's what people say. So why are you still single? Did my mother put you up to this? Because this is starting to sound like every trip back home. Of course not. And on a completely unrelated topic, maybe you should call your mother more often. People say that she might appreciate that. Wow. This conversation is starting to get really uncomfortable, he said playfully. I laughed to make sure he knew I was kidding. But seriously, why are you single? Inquiring minds want to know. They do, huh? They want to know. Duke paused for a moment. Fear maybe, he said with shocking sincerity. That was a reply I would never have expected. Fear of what? Commitment. Commitment? No. You know, when you spend your entire life focused on one goal, making a choice that could ruin everything looms large over you. What if I chose someone the voters didn't approve of? Everything I worked for could be gone in an instant. I don't know. Maybe I'm speaking too freely here. No, not at all. And it seems like you want to talk about it, I told him, hoping he would continue. Maybe I do. It's been weighing on me a lot lately. When you're involved in politics for as long as I've been, you begin to second-guess the sacrifices you've made. The phone went silent before Duke spoke again in a much less sober tone. Okay. Enough of that. I don't know who you are or how you've gotten me to talk like this, but you need to stop. I didn't do anything, I said, trying to hide my delight that he thought I could have those types of skills. Maybe you just know you can trust me. Yeah, maybe I do. You're easy to talk to. So are you, I told him, hoping our conversation would continue. And before I spill any more of my guts to you, I should get back to work. You mean the people's work? Duke chuckled. Yes, I need to get back to the people's work. But if you have any more questions about the event, you know how to reach me. Thanks. I do. And thanks for making me feel better about everything. Thank you for doing this for me. Anytime. Anything for my governor. What a patriot, he joked. I laughed. Good night, I said, wishing the conversation didn't have to end. Good night, he said before ending the call. I rested down the phone considering what had just happened. Never in my life had I had a better first date. Yes, I get it. It wasn't a date. And that makes it even crazier. Never had I felt more connected with someone than I had with Duke Bradon, discussing our non-date. What did that say about who I've been dating? Or was all of that just him showing his skills as a politician? If that was just him flexing his ability to win someone over, Duke Bradon was going to be the next president of the United States. But was anyone that good at faking sincerity? I didn't think so. Duke Bradon, the star of my erotic dreams, had opened up to me in a way I couldn't imagine him doing with anyone else. I was now a part of his inner circle. And being there, I was now willing to do anything he asked me to help him get what he wanted. Was it my choice to do that, or did he plant that idea in me? I didn't know, and more importantly, I didn't care. I was hooked on him before I met him. Now he had me stuffed and hanging on his wall, and I was okay with it. The next 2 days felt like a week as I waited for our non-date to begin. I felt energized and excited. Shopping for my dress felt electric. It could have been because, handing Duke's credit card to the cashier, I half expected to be arrested for fraud. Did I look like someone named Duke Bradon? I must have, because the $600 charge went through without incident. That's right. The dress was $600. Why did I charge a $600 dress to the credit card of a man I just met? Because when I asked Tilly, his campaign manager, where I could get a fancy dress in wonderful Sacramento, California, she directed me to a place where the pantyhose were $100. So, a $600 dress was practically a bargain. And Tilly had to know why I needed a dress. She knew I was new to town and had been asked to attend Duke's party. This was just the cost of things, apparently. And it was officially the most expensive article of clothing I owned. Looking at myself in the mirror, trying it on, I teared up. I wasn't used to seeing myself like this. Even with all of my unnecessary curves, I looked like a princess. And this princess was going to have a duke for a prince. I was so over the moon. The day before the event, I purchased something that perhaps I shouldn't have. It was kind of silly, really. And I wasn't sure how Duke would feel about it being charged to his card. From the moment that I walked out of the store, I second-guessed the purchase. There was no way it was going to go over well with Duke. I had stepped over the line and had betrayed his financial trust. But headed back to my place to get ready, it was a done deal. I couldn't return it, and he was going to see the charge on his card, so I at least had to give it to him and let the chips fall where they may. I would like to say that I got ready with the same spirit I did every non-date I had ever had, but I didn't. I was incredibly nervous, and with every second that passed, it only got worse. There was something I knew I could do to help me get over it, but I knew I shouldn't. But when my hands started shaking so badly I couldn't put on eyeliner, I was left with no choice. Maybe just one glass of wine as I get ready, I said aloud, hoping someone would assure me it was a good idea. No confirmation came from my empty house, but I did it anyway. When the first glass didn't help, I poured myself another. That did it. With the first sip of the second, I slipped into a state which I could only describe as very relaxed. Should I have considered that I was having 2 glasses of wine on an empty stomach? Maybe. But I was too relaxed to concern myself with such details. And in my new state of mind, I could see that my gift for Duke was one of the greatest ideas in the history of the world. Polishing off the second glass as my phone rang, I scrambled to answer it. Governor Bradon? I asked, vibrating with excitement. Olive, I'm outside, he said before I heard a knock on the door. Oh shit. Duke Bradon was outside my door. I couldn't tell you how many of my fantasies started like this. Coming, I said, hurrying to him. Throwing the door open, it was hard to describe what I felt. Do you know that feeling when you've orgasmed after rough sex and the guy pulls out and clutches your sex with his large warm hands? While staring at him standing on my porch, it felt like that. That man looked amazing. I was melting like butter under his overwhelming hotness. I couldn't speak. So when he said, wow, and gave me a quick once-over, I was a puddle on the ground. You look fantastic, he continued to my delight. Thank you, I said, doing my best to remain standing. You look amazing yourself. What? This old thing? Oh, which reminds me. I have something for you. Come in. Duke Bradon stepped into my home and I scurried to the kitchen. Opening the fridge, I retrieved his gift and returned to him. What's this? He asked as I handed it to him. A corsage, I explained. For you. It is a special occasion and I thought you should look special. Duke took the plastic container out of my hands and stared down at it. He was speechless until he broke out into a belly laugh. Do you like it? You know, I've never been given a corsage before. I don't even know if I've ever worn one. I figured. But it's your special day. So I thought you deserved it. Do you like it? I excitedly asked again. He looked as confused as intrigued by the object in his hand. I'm not sure if this is something my voters expect me to be wearing, he said hesitantly. That's exactly why I got it. It's your birthday. Today should be the one day that's about what you want and not what other people expect of you. You deserve to do at least one thing that's just for you. Happy birthday, by the way. So do you like it? Duke stared at the encased flower. He stared at it for so long I was sure he was about to tell me he didn't like it. I was about to take it back from him and say it was a stupid idea when he looked me in the eyes and said, I love it. It might be my favorite birthday gift ever. As soon as he said it, a wave of warmth washed through me. God, did I feel good. I was about to attribute it to my choice of gift when I took a step to him and wobbled. Duke was still looking down at the corsage, so he didn't see it. But what it told me was that I was drunk. Damn it. The one night I was supposed to be on my best behavior. The one night I was supposed to be representing the person I admired more than anyone else, and I was already drunk. Was I trying to ruin everything, including my new career? Can you help me with this? Duke said, withdrawing the flower from the case. I did my best to pull myself together as I approached the gorgeous man. He handed the flower to me after removing the straight pin. Taking both, I stepped inches away from him. Entering his body heat, I could smell his cologne. It smelt like sweet almonds. Choosing a side, I slowly slipped my hand under the lapel of his tuxedo jacket. I could feel his chest on the back of my hand. He clearly still worked out. I could have stood there touching him forever, but before I knew it, the corsage was attached and there was no reason for my hand to remain. How's that? What do you think? Duke looked past me, spotting a mirror on the living room wall. Moving in front of it, he stared at himself. He didn't say anything, so I moved behind him, joining him in the image. Duke looked at me, smiled, and said, It's perfect. Okay, there were a lot of things that his reaction could have meant. After all, he was looking at me when he said it. Was he flirting? I desperately wanted that to be the case. But I wasn't too drunk to forget the purpose of the night. I was there to be his non-date. That meant that even if he was flirting, I couldn't do anything about it. Not tonight. Yeah, perfect, I said, completely flirting back because I was weak and couldn't help myself. So should we go? I gave a quick look back at my kitchen. If I had any sense at all, I would grab something to eat for the way over. The wine was hitting me harder and harder with every second that went by. At this rate, I could be sloppy drunk by the time I got to the party. Nobody wanted that. I was about to mention as much when Duke's phone beeped. Duke pulled it out and stared at the screen. The natives are getting restless. We have to go. Shall we? He said, offering his arm. How could I refuse that? And feeling his jacket's soft wool against my skin, I gave in to the night and whatever would happen next. Did I tell you how beautiful you look? He said again on the limousine ride over. Thank you. You too, I replied, not realizing what I said. I mean, you look very handsome. You're like America's sexiest governor. Is that a thing? Duke asked sincerely. I don't know. But if it was, you would definitely be it. Was I flirting again? Damn it. Well, thank you. Should I go for America's sexiest president? Are you thinking about running for president? I asked, feeling me slip even further into his inner circle. Maybe, he said with a coy smile. What do you think? Would you vote for me? Absolutely. You would make an incredible president. Thanks. That's still a long way off, though. Not that long? Don't you have to be 35 to run? Today is your 35th birthday. Yeah, but there's a little more than that. For my best chance to win, I have to be a sitting governor. Since 1900, 50% of the presidents have been governors. And your chances of winning are highest when you're still in office. That means that if I want to run for president, I need to win my next election for governor. Then if I win, I'll be sworn in at the beginning of the presidential campaign season. What's a better time to announce a run for president than after a big victory, right? Wow, you've thought about this. I've been thinking about this for 28 years. So, since you were 7? Yep. When I was 7, the only thing I gave that much thought to was what Ken and Barbie did after I put them in their bedroom and I closed their dream house. Duke laughed. Both equally important. I think so. Did you ever figure it out? Duke asked playfully. Yeah. It became pretty clear when I realized that Ken didn't have genitals and that they were important. Sadly, Barbie moved out of the dream house pretty soon after. Oh no. Yeah. But Brad moved in. Who's Brad? Brad was Ken's only black friend. He didn't have genitals either, but they made it work. It was a scandal in the Barbie neighborhood. I turned to Duke, waiting for his response. As funny as I thought it was, Duke said nothing. Was I being too crass? I didn't think so, but I was barely seeing straight. It was probably better for me to stop talking. Certainly, Duke took that approach because he didn't say another word until we pulled up in front of the venue. Duke's birthday turned out to be a literal red carpet event. There was a photographer's line and everything. I really couldn't open my mouth now. The last thing I wanted was to say something stupid and ruin Duke's chances of becoming president. I would die if that happened. We're here, Duke said, staring out the window. You ready for this? Duke turned back to me when he didn't hear a reply. I shook my head in agreement. I wasn't saying another word. You okay? Let's see. I was drunk, horny as hell for my boss, and suffering from foot and mouth disease, so no. I wasn't. But I shook my head yes anyway. Okay. Then let's do this. Here goes nothing, he said before opening his door and wading into the sea of flashing lights. Watching him, I was overwhelmed. I hadn't expected this. He had mentioned a party. To me, that meant a few people standing around in suits, swiping mini quiches from the trays of circling cater waiters. Not this. This looked like an all-out Hollywood event. How could that be? We were in Sacramento. It was California's armpit. While I considered all of the excuses I could use to get out of this, my door opened, sealing my fate. The driver leaned in, offering his hand. I was wearing a tight dress and high heels, so at least I wouldn't fall on my face getting out of the car. Then when I was safely standing and the door was closed behind me, I turned to the cameras, overwhelmed by the sight of it all. Olive, Duke said, grabbing my attention. I looked over at him, and with a glowing smile, he again offered me his arm. I couldn't get to him fast enough. I was hoping I could hide in his arms, but once I was next to him, the camera's clicking just got louder. Okay, this was do or die. Either I was going to shrink in the moment or rise to it. My mama didn't raise me to be scared of anybody or anything. So there was no way I was going to start now. As if animated by strings, I smiled. That brought more clicks. When I lifted my arms and waved to the cameras, I heard even more. Amazingly, by the time we stepped onto the red carpet, I was okay with it. Was I born to do this? Or was the second glass of wine a better decision than I thought? Hi, I said, drawing the photographer's attention to me. At that moment, I realized that being the center of attention wasn't half bad. And since I knew I looked like a princess, I was going to have a ton of options for Instagram. What could have been better? Can you give me a few minutes with the reporters? Duke whispered to me, ushering me in the background. Knock 'em dead, Tiger, I said, bringing a genuine smile to his face. I liked making Duke smile. What I liked even more was watching him work the reporter line. With his perfect hair and chiseled cheekbones, he already looked like a fashion model. But watching him charm everyone in his way, he was like one of those famous black and white film actors. He was glamour and smarts all rolled into one. Fury, Duke said, looking at something to his left. Everyone, I would like to publicly thank Fury Rhoades for throwing me this party. He and I go way back, and I can't thank him enough. Turning to see who he was talking about, I saw the man I had only seen in the photo of the two men. Duke's friend still looked like the guy on a movie poster holding a sword. His tailored tuxedo didn't change that. Fury, come over here, Duke said, gesturing to him. With a brilliant smile, Fury came over and stood next to Duke. Duke put his arm around him, and the camera's clicking picked up. Governor, are there any ethical issues regarding having a donor throw a birthday party for you? A snide reporter asked Duke. Better his money than anyone else's, am I right? Duke said with a smile. But isn't this an example of the corruption your administration has been accused of? Duke froze and stared at the reporter. By the look on his face, I was sure that Duke was about to lose it. Who are you reporting for? He asked suspiciously. When the reporter hesitated, Duke cut him off. Never mind. What I will say is that my administration has worked tirelessly to fight corruption over the past 10 years. Besides, Fury might be a donor, but more importantly, he's been one of my best friends for 20 years. If you want, you can think of tonight as a night out with 200 of my closest friends. By the way, the open bar is on him, Duke said, gesturing to Fury. The reporters laughed, and I stood amazed. I was a girl who threw shit back. I had never seen someone diffuse tension so effectively in my life. Duke Bradon really was going to be president. Governor, who is your escort this evening? Another reporter said, turning everyone's attention back toward me. I froze. Was I supposed to talk now? What was I supposed to say? Duke and I were on a non-date. Did people need to know that? Was that supposed to be a secret? Starting to panic, I opened my mouth when... You know I don't like to mix business and pleasure, he said without a hint of irony. Are you saying tonight's all about pleasure? Someone said to my surprise. I scanned the crowd in front of me, wondering who would have said something so inappropriate when I noticed everyone staring at me, stunned. It was then that I realized that the obnoxious person was me. Holy crap. I had said it. I was about to apologize profusely when the stunned silence was followed by a burst of laughter. Yeah, Governor, are you saying that tonight is all about pleasure? I could have sworn that I saw the never-rattled Duke Bradon blush. Ah, he stammered. It's his birthday. How do your birthdays usually go? The reporters burst into laughter again. I wasn't sure if it was because of the craziness that kept coming out of my mouth, or how flustered it made the normally unflappable governor. Is that true, Governor? Is your birthday going to end like mine? A female reporter said from the back. That depends. Do yours usually end with you alone in bed, doing the people's work? The governor said, rediscovering his charm. Is that what you call it? The people's work? Another person said. And by another person, I of course meant me. What was wrong with me? Oh right, I was so drunk it took every bit of my focus to remain standing. Why wasn't anyone shutting me up? Luckily, after another round of thunderous laughter, Duke did exactly that. Okay folks, I think I've been embarrassed enough for one night, he said with a pleasant smile. Can we get a picture of you two? A photographer asked, looking at the two of us. After looking into the reporters' hopeful faces, he turned back toward me. I had no idea what to expect. And when he said, "Do you mind?" I got the first hint that something unusual was happening. In the state I was in, I couldn't put my finger on what, but from the look on Duke's face, it didn't feel like a bad thing. Of course, I said, joining Duke as Fury backed off. Again blinded by a flood of lights, I gripped onto Duke's arm and forced myself to stay upright. It was disorienting. But when it was over, I realized that none of it was that bad. In fact, it was something I wouldn't mind living with. I could see why Duke was considering running for president. Being in the spotlight was a rush. You do know that they're going to know everything about you by the end of the night, right? Duke said to me as we left the red carpet and entered the main hall. What do you mean? I mean that you just made yourself the story. Oh my God, Governor Bradon. I'm so sorry. Don't be sorry, unless there's something in your past that I need to know about. My mind flashed over my pathetically uneventful life. No one could find anything interesting in my past if they tried. Which, as I thought about it, was more than a little sad. How had I wasted so much of my life? No. There's nothing interesting about me that you need to know. Good. You think it's good that I'm pathetically boring? Duke chuckled. Yes. In this case, it's a very good thing. But from what I just saw, I have a hard time believing that you are boring. Can I tell you a secret? What's that? I'm really drunk, I admitted to Duke's booming laughter. He obviously thought I was joking. That was good, because it meant that the reporters probably didn't see it either. Well, that would explain it, Duke said playfully. And it does, I continued playing along. As we crossed the black and white checkered marbled floor and approached the ballroom's main doors, Duke turned to me. Have you ever been to Elks Tower before? I haven't. I just moved here. I haven't even been to Starbucks yet, I told him. Well, this place is a little more impressive than a Starbucks, he said as the elaborately carved wooden doors opened. I might need to do this part by myself, he said, whispering and unwrapping his arm from mine. I was a little sad that he was asking me to let go of him, but as he crossed onto what was the top of an extended stage, I understood why. As I hung back, a spotlight turned on him and a voice boomed through the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to the birthday boy and your governor, Duke Bradon. The 150 elegantly dressed people below him turned to Duke and applauded. The adoration continued until the band struck up and played Hail to the Chief. I only knew the song because it was what was played whenever a president entered the room. That brought a broad smile to Duke's face, followed by him playfully waving off the band. When they didn't stop, he took on the posture of royalty and waved at the audience like the queen. Everyone got a big kick out of it, and he descended the stairs, completing his grand entrance. As he entered the crowd below, I realized another thing about him. The man knew how to work a room. He greeted everyone he met like they were long-lost friends who he was delighted to see again. The level of commitment it took to do it, person after person, was incredible. He's amazing, right? A female voice said from beside me. I turned to see a woman about my age who was half my size but twice as bitter. I'm sorry, I asked, unsure if she was talking to me. I said, Duke, he's amazing, right? I gave her a once-over, wondering if she could be one of the people Duke had warned me about. He had said that there would be people there, trying to collect as much dirt on him as they could find. Yeah, he's amazing, I told her before returning my attention to the crowd below. You were the one on the red carpet with him, right? I turned back to her suspiciously. Yeah. You were good. I have to give you credit. They were eating it up, she nodded, impressed. I'm sorry. You are. I'm you. At least I used to be. But I wasn't anywhere near as good at it as you are. Are you an actor or something? I don't know what you're talking about. Come on. You don't have to be like that with me. There's only a few of us who know what it's like to date Duke Bradon. Or should I say, not date Duke Bradon, but make everyone think that you are. Like I said, I was you. I stared at the woman again. As I did, she suddenly looked familiar. I had seen her before. Less than a year ago, she was in every photo Duke posted. You're Penelope Silvers, I said to her surprise. Oh. You've done your research. You're gonna be a good one. You might stick around, she said snidely. You dated Duke, right? Well, dating is a strong word. Let's just say that I was doing what you're doing. What am I doing? Penelope turned to the crowd below and found Duke. You are giving him cover so that he can become the next president of the United States. I stared back at her, shocked. He hasn't shared his grand plan with you yet? I didn't respond. Oh. The way you work the reporters, I thought you two were already past all of that. You need a drink? I think I need a drink. Come with me, she said with a smile. She was looking at me like I was a fish trapped on the end of her hook. And you know what, I was. Yeah, I need a drink, I told her before she gave me a satisfied grin and led me to the bar. Here's the first thing you need to know about Duke, Penelope said before turning to the bartender. Bartender, give me a gin and tonic. And don't look at me like that. Also, get her a, she turned to me. Was I really going to do this? I was already feeling my 2 glasses of wine, and I still hadn't had anything to eat. I'll have the same, I said, knowing I shouldn't. I had already proven myself unpredictable tonight. There was no telling what I would do next. She was telling me some crazy stuff. I didn't know if any of it was true. But I was sure that I didn't want her to stop telling me. When we both had our drinks in hand, Penelope placed her glass on her lips like she was receiving the nectar of the gods. Releasing an audible ah, Her sharp edges quickly softened and she turned to me with a commanding look. Okay. If you want to keep doing what you have been doing for our governor Duke Bradon, the first thing you need to know is that Duke Bradon will never love you, she said coldly. He can't. Why not? I asked before I could stop myself. When a smile crept across her face, I knew I shouldn't have said it. So you're one of those, huh? That's okay. Believe me, I was one of those too. He's hard to resist, right? Powerful? Good looking? No, I get it. But he will never see you. He can't see you. He can't see anyone. And that's because he can't see past someone else. Governor Bradon is in love with somebody? I asked, stunned. You are new, aren't you? Yes, Governor Bradon is in love with someone. He is in love with, she turned around and scanned the crowd. Him, she said, pointing at the man Duke had called over to the reporters. It was also the man Duke had said had thrown him this party. She was pointing at Fury Rhoades, the second hottest guy the first had ever seen. And you know what? Penelope continued. Fury's in love with him too. Bullshit. I said, having completely lost my filter. You don't believe me? Then let's just sit here for a second. That's Duke over there, and there's Fury. Let's just see what happens. I stared at Penelope, wondering if I should even keep talking to her. The whole idea was insane. Come on. This is something you're gonna have to see if you plan on sticking around long enough to help him become president. Every fiber in my body told me that I shouldn't look, but I had to. There was no way what she was saying was true. And even if it was, there was no way that someone would be able to tell just by observing the two at a party. On the other hand, what if there was? Slowly turning around, I found the two men in the crowd and watched them from my bar stool. Duke was doing what he did best, making everyone feel like they were the only person in the room until... Did he just peek over at Fury? I kept watching Duke. Fury was a few feet away over his left shoulder. And in the middle of one of his belly-shaking laughs, he peeked over at Fury again. Did you see it? Penelope asked. I didn't answer, but I saw it. Stunned, I turned to Fury, focusing on his every move. Penelope was right. Every time Duke looked over, Fury peered back in response. The two men were so in sync that it looked like they had telepathy. More than that, in the brief moments that their eyes met, Fury looked like the happiest man in the world. How could any of this be real? And how was everyone else not seeing this? Do you believe me now? Penelope asked smugly. I don't understand, I said, turning my attention back to her. She had already finished half of her drink. What don't you understand? Duke's in love with his longtime best friend, who is in love with him back. And their love leaves no place for you. Seems as clear as glass to me. Why are you telling me this? I asked, starting to really dislike her. I don't know. Maybe I'm stupid enough to believe that Duke would make a great president, but I know he needs someone willing to make his Faustian bargain to do it. Maybe I want to give you the choice I didn't get until it was too late. Or maybe I'm still in love with him and I just want you out of the way. Who's to tell with these things? With that, she poured the rest of her drink down her throat and turned to the bar, demanding another. The bartender looked at her while continuing to dry a tray of glasses. Bartender, I want another drink. Bartender, do you hear me? I want another drink. When the bearded, barrel-shaped man left the bar and disappeared into the back, Penelope turned to me, annoyed. F bartenders. Am I right? Yeah. But about what you were saying. Are you saying that the two guys are in a relationship? Them? No. Weren't you listening? I said that Duke Bradon wants to become president. Do you think he can make a slip-up like that? And Fury knows it. It's killing him. It's killing both of them. But everyone has to sacrifice something for Duke Bradon's dreams, right? I mean, even you. What are you sacrificing? Nothing, I told her defensively. Well, if you want to be by his side when he rises to greatness, you better figure that out. Otherwise, you won't be any good to him at all, and you aren't going to get what it is that you want. What if I don't know what I want? I asked her honestly. Shit. Then you're screwed already, she said with a chuckle. Because I've been watching him. This situation is starting to get to him. Do you know how great he could be? Do you know how great Duke Bradon could be if he just unclenched his ass and let someone in? It was at that moment that a rumbling voice tickled across my shoulder. I jumped. All right, Penelope, I think you've had enough, the man said. It was like he was talking into my ear. It triggered a spark that ripped through me. The speaker walked into view before I turned around, and the hairs of my arms stood up when I saw who it was. Fury Rhoades, the man we had just been talking about, was now standing in front of me. How much had he heard? Fury, baby, I'm so glad you're here. The bartender won't get me another drink. Beat him up or something, would you? I don't know what I was expecting her to do, but I didn't expect what she did next. With his seeming consent, she got up, leaned forward, and kissed the gorgeous man on the lips. Swaying away from him, she smiled. But before he could go anywhere, she kissed him again. What the hell was going on? Oh baby, I'd like you to meet. I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. Olive Cummings, I said, unnerved by everything. This is Olive Cummings. She came with Duke. And from what I heard, they're fucking, she said with a devious smile. Fury immediately looked uncomfortable. We're not, I quickly corrected. I came with him. Yes. But I'm just his date. I don't know why I said any of that back there. Fury looked at me with a mixture of confusion and, what was that, relief? It's nice to meet you, Olive. Hey, you two should talk, Penelope said, suddenly shifting her attention elsewhere. I'm going to find another bartender. I'm sure you two have a lot to talk about. As Penelope staggered across the room, Fury did the unexpected thing and stayed. Maybe we did have something to talk about. I'm sorry about that, Fury said, embarrassed. I hope she wasn't too much for you. No, she was fine. She was just keeping me company. I don't know anyone else here, and Duke is off. Off being Duke? Fury asked with a smile. I smiled back. I guess. Hey, so I heard you talking to the reporters. You seemed pretty comfortable out there. Yeah, I guess, I replied, not bothering to mention my liquid courage. A lot of people fold under the lights. You didn't. I'm like a flower. I thrive in the sun, I paused when Fury chuckled. I'm sorry. I don't know why I said that. I'm not a flower. Hell, I don't know what the F I am. Well, you might have found your calling. As what? Being a flower? Fury laughed again. No, as a part of Duke's campaign. I stared at the man in front of me, looking for a hint of what he was really talking about. If any of what Penelope had just said was true, then he was suggesting way more than me just answering phones. That's what your girlfriend said, I said, trying to figure out if she really was his girlfriend. Well, she says a lot of things. But in this case, she might be right. Oh my God, I was right. The woman who I had seen in photos with Duke was now dating the guy who her ex is in love with, while knowing that her current boyfriend is in love with him too. What crazy bizarre world had I just stepped into? Hey, Duke said, suddenly joining the two of us. Sorry about that, he said, turning his attention to me. I had to make the rounds. That's okay. I was just chatting with Fury here, I told him. Penelope's being a handful, Fury told Duke, exchanging knowing looks. What was going on between the two? So, you two have known each other for a while? I asked, needing to figure this out. Duke blushed as he replied. Us? Yeah. Since we were in high school. Fury continued. We were both on the football team. Though I wasn't the star that he was. What are you talking about? Duke asked. You were the best defensive back we had. Says the quarterback who could have gone pro, Fury said with a smile. I watched the two blush as they flattered each other. And you guys have been close ever since? Ever since, Fury confirmed. He was there for me when my father died, Duke added, getting more serious. Your father died? I'm sorry to hear that, I said. Both of our fathers have, Fury corrected. Oh. Yeah, I found out right before a game. I managed to hold it together until I was in the locker room afterward. Everyone thought I was crying because we lost. Even our coach. But Fury knew. I recognized it. My father had died less than a year earlier. I didn't know who he had lost, but I knew it was someone. Yeah, while the rest of the team left me sobbing and expecting for me to shake it off, Fury stuck around and put his arm around my shoulders. I was a mess, and him doing that made it even worse, Duke said with a chuckle. Ever since, I've known that this guy would be there for me when I needed him. And he has been. As Fury smiled at me proudly, I saw what was now so obvious. The look that Duke gave his friend spoke to much more beyond friendship. It was a look of someone desperately in love. How could anyone see this and mistake it for anything else? Of course, there was one person who hadn't, Penelope. Have you and Penelope been dating long? I asked Fury, seeming to throw cold water on these hot men. Both men became more serious after that. Penelope. It's been a few months. That was followed by an awkward silence. Penelope was clearly a sore spot for the two of them. Why was that? I mean, other than the fact that Duke had publicly dated her, and now Fury was. Speaking of Penelope, I should probably go check on her. Yeah, probably, Duke agreed before the two men gave each other a last look and Fury walked off. Wow. Did they know how obvious they were being? Or was I the only one who saw it? And if Penelope hadn't said what she had, would I had seen it either? I would hope so, but I guess we see what we want to see. So, what do you think? Duke asked again, finding his practiced smile. About what? The party. Pretty nice, right? Yeah. Fury did a great job, I said, testing what my mentioning his name would evoke. I was not disappointed. As soon as I said it, he looked over his shoulder for him. When he found him, he looked back at me with a genuine smile. I'll say it again, wow. This time Duke must have known that I had caught him because he pulled himself together quickly. Fury always does a great job with campaign events. I'm very lucky to have him as a part of my team. With his help as well as yours, there's no telling where we can go. You mean like to the White House? Why not aim high, right? Duke said with his politician smile back in place. Do you mind if I leave you to shake a few hands? No. Please. Do what you have to do, I told him, seeing the polished man in front of me in a new light. Don't forget, stay on your toes. Everyone here is after something, he told me before leaving me at the bar. You know it, I said, lifting my glass to my lips and realizing it was empty. With Duke disappearing amongst his admirers, I turned back to the bartender who had returned. Can I get another one? I said, thinking of Penelope. Everything she had said was proving to be true. As unlikely as it was, those two men were desperately in love with each other. What did that mean for the other things she had said? Was Duke setting me up to be his beard? Was he on the hunt for a woman who would stand by his side to draw attention away from his true self? Penelope had said that the two men had never been together, despite their overwhelming feelings for each other. How sad was that? I couldn't imagine being in love with someone your entire life, see that that person loves you too, yet not be allowed to do anything about it in fear of losing your job. More than that, Penelope had said something else which would be heartbreaking if it were true. She had said that his feelings for Fury were eating him alive, and that Duke could be truly great if he just gave in to them. As I sipped on my new drink, I thought about what it would look like if Duke and Fury gave in to their feelings. They might not have had sex with each other, but had the two of them kissed. It could have been on a dare or during a drunken game of spin the bottle. Had the two of them ever been naked together? And while they had one accidentally brush up against the other, sending a fiery blaze through them both? What I would give to see that. Feeling my insides vibrate from the possibilities, I left the bar and circled the room. The space was designed like a French chateau. The ceiling was covered in crossing arches covered in carvings. And the walls had 6-foot-tall windows that looked like they were transplanted from a French castle. The place was beautiful, and it flowed into a tree-lined patio with outdoor marble tiles and grass growing in between them. It had to cost a fortune to rent the place for the evening. And considering Fury was paying for it, it said a lot about their relationship. I circled the outdoor patio, keeping an eye on the men as they greeted their guests. The two barely went any time without looking over at each other. It was amazing to see. I had to wonder what the first thing Duke would do to his love if he could know for sure that no one would ever find out. Would they touch each other's hands, gently exploring them? Or would they tear each other's clothes off? He's a busy man, isn't he? A voice said from behind me, drawing me back to reality. I turned and looked into the eyes of someone I didn't recognize. From his smile, there was no question that he was a politician. As I tried to figure out if this was one of the people Duke had warned me about, I heard myself speak. Well, you know, he is the governor. The barrel-chested mid-40s man chuckled. Yes, that he is. Do I know you? I asked again, losing grip of my filter. I don't know. Do you? He asked like I was supposed to. I gave him an annoyed look before he said, Lieutenant Governor Irvin Gardale. Hearing who he was, I froze. Duke had said that he would be here, and that he would be looking for information on Duke. Was that why he had approached me? You came with the governor, didn't you? He asked me casually. Before I spoke, I did something I hadn't done before. I took stock of how drunk I was. I have always been very good at not looking drunk no matter how wasted I was, so I was sure that he couldn't tell no matter what. But I was definitely feeling it. I was in no condition to guard Duke's secrets in this state, which is why it was such a bad idea when I said, yeah. Weren't you paying attention when we arrived? I was a big hit. The slimy man chuckled at that. I couldn't blame him. I was a funny girl. I didn't know just how funny until tonight, but the verdict was in. Yeah. I guess that's where I saw you. Which is why I'm wondering if he knows what he's doing leaving a beautiful woman like you to wander a party by herself. I had mixed feelings about him saying that. On one hand, he was clearly trying to butter me up. On the other hand, he did say I was beautiful. I don't need to be watched over, I told him, building my resistance to his charms. No, I can see you can take care of yourself. But why should you have to? If you had come with me, I wouldn't let you out of my sight. But that's just me, he said with another slick smile. As much as I hated to admit it, what he was saying was beginning to work. Even though I could see right through him, who didn't want to feel like they were special? And Duke had made me feel special for inviting me. But it also didn't feel good being abandoned for every other person in the room. Sure, he had made it clear that this was a non-date, but did that mean that he could ignore me the whole night? Also, how much had I had to drink, and when was the last time I ate? Aren't you running for Duke's job this year? I asked, trying to cut through his bullshit. Ah. You're a person who likes to cut straight to the point. I like that. Yes, running for governor is something I'm giving some thought to. I hear that you're only here to gather information you can use against Duke. The slippery man backed off, seeing that I wasn't going to be persuaded so easily. I'm here to celebrate my friend's birthday. Isn't that why we're all here? Well, I'm here because I'm fucking the governor. Or hadn't you heard that earlier? I said, officially losing control of my lips. He looked uncomfortable. Something faded in his eyes when I said that. My best guess was that he was looking for the skinny on why Duke was successful, good-looking, and single. But that was just my guess. After a moment of being startled, he gathered himself and smiled. I like you. You're going to be a great asset to his campaign. I already am, I informed him as I started to see my role formulate. I bet you are, he said admiringly. He's lucky to have you, the man said as he slinked off into the crowd. I can't tell you how much confidence I felt knowing that I had fended off Duke's greatest rival. If Penelope was right, Duke had a role for me to play and I had played it to perfection. If Duke needed a beard to achieve his political ambitions, that was what I was going to be. Not only could I be that, but I could be the best one ever. I just had to prove it to Duke. How was I going to prove it to Duke? I looked back at Duke and then over at Fury. The two were still eye-fucking each other. Seeing that, I knew exactly what I could do. And as the night came to an end, I put it into action. After Duke ignored me the entire night, I found him and pulled him aside. What do you say about meeting up with Fury and Penelope after this thing is done? I asked him, trying my best not to slur my words. Did Fury suggest that? He asked, finding the man he loved again. I said it, but he's thinking it, I said, recapturing his attention. He looked at me hesitantly. Don't overthink it. It's your birthday. You should do at least one thing for yourself tonight. This whole party was for me. And you spent the entire night shaking hands and kissing babies. Be honest, this party was work for you. I'm not going to get where I want to go by taking nights off. I know, and that's why I love you. I mean, that's why your constituents love you. You never stop working for the people. But how about tonight, and only tonight, you unclench that tight ass of yours and do something for you? Have you even had a drink yet? I think you might have had enough for the both of us, he said, looking at me suspiciously. And do you know why that is? It's because it's your birthday. It's a night to celebrate. What have you done to celebrate what could be the most important day of your life? Duke looked at me like I was from another planet. Luckily, that didn't last too long. When his look changed, it was to a devilish demeanor that I liked on him. Does that look mean you're going to join Fury, Penelope, and me for drinks afterward? Am I going to join the three of you? Duke asked, amused. Oh yeah. Didn't you hear? We're going to be celebrating this great occasion with or without you, I said with a smile. Well, as you said, it is my birthday. And if Fury wants to grab a few drinks later, who am I to say no? Duke said, amused. Good. That's what I thought. I'll be right back, I said, leaving him focusing everything I had on walking a straight line. Part 1 of my plan was to get the two of them alone together. I had to convince one other person to do it to make that happen. Fury, Duke says that he desperately wants us to grab a drink after. Are you gonna do it, or are you gonna let the birthday boy down? How was that? Did I come on too hot? Honestly speaking, I was having a hard time telling. Duke wants to grab a drink? He asked, exiting what looked like a painfully boring conversation. That's what he said. He said that today was his birthday and he wanted to have one day when he didn't have to overthink what he was supposed to or should do. He just wanted to grab a drink with a friend and see what happens. Fury froze. Wait, he said that? If those weren't his exact words, then he didn't say anything at all. Oh, but he also said that I shouldn't tell you, he said that. He told you not to tell me, he said that? Fury looked up towards Duke and caught his eyes. Duke smiled at him, making Fury's face turn red. He really said that, huh? Those were his exact words, I lied, feeling no guilt about it at all. Yeah, of course we can grab a drink afterward. Actually, you know what might be better? Is your place near here? I'm not sure, but I might need to lay down. Fury looked at me concerned. Do you need me to get you a ride home? No. I came with Duke. I should leave with him. I'll be fine. But speaking of leaving, where's Penelope? Fury got serious. She left. Oh, I didn't know that, I said, feeling my plan come together. Then I guess it will just be the three of us at your place. We can go to your place, right? Yeah, of course. Should we all head out in about 20 minutes? That should give you enough time to make the rounds, right? Yeah, that should be fine. Great. Because Duke seemed really excited about this. I mean really excited, if you know what I mean. Maybe that was a little too obvious. But I was trying to get two incredibly hot men to F each other with very few still functioning brain cells. Everyone was going to have cut me some slack. Anyway, I'll tell him, you're up for it, I said before making my way back over to Duke. Fury says we should go to his place. It's more intimate. He also said that he needs to get out of his clothes, whatever that means. Does he have a spa at his place or something? I asked innocently. Ah, I think so. That makes sense. Because he said that he wanted to get you naked and give you the gift that he's been waiting a long time to give you. Wait, he said that? Duke asked, surprised. Why would I make something like that up? Duke stared at me and then looked up towards Fury. Fury looked back with a shy smile, telling me that even way past drunk, this girl was a genius. You do want to go, right? I asked Duke confidently. I mean, it is your birthday. Like I said, if you can't have one night when you don't have to worry about what everyone else thinks, then what's the point of it all? Duke stared at his shoes in deep thought. He looked tortured in a way I never could have imagined. Why don't you just have a drink and be ready to go in 20 minutes? Don't overthink this, I told him, handing him my still half-full glass. He quickly gulped it down. Now, say your goodbyes and be ready in 20, I said before he looked at me and did what he was told. Leaving him, I found Fury again. He can't wait, I whispered to him. But he's nervous. He says that you might be the one to have to take charge. Fury looked at me speechless. He left me without saying a word and looking deeper in thought than I had ever seen anyone. Watching the two men circle the room, this time neither looked at each other. I could hardly believe it, but it looked like my intervention was working. Both men looked terrified out of their minds, but how could that be avoided? They had known each other for almost 2 decades. How much of that time had been spent in love with each other? All of it. 10 years of it. Whatever it was, it had to be a lot. But tonight I had ignited their fuses like a bomb. The two men looked tense. What would happen after I got them alone together? Would all of my little deceptions blow up in my face? Or would the two of them explode in what I imagined would be the hottest thing I could ever witness? My heart thumped as I waited to find out. I felt out of control as I made my way across the room, and the ground threatened to escape from under me. As Duke wished the last of his guests a good night, I joined him, latching my arm with his. I did it in part because I was feeling very close to him in the moment. The other part was because I needed him to keep me upright. "You ready for this?" I asked, losing whatever subtlety I had. "Am I ready for what?" Duke asked me, dodging the question. "You know, drinks or whatever." Duke opened his mouth to speak but stopped himself. My guess was that he wasn't ready for it. But sometimes the best opportunities come along whether you're ready for them or not, right? Remember, one night. You deserve to have one night where you don't have to think of what voters will say. You deserve this. Duke looked like he was about to deny everything I had said, but again stopped. I had never seen a person more conflicted in my life. It was so hot. I could have torn his clothes off right there, but I knew that I wasn't who he wanted. He wanted someone more than air to breathe, and after half a lifetime, I was going to be the one to give it to him. I was giddy. When the two men finally looked at each other as we were all about to leave, I could see the electricity crackle between them. It practically lit the room. "So my place?" Fury said shyly. Duke paused, having one last internal battle, then with the conviction of a man who had made a decision, looked Fury in the eyes and said, "Yeah, your place." Seeing it gave me an immediate lady boner. I wanted to wrap my leg around his and hump his brains out. I didn't know what I wanted to do except get the two of them alone and see what happened next. Walking to our cars, Fury turned to us. "By the way, do you want a ride? You could give your driver an early night." And I drove. Duke paused again, making the calculations. "Yeah, that would work. Olive, why don't you go with Fury? I'll let my driver know. You two can meet me out front." Transferring myself from Duke's arm to Fury's, I felt just as turned on. The man was truly scorching hot. Everything about him screamed sex, from the way his tailored tuxedo draped his tapered torso to the steely look in his eyes. And that continued when I saw his car. The thing looked like it should be in the Indy 500. It was a race car, but with every luxury possible. Not only did the doors lift into the air like an eagle about to take off, but the inside lit up like a leather-covered spaceship. "There are only 2 seats," I pointed out, staring in. "Is that a problem?" Fury asked, not slowing down. "It's just that there's 3 of us. I think we can figure out how to make 3 work." I gave Fury a second look, wondering what exactly he was talking about. There were 3 of us heading back to his place. Was he planning on making that work too? I got into the low bucket seats and couldn't figure out how to close the door. "Let me," he said, sliding his hand across my lap and touching a button next to my leg. God, did I like that. He didn't know it, but he was shooting sparks near kindling. My sex burned like my crotch would catch on fire. And then when we pulled up to the front of the building and Duke and I switched places and I sat on his lap, I could barely contain myself. If I hadn't been drinking all night on an empty stomach, I might have given some thought to the fact that I wasn't a small girl and I was sitting on Duke's lap. I had though, so the only thing on my mind was what the hard thing was I was sitting on. I would love to think that Duke's excitement was for me, but I remembered what Penelope had said. She had said that Duke couldn't see past his overwhelming feelings for his longtime best friend. I probably could have been the hottest girl in the world, and it wouldn't move him at all. With the rumbling of the engine creating a sound barrier between the 2 seats, I leaned back and whispered into Duke's ear. "Fury told me something when we were walking to the car. He said he wanted to F you. Did you know that?" As soon as I said it, I felt the hard thing that was pressed against my thigh move. Yep, it was his.
Hi, this is the author. Steamy things are going on in the story right now, but because of the platform you're listening to it on, I can't play it. But if you'd like to listen to those steamy things, you can get a version of this audiobook narrated by me, the author, on Audible, and you can get it for free by clicking on the link in the description below. So please, check it out. Otherwise, continue listening.
The last thing I saw was the 2 men staring into each other's eyes. It looked like they would stare at each other forever, until both suddenly turned to me. After that, they both reached out their hand towards me and. Chapter 3. Olive. I couldn't tell you how long it took me to drift back to consciousness, but what I could say is that my head hurt like a mother F. My God, I felt awful. Did I have the flu? Was it some sort of 24-hour bug? Whatever it was, I felt like hell. And the red glow behind my eyelids didn't help. Whose idea was the sun, anyway? They needed to be shot. And when they were being shot, someone needed to put me out of my misery as well. Feeling a pillow under my arm, I knew what I had to do to save myself. I had to figure out some way to get the pillow over my eyes. It seemed simple in concept, but moving my body felt like the worst idea in the world. What choice did I have, though? It was either move my body or lay there while my brain slowly melted under the red glow. Mustering every bit of strength I had, I rolled over, covering my eyes with my pillow. It was as bad as I thought it would be. How did I catch the flu so quickly? What did I even do yesterday? My mind lingered on that question a little longer. What did I do yesterday? It all felt like a blur. I remembered going to work. Crap. What day is it? It's Thursday. I need to get to work. What time is it? As much as it hurt, I whipped away my pillow and opened my eyes in search of my bedside clock. It felt like daggers were being stabbed into the back of my skull. Despite that, I focused on the numbers on my bedside clock. It read 10:37. Damn it. I was late for work. Ripping my sheets off of me, I jumped out of bed and immediately landed face first on the floor. It wasn't so much of a belly flop as it was crumpling onto the ground under the severe pull of gravity. Whose idea was gravity anyway? Whoever it was deserved to be shot. The person who invented cold tile floors, though, that person deserved my firstborn child. Oh my God, it felt so good. But no. I had to focus. I needed to get into work. So I fought my way to my feet and dragged myself into the bathroom. Standing over the sink, the world swayed. That's when it hit me. The day before, I had gone with Duke Bradon to his birthday party, and I had drunk my body weight in alcohol. That's right. I didn't have the flu. I was hungover. Or maybe I was still drunk. In either case, the events of the night were slowly coming back to me, and although I couldn't remember everything, I had a feeling that it was really important for me to get into work. Something about a flower or something. Man, I could not remember the details of last night. So instead of wasting precious energy trying, I put everything I had into making myself look presentable and not like a wet rag. By 10:50, I was as good as I was going to look, and headed out the door. Checking for my keys and purse, I opened the door and froze at what I saw. Olive, how was your night with the governor? Was it what you hoped? A guy with a camera asked as he pushed it in my face. What the hell was going on? Why were camera people waiting outside my door? And there wasn't just one. There were 3 of them who looked like they had been there for a while. Was it as good as you said it would be? Another cameraman yelled. When did I say that my night with the governor would be good? I don't remember that at all. I pushed past them looking for my car. Had I driven the night before? I closed my eyes to remember. No, I hadn't. I knew where my car was. Rushing towards it, the first reporter asked me again, "Come on, give us one of your great quotes." How was your night with the governor? One of my great quotes? What was he talking about? I didn't know. But now, feeling a little less frazzled by everything and wanting to be rid of them, I said, I had a great night with the governor. In your experience, do you think Governor Bradon would make a great president? Yeah, he would make a great president, I told him, saying whatever I had to stop them from following me. Did you decide that after last night? I decided last night. I decided the day before that. Governor Bradon would be great at anything he tries. Oh, I love it, the reporter replied. Thanks, Olive. You have a good day. With that, the reporters dropped back and I continued to my car by myself. What had just happened? And what had I said that made it suddenly stop? It was like I had entered some crazy alternate universe where people cared about what I said. Did something happen last night that I didn't remember? It must have, right? And how worried should I be? Finding my car, I raced to work and scurried into the campaign headquarters. This morning, there were twice as many people as there had ever been. And as soon as I entered, every face looked up from their computer and stared at me. They were in unison. Had pod people taken over their bodies? Was that why everyone was acting so weird? Was I going to have to start cutting off people's heads? Putting aside my plans for the alien apocalypse, I hurried to my desk trying to hide. Eventually, everyone looked away. I thought the craziness was over until Tilly burst out of her office and locked her eyes on me. The pod people were again engaged. They stared at her until she said, "Olive, can I see you in here?" In which case they turned and stared at me. Making sure not to turn my back on the aliens, I got up and slithered into Tilly's small office. "Sit," she said, lowering the blinds on her door's window. I sat and then watched her closely for the alien that would pop out of her chest. Up to the point she sat down, it didn't happen, but I was going to keep my eye on her. "So, did you have fun last night?" "Did I have fun last night?" That's right, she was probably the one to set up my night with Duke. "Yeah, it was great, as far as I can remember." "As far as you can remember?" "Things are a little hazy," I explained. "Well, maybe this will jog your memory," Tilly said before typing on her computer and turning the screen towards me. Seeing it, all of the blood rushed out of my hungover face. On the front page of the LA Times was a picture of Duke and me with our arms around each other. The headline read, "Governor promises to do people's work with a new girlfriend on his birthday." New girlfriend? I stammered, having no clue what to say. "Relax, you're not in trouble. As far as the campaign is concerned, this is good press. It presents the governor as relatable yet sexy. We can work with that. But I need to know, did you say any more than this? Did you talk to anyone else after this?" "I don't know. No, I think." "You think?" "I mean, maybe. I can't remember," I said, mortified I had blacked out so much. "Well, if you did, I guess we'll find out soon enough. I have an alert set up so anytime someone posts something about him, I get a bing," Tilly said, gesturing toward her phone, just before it binged. Tilly paused and then checked her phone. Reading aloud, she said, "Wild night leads new girlfriend to claim governor would make a great president." I was ready to pass out hearing it. "I didn't say that." Tilly looked back at her phone. "In the picture, you're wearing exactly what you're wearing now," she said, showing me. "Damn. Friggin' paparazzi." "Okay, I might have said that, but I didn't mean that. He asked me if I thought he would make a great president, and I just said yes. We're going to need to rein this in. Whatever your relationship is with the governor is your business. Do you hear me?" she said suggestively. "It is between you and the governor, and that is where it has to stay. Do you understand?" What was she talking about? I didn't understand. "Say it." "My relationship with the governor will stay between us. But I promise you, I don't remember anything that happened. I don't even remember taking the picture with Duke." "Duke?" Tilly asked, surprised. "I mean, the governor." "No. To you, he should be Duke. But I can't be involved. You and the governor should work out whatever details there might be. For that, there is a car outside waiting to take you to him. I guess we now have to worry about some photographer following you." Photographers could be following me? What, you've never been in a celebrity relationship before? Do I look like someone who has been in a celebrity relationship before? I asked, pointing out my plus-size frame in case she had missed it. "Well, you're in a celebrity relationship now. So get used to it. Now, we'll see if we can sneak you out back so that you can have a few words with your new boyfriend." What the hell was going on? Why was everyone saying that I was the governor's new girlfriend? Sure, the two of us had chemistry when we spoke on the phone, and even when he came to pick me up for our non-date. But girlfriend? Where did that come from? With Tilly in full stealth mode, she made a call arranging for someone to pull into the alley. After, she led me out of her office and into the break room. "Everyone back to work," she ordered when the pod people stared at us. Crossing the hallway to the emergency exit, she bumped the metal door open and we again entered the glaring sunlight. "I'll text you where to take her," Tilly said to the driver as she ushered me into the black town car. "If you don't mind getting down, ma'am," the driver said, encouraging me to hide. How had this become my life? What had happened between the last things I remembered, which was getting into this car headed to the party, and this morning? Once we had taken enough turns and had entered the highway, the driver spoke again. You can get up now, the baby-faced redhead said, allowing me to crawl up from behind the front seat. Can I mention how less fun this was because of my hangover? Excuse me, I said, requesting the 20-something driver's name. Jim. Hi, Jim, can you tell me where we're going? I was only given an address, ma'am. Oh, okay. Can you tell me how far it is? It looks like 10 minutes, he said, officially giving me 10 minutes to freak out. What had I gotten myself into? Why couldn't I remember any of it? How could I have been so stupid as to do something that would land me on the front page and have no recollection of why? Also, can't a girl at least get a muffin before facing her doom? When was the last time I ate anything? 2007? Wait, was that why I felt so awful? Gum? The driver asked, coming to my rescue. Gum wasn't going to do it, but it would be a start. How about a pack? I asked, deciding what the first thing I would do wherever we were going. It turned out that where we were going wasn't the governor's mansion like I had suspected. It was an incredible, sprawling, Mediterranean-styled mansion in the suburbs. Where the hell was I? And why did it seem vaguely familiar? Ma'am, the driver said, pulling up out front. I got out of the car and looked around. The place was beautiful. The semicircular driveway was intricately designed with red brick. The lawn was so perfect it looked fake. And the flowers lining the yard made the place look like it should be in a magazine. After the car pulled away, the large wooden doors opened, drawing my attention. In it stood Duke Bradon, my new boyfriend. I approached him, not knowing what to say. But when I looked behind him and saw a guy who looked like he should be holding a sword on a movie poster, I froze. I know you, I said as memories rushed back. I pushed past Duke as if he wasn't there and entered the living room. I remembered shirts coming off. I hurried to and up the stairs. Upstairs, I followed the hallway to the far end and opened the door. Oh shit, I said, picturing two men f their brains out on the rumpled sheets. I turned around and found the men staring at me. The two had their arms around each other and smiles on their faces. Oh shit, I repeated as I remembered all of the crazy things I had said. Are you okay? Duke asked as my world began to spin. Can a girl get a muffin? I asked him before the two men looked at each other confused. Downstairs at the breakfast nook, I ate a spinach and cheese omelet Fury whipped up. He didn't look like the type to have kitchen skills, but the morning was full of surprises. It turned out that a man with ripple abs and a chiseled physique didn't have muffins sitting around. No one was perfect, I guess. As the surprisingly tasty breakfast slowly reduced my hangover, my circling thoughts slowed. What I had remembered was that, after being picked up at my place, Duke and I arrived at the party where he and I both ended up talking to the press. That's when I said the things that ended up making the news. After that, I remembered talking to the gorgeous chef's girlfriend. Wait, could that be right? If he had a girlfriend, what was he doing having sex with Duke? And wasn't the woman also Duke's ex? Whatever the deal was with her, I remembered her telling me that the two men were in love with each other, and that Duke would never reach his full potential until he came to grips with it. It was then that I decided to help Duke do that. Apparently, it worked. The question was, what happened after that? I remembered squeezing into Fury's sports car and coming here. I remembered them kissing their way to the bedroom, with a little encouragement from me. And then I remembered Fury f Duke like his life depended on it. But that's all I remembered. After that, I woke up at my place. Was what I remembered all that had happened? Had I passed out or just blacked out? Was there more to the night that involved me? And how did I end up at home? Feeling better? Fury asked me as he sat across from me with his hand on Duke's knee and Duke's hand on his. Wow. It was like the two of them couldn't keep their hands off one another. Had last night really been the first time they had been together? The two were looking like they were deeply in love. And if they were, why was I here? I'm feeling a little better, thanks, I told them with a faint smile. I could not tell that you were drunk last night. How much did you drink? Duke said to my surprise. I think it's less about how much I drank and more about how little I ate, I explained. Ah. That makes sense. That would also explain some of the things you said, Duke said with a smile. Heat passed through me as my heartbeat increased. What did I say? You said that Fury told you that he wanted to get me naked and give me a gift. Did I? I said, knowing that I had. Yeah, Fury replied. And you told me that Duke wanted to grab a drink and see what happens, he said with a smile. Really? That doesn't sound like me. That totally sounded like me. That's what you said, Fury confirmed. And I checked with Duke this morning. He didn't say any of that. And Fury didn't say any of the things you told me he did, Duke confirmed. Huh. That's weird, I said, quickly filling my mouth with eggs. I wasn't sure what I was supposed to say to that. Then you're welcome, I guess? I didn't know how that was going to go over, but both men laughed. They were way too happy to protest. Yeah, I guess thank you is in order, Duke said. So it worked out? I asked, still not sure if I had joined in on their fun times or not. It worked out, Fury confirmed. I can't tell you how long I've been wanting to do that, he said, staring at Duke lovingly. You two enjoyed last night? I asked, fishing for clues for if I was involved. Last night. This morning? Fury said with a smile. This morning? Yeah. After I dropped you off, I went back to the governor's mansion, got about 2 hours of sleep, and then decided that where I truly wanted to be was in his bed. So I came back here and we picked up from where we left off, Duke said, blushing. From where you left off? I asked, wondering if that meant that I hadn't been involved. Yeah, Duke confirmed. And now there's a problem. A problem? What happened? I asked, finishing breakfast and pushing away the empty plate. I always knew how I felt about Fury. I knew it from the day he comforted me in the locker room when we were 16. But the reason why I never gave in to my feelings was I thought that once I did, I would never be able to let him go. I saw myself become president one day. It was all I ever dreamed about. But Americans aren't ready for a gay man in the White House, Duke said soberly. First of all, do you really think that there's never been a gay president? I asked. Abraham Lincoln shared a bed with another man for years before he met his wife. Do you think there was just a shortage of beds back then? What? Fury asked, surprised. Is that true? Yeah. That's what they say, Duke confirmed. As a guy in my position, it's not something you forget. I didn't know that, Fury said, slipping closer to Duke and intertwining his arm with his lover's. I said, so maybe people will accept you if you were honest with them about who you are. No, Duke said confidently. We've run endless polls on this. You and Tilly? I asked, wondering if her strange behavior around me was because she knew about Duke. Yeah. Tilly and me. She's been very helpful in keeping things under wraps. She was the one who introduced me to Penelope. And she found me? I asked curiously. Yeah. She found you, he confirmed. So I'm just a beard? Being honest, you were supposed to be. I was thinking that the party would be a test run. If things worked out, then maybe more things would be possible. But never did I imagine that the night would end up like it did. It turns out that you couldn't be anticipated. I see. So what does that mean? I'm not sure what that means. But I guess I have to ask if you seeing the two of us together freaks you out. Freaks me out? Wasn't I the one who made this happen? Yes, but as you said, you had had a bit to drink at the time. True. But no. It doesn't freak me out at all. I actually think it's kind of hot, I said, starting to feel a lot better. Okay, Duke said, turning to the man draped on his arm. So, we had an idea. You can think of it as a different way to work on the campaign, Fury added. How would you like to be the First Lady of the United States? Duke asked devilishly. I froze. I wasn't ready for that. What do you mean? I mean, I don't think that America is ready for an openly gay president. So I need my Mary Todd Lincoln. She's Abraham Lincoln's wife. I know. Okay. So what do you think? Do you want to live in the White House? Does that mean that you will definitely be running for president? I asked him with my mind swirling with possibilities. I've been running for president since I was 12 years old, Duke said, revealing a bit of the weight on his shoulders. And what would I have to do? Just do what you did last night. Look stunning, charm the press, and be you. Charm the press? There is no one who could have handled them better than the way you did. You're a natural with them. And I think together we could make one hell of a team. What do you say? Would you like to be the most loved woman in the country? Duke asked, shaking me to my core.
Chapter 4. Duke. Do you know that feeling when your stomach's churning like a washing machine? Your arms feel like they should be shaking, but they're not. Maybe you feel a little dizzy or disconnected from the world, and it makes you want to hold on to something to stay upright. Well, that's how I feel right now. Weirdly enough, it's not because of anything bad is happening. Quite the opposite. It's because of the problem I have been worrying about since the first time I got hard staring at a male classmate might finally be solved. I've wanted to be president since I was 8 years old. The first time I thought about it was the night my father and I watched the presidential election together. My father and I were never close. The best description I could use to describe our relationship involved him not giving a shit. I always thought I was the problem because he clearly didn't want to be a father. So that election night when he came to me and said, "You gotta watch this." And then he invited me to sit next to him on the couch as he cheered as the results came in. It was the greatest night of my life. Before that night, I saw my father as the soulless man who dragged himself home every night and drank himself to sleep on the couch. He had left us long before he moved out and never came back. But that night, as the newscasters turned states from toss-ups to leaning blue or red, he was alive. Watching this made him happy. The man who I had only seen smile a handful of times in my life was all smiles the entire night, and it had nothing to do with alcohol. I wanted that. I wanted to be able to make him smile like that. Even then, I knew that becoming president would be the hardest thing in the world to do, so I made a list of what I would have to do to get it. Back then the list included things like buy a suit and make signs, but as I learned more, so did my list. The thought that I could be gay began to haunt me when I turned 12 years old. Puberty is a hell of an experience when you're trying to be a perfect child. You can't control what you dream about. And the first time I dreamed that I was eating a can of Vienna sausages, I had a feeling something was up. If you've never had them, the best way of describing Vienna sausages would be as 7 little penises in a can. And in my dream, I was eating them uncomfortably, knowing that I shouldn't, but unable to stop. That was also the first time I woke up in a cold sweat. Someone should have told me that wasn't considered a wet dream. It made for a very confusing adolescence. But even at 12 years old, I knew that if I wanted to be president, I was going to have to push down any gay thought I had. No one liked gays. Not my classmates who flung around the word gay like a slur. Not my father who would look at gay people with disgust that made me want to throw up. No, if I wanted to have any shot at winning the longest long shot in the world, I would have to pretend none of my feelings were real. And I would have to push them so deep that they could never slip out. It was something I managed to do for a long time. Nothing had changed it. When my father took off and never came back, I didn't lapse. When the boys were forced to shower together for the first time after gym, it didn't sneak out. And when I joined the football team and met the most handsome boy I had ever seen in my life, nothing changed. It wasn't until I cried in the locker room after my father's death, and that handsome boy consoled me, that something threatened to rattle loose. I couldn't fight it back anymore. Mine wasn't a very loving household, so to have someone be there for me as I cried uncontrollably robbed me of my will to resist. Without even knowing me very well, he sat next to me and put his arm around me, pulling me into his shoulder. He was the first person I was ever naked in front of. Not physically, but emotionally. And my heart had ached for him every day since. I wasn't about to let some gay boy fantasy derail me from what I saw as my destiny, though. How could I? I knew I was going to be the President of the United States. I just knew it. And everything in my life was lining up for exactly that. I was the top student in my middle school, which allowed me to get a scholarship to one of the fanciest prep schools in New York. There I joined the football team, and although I didn't grow up throwing the pigskin around with my dad, I worked my way up to becoming the star quarterback. After being at the top of my class and leading my high school team to a victory at the national championships, I received a scholarship to Harvard. And while becoming editor of the prestigious Harvard Law Review, I led Harvard's football team to only its 13th championship in 150 years. None of this happened by luck. It was my hard work that got me everything I had achieved. And the hardest of them all was playing the role of the perfect heterosexual guy, when Fury was the only one I could ever love. If you think that's not hard work, then you don't know what pain is. My father didn't raise a crier, but there were days that I thought I would go insane from anguish. I would cut myself, drink myself an inch away from alcohol poisoning, and dance on the edge of death trying to deal with what I felt, but there was never a moment anyone caught me without a smile. So, when I say that I have sacrificed everything to become President of the United States, I mean everything. Yet in one night, a curvy girl who had one drink too many managed to ravel it all. Maybe I shouldn't blame her. I could never deny how much I wanted it. It had to be Olive's urging to give myself one night. It seemed so reasonable at the time. If I gave myself a single night to purge out everything that has been backed up for so long, wouldn't it give me the strength to do it for another 35 years? Sadly, that wasn't the way it worked. Kissing the man I had been blindly in love with for half of my life destroyed the dam that had been holding back the ocean. From the moment our naked flesh pressed against each other, I could barely breathe when I didn't feel his touch. What was I to do? Was I supposed to give up on my destiny? Was I just supposed to walk away from everything I had worked for now that I was so close? There was no way I could do that. So instead, I needed to find someone I could hide under. And who better than the woman who brought the rain? So, what do you say? Do you want to be the most loved woman in the country? I asked Olive, who sat there with a confused look. This wasn't in the job's description, she said, causing fury in me to chuckle. I think it's probably better if we don't think of this as a paid internship, I said with a smile. Okay, but what would be my benefits package? She said suggestively. How was I supposed to answer that? What are you looking for? Because being First Lady already comes with dental. Well, I guess what I'm asking is, how would this thing work? She said, pointing at the three of us. What do you mean? I said, not wanting to concede anything until I knew what she was asking. I mean, would I move in with you? If I do, are you going to leave every night to come here? It's not like I know anyone in this town. I would just be sitting at your place alone every night. In all of my lustful exuberating, I hadn't considered that. That really wouldn't be fair to her. And because everyone now knew her as my girlfriend, she couldn't even go to bars to meet friends without it ending up on social media with a question about the status of our relationship. Well, you would come here with me, of course, I said, feeling Fury's eyes turn to me. I would. Of course, I confirmed. And you would be okay with that, Fury? I mean, why not? Besides, last night was pretty fun. Right. Last night. Olive said, drifting off into thought. Had she not enjoyed what had happened between us the night before? It would be a little heartbreaking if she hadn't. Last night was most of the reason why Fury and I had come up with the idea. So, I would come here with you when you visited Fury. Would that be every time you came here, or just now and again? How about most of the time? I suggested, knowing that Fury and I might want some time alone. And going out to eat? Taking vacations. You'd be there, I told her. So I would be a part of this, and not just a beard. She asked wisely. It was my turn to look at Fury. Our eyes met. We both knew what the other was thinking. We had tried something like this with Penelope. When things were crashing and burning between us, I told Fury about it, leaving out the details. I think he figured them out because he offered to take her off of my hands. Surprisingly, Penelope was okay with that. When she was transitioning from being my girlfriend to his, we kind of shared her. It didn't work because even with Fury taking on half of the burden, I still couldn't completely give her what she needed. I couldn't help it. Whenever I was with her, all I could think was that she wasn't Fury. For a while there, when they were together, Penelope seemed as happy as I had ever seen her, though. Having now been effed by Fury, I can understand why. That man is big. People say that it's not the size of the ship, but the motion of the ocean. But anyone who says that has never taken a luxury cruise. I guess good sex will only get you so far because, as of late, Penelope has been drinking more and more. It was hard to tell if the two of them were even still together. I did see Penelope leave early last night. And well, Fury did F me into next Tuesday. Man, I'm getting hard just thinking about it. No, you wouldn't just be a beard. It would be the three of us. We'd be like a couple, except Fury would sometimes have to lay low, I told her. Olive turned to Fury and stared at him curiously. And you'd be okay with this? What do you mean? Fury asked. I mean, you do love him, right? That's why you two are suggesting all of this. Fury paused and my heart stopped. We had only just begun. No one was ready to use the word love yet. Yeah, I love him. I've always loved him. I've loved him since the minute I saw his self-confident ass walk into the locker our freshman year. It took everything in me not to cry. I am not a crier, but the last 12 hours had been overwhelming. I already felt like I would explode from happiness. And after a lifetime of loneliness and pain, I was having a hard time containing myself. I didn't reply. So, if you're in love with him, are you going to be okay being his secret? Olive asked. I winced, feeling the cut near the nerve. Fury paused and looked down. He opened his mouth before anything came out. We all know what's important to Duke. He's never given me a reason to doubt it. So if this is the only way I can have him, then yes, I'm okay with it. I have to be. There is no way I would ever make him choose. The last 19 years tell us how that would turn out. So yeah, I can live with it. My heart clenched watching Fury's sadness. But he was right. Every day over the last 19 years, I had chosen the presidency. And as much as it would hurt me, if he made me choose, I would again choose it over Fury. My chest hurt even thinking that I might have to. But I know me. I would still do it. Wow. Olive said with her eyes flicking between Fury and me. That's commitment. And, speaking of commitment, does this deal come with a financial package past what I'm making with the campaign? This was where Fury perked up. For all of my political life, Fury has been my financial bagman. There was a financial incentive that helped Penelope walk away from us so graciously. And from what I could tell, the payment wasn't small. Yes. This would, of course, remain completely separate from the campaign. I would be taking care of it. But you would be living at the governor's mansion, and Duke would pay when you traveled or ate with him. But on top of that, I think $250,000 a year for as long as it lasts would be fair. Don't you? Olive didn't bother to hide her shock. Holy shit. What, too much? Fury joked. No. I mean. She gathered herself. I think that would be acceptable. So you'll do it? I asked, feeling my body shake with anticipation. Olive smiled. I'll do it. It was then that I could no longer hold it back. I cried. I couldn't believe that after all of these years, I had gotten what I had dreamed about for so long. I fell into Fury's arms and let it all out. I was inconsolable. My body heaved in convulsion, knowing that I would never again have to let Fury go. This had to be the greatest day of my life. With Olive on board, I knew that my team was finally in place. I was going to be the President of the United States. I knew the steps necessary to get there. Now I just had to follow them. Step 1 on that path was putting in some FaceTime with the voters. So when I was able to pull myself together, I called Tilly and had her set up as much as possible. It would be a pre-campaign announcement tour. I was a young incumbent governor. Of course I was going to run again. There was no surprise there. But by touring the state, I would remind the voters why they voted for me the last time. And who knows, maybe while doing it I'll discover that issue that I can build my campaign around. Messaging is very important in a campaign. Sure, everyone knows what my policies are. I'm the governor of a moderate left-leaning state. So I needed a clear, concise campaign issue that appeared to reveal something new about me and inspired the voters to go to the polls. With our threesome just finding our footing, we all slept in our separate beds that night. I couldn't wait to get back into Fury's, but we had to do this right if we wanted it to work in the long run. No one should be able to notice how many nights I was spending there by myself. So, first Olive had to move into the governor's mansion. And then the two of us could spend time away together, especially if it was at a key donor's house. Governor, I was booking your hotel for your trip to San Diego. I was wondering, should I request 2 queen-size beds or 1 king? Tilly asked on her morning campaign call. She had asked a good question. At the governor's mansion, Olive would have her own room. Governors and presidents regularly had their own bedrooms. In fact, the basketball player Dennis Rodman once told a story about the then First Lady, who told him that she had a poster of him up in her bedroom. The part one heard the loudest was that the First Lady had her own bedroom. But the question was, how were Olive and I going to interact when we were away from home? 2 queens would be fine, I told Tilly, not seeing a reason to do otherwise. Are you sure, Governor? There will be people who have access to your room, and there is no guarantee they'll be friendly. Tilly was talking about reporters and campaign spies. It didn't happen often, but there were a few ambitious folks out there who would stop at nothing to find something valuable. I'm sure. If necessary, we'll float the idea that I snore. It's embarrassing enough that no one will doubt it. If you're sure. I am, I told her, ending the call and getting back to work. I had to admit that focusing on anything other than Fury's naked body was hard. Especially when the most important thing on the agenda was finding money in the budget to update stop signs to make them 7% more reflective. Why 7% more? Because we had already spent $2 million on a study that showed that 7% more reflective stop signs reduced accidents by 4% and resulted in 20 fewer deaths a year. Yeah, compare that to Fury's rippling body and weaken the knees member. How was a gay governor expected to get any work done at all? No wonder there has never been a gay president. So, when are you moving in? I asked Olive when I met her for lunch. We went to a cafe overlooking the river. It was a popular spot, guaranteeing that we would be seen. Yet the place was spacious enough that we could still have a private conversation. When do you need me there? Olive asked professionally. I chuckled. Need? I hadn't thought about it like that. I don't know when I need you there. When would be a good time for you? I'm just not looking forward to packing everything up again. I just got everything unpacked, she said with playful frustration. I laughed. I could see your dilemma. Then, how about if I come over and help you? I suggested, surprising myself. You. But aren't you busy running the state or something? I can come over after work, I said with a smile. Huh. I guess I was thinking that the governor's work is never done. I always pictured you at your desk working late into the night, for the people. I laughed. For the people, huh? Well, that picture isn't entirely wrong. But now that I have someone in my life, I reached across the table and rested my hand on hers. I guess I have a reason to have a life. I could feel the eyes on me as I rested my hand on Olive's. If we were lucky, there would also be a few pictures taken. We were going to need more social validation if we were going to sell this as a whirlwind romance. Olive looked at me with the proper amount of sparkle in her eyes and smiled. She was playing the part to perfection, and I appreciated it. I couldn't imagine a more perfect person to play the role of my girlfriend. She wasn't going to be hard to spend time with. Also, as a bonus, I enjoyed it when she smiled. I could never muster feelings like that for Penelope. When I was with her, I mostly just died a little inside. But with Olive, it was different. Why was that? I could move into the mansion this weekend if you want. Would that work? Oh, didn't Tilly tell you? Tell me what? Seeing that Tilly hadn't, I let go of Olive's hand and sat up. This weekend will be our first scheduled campaign trip together. Oh. She didn't say. Is there anything I'm supposed to prepare? No, I don't think so. We'll just be meeting with the mayor and touring a desalination plant in San Diego. It'll be boring, but it's for the people, I said with manufactured enthusiasm. Okay, sure. I'm up for that. Olive paused and then looked at me with a glint in her eyes. Hey, isn't there a nude beach there? I froze. As governor, I have been asked a lot of questions about my state. Never have I been asked that one. Maybe. Why do you ask? Have you ever been to a nude beach? I stared at Olive. Has a guy who has been running for president since age 12 ever been to a nude beach? No, I don't think I have. Wait, have you? Olive gave me a devilish smile. No. But I've always wanted to. Now that I'm going to be First Lady, does it mean that I will never be able to? Or, do you think you'll ever take me? You are familiar with the little invention called the camera, right? I know, but seeing you naked might bring in the young vote, she said, blushing. I'm not sure you know the way politics work yet, I said gently. I guess. But you can't expect me to keep my clothes on every minute of every day, she said flirtatiously. I liked it. Her facial expressions were going to portray us as having a fun, sexy relationship. I'm not expecting you to remain clothed all of the time. In fact, I can think of one time in particular that I want you naked. Yeah, and when is that? She said, leaning closer to me. I leaned towards her, knowing that it would make a fantastic picture. I couldn't believe how good Olive was at this. Her instincts were spot on. If I have to say, then I must be doing something wrong, I said suggestively. That's not an answer, she said with a smile. Then I guess I'll just have to show you once you move in. That's the way to get a girl excited about a move. Sign me up for some of that, she said, as if she wanted me to take her on the table in front of everyone. God, did I love working with her. Olive couldn't have been a better choice. After a flirtatious lunch, I told Olive that I would help her pack her stuff the following night. My thought was that if the press saw her move in before the weekend, then us spending time with Fury in San Diego wouldn't be a big deal. My God, I couldn't wait to touch him again. Just thinking about it made me harder than I thought possible. You really don't have that much stuff, I told Olive after I arrived with an armful of flattened boxes. Oh wow, you came prepared, Olive said, surprised. Yeah. I didn't know if you would need any, but I thought it would be a good look. You don't have to tell the press what you're doing if you show them. Is there press outside? Olive said, moving to a window. There's always press outside. Even if you don't see them, you have to live life like you know they're there. Wow. That's kind of sad, Olive said to my surprise. Sad? Why? Because it means that you can never be free to be yourself. It means you have to second-guess everything you do. Is that really the way you live? It's not that bad. You learn to get used to it. Don't you ever wish you could just let loose and do something the voters won't approve of? It's a privilege to have the trust of the voters, I told her. You know you already have my vote, right? She said with a laugh. What do you mean? I mean, you're talking like the press is also listening. Wait, do you think someone bugged my place? She said, looking around. I laughed. No. That would be some next-level shit. No one cares that much yet. Then why are you talking to me like I'm a constituent? Was I? I asked, confused. It's a privilege to have the trust of the voters, she said, imitating my voice. Is that what I sound like? Is that what I sound like? She said, doing it again. Okay. I don't sound like that. And serving as governor is a privilege. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that it can't get tiresome, does it? I mean, having to perform like that all day, every day. I mean, don't you just want to go crazy and do whatever you want sometimes? I stared at Olive, trying not to feel what she was saying. Did it get tiring always holding myself back, always being afraid that I will say the wrong thing or smile at Fury in a way that reveals who I am and strips me of my dreams? Of course. It was my greatest nightmare, and having to hide it was slowly peeling away my humanity, leaving me aching and raw to the world. But it was what I had to do. It was the sacrifice I had to make. And it would never change. I get to do what I want all of the time. I'm the governor, I said with a practiced smile. Okay. If you insist. But I just want you to know that if you ever wanted to let me in, I promise not to hurt you. I tried not to react, but her words made me want to run out of her house screaming. A long time ago, I had made a deal with the devil. As long as I stuffed all of my emotions deep down, I could pretend they didn't exist. Olive's words felt like her trying to unlock the door to hell. But if those demons ever got out, I knew the horrors they unleashed would be endless. Thank you, but I'm fine, I said, hoping she would drop the subject. As I look around now, it doesn't look like this will take that long. I got rid of most of my stuff before I moved here, she explained. That makes things easy. I was picturing this being an epic journey. No. It shouldn't take too long. What do you think? Is this a wine moment? Is it ever not a wine moment? I asked, saying what I knew she wanted to hear. The truth was that I wasn't much of a drinker. Until that moment, I had forgotten why. But all of Olive's prodding had reminded me. I had sworn to stop drinking in fear that I would lose control and let a demon escape. I always had to be vigilant. I could never let my guard down for a second. I then wondered what else I had sacrificed, only to forget why. You know what? You don't have to skimp on filling it up, I told her, loosening my grip on that control. All right. Way to loosen up, Governor, she said teasingly. And although I knew she was just playing around, I couldn't help but feel something significant was happening. What it was, I couldn't be sure. Although I had come over to help, Our night mostly consisted of Olive packing and me keeping her company. If we were going to pretend to be in a relationship, I probably needed to find out what I could about her. Turns out that she was an only child. Although her parents were still together, it didn't sound like they were happy. And although Olive was undeniably smart, for whatever reason, she was always helping other people to succeed. I wasn't going to complain about that. People like me needed people like her. Not everyone was built to lead. It was better when those who weren't accepted it. It seemed like Olive had. When she asked me about my past, I gave her the headlines. I was raised by a single mother, but I didn't let it stop me from going to the best school in the country and running the largest state in the nation. It was the only thing she really needed to know about me. It was the only thing anyone ever needed to know about me. No one really wanted to hear what living with a father who was slowly drinking himself to death did to me. Or what it was like after he left me and my mother to pursue his drinking full-time. How did you get that? Olive asked me as she poured me another glass of wine. Get what? That on your finger, she said, slipping my index finger between hers. I looked down at my finger. She was referring to the scar across the side of it. It's a bread-cutting injury. A what? She said with a chuckle. It's a bread-cutting injury. You know, it's one of those, I joked. Refilling her glass, she curled up by my side on the couch. It might have been the wine, but I liked having her next to me. I don't understand. How does someone get a scar that size cutting bread? It's actually a funny story. I think I was 13 years old. My mother was at work, and I was making myself something to eat. I took out the bread to cut a few slices, and while I was cutting it, the loaf tipped and the knife caught me right here, I said, pointing to scar. That thing did not want to stop bleeding, I said with a chuckle. As interesting as I thought the story was, I second-guessed myself when I turned to Olive to find her staring at me confused. You said the bread tipped. How does bread tip? It was a loaf of white bread that wasn't sliced. But why would the loaf tip? It was stale, I explained. How stale was it? It was pretty stale. I probably could have used it as a weapon if I had to, I said jokingly. So, the bread was so stale that you couldn't even get the knife through it? Yeah. Then why were you eating it? I wanted to make a sandwich, I explained, unsure why she still looked confused. But you said the bread was stale. Why would you try to make a sandwich with stale bread? That was when I froze. After a second, I looked down at the wine. This was why I didn't drink. I hadn't thought the story all the way through. Of course, that was the next question. Why would a kid knowingly try to slice bread that was so hard that a knife couldn't cut it? I thought it would taste like French bread, I told her, counting down the seconds before I could leave without it relating back to her question. Huh. Did it? Olive asked, resting her head on my shoulder and putting her hand on my chest. Did it what? Did it taste like French bread? I wouldn't know. I was too busy bleeding over everything. Poor baby, Olive said, snuggling closer. I survived it, I said, deciding it had been enough time. I should probably go. Listen, if you want, I can hire someone to load all of your stuff onto a truck for you. Also, the mansion is furnished. So, I don't know if you're going to want to put this stuff into storage somewhere, I said, getting up. Oh, you're going? The people's work never sleeps, I said with a forced smile. Like a true politician, she said nebulously. I didn't want to know what that meant. She was like a witch in her ability to disarm me, and I didn't want to give her another chance. What was it about her? I didn't know, but I knew I wasn't going to figure it out tonight. And one day, hopefully, a president, I reminded her. Of course you can't forget that, she said with an empty smile. Anyway, I don't know how helpful I was, but it looks like you got everything done. You kept me company. That was helpful enough, she said genuinely. I'm glad, I said, standing by the door as she sat. I wasn't sure why I stood there instead of just leaving, but I did. Okay. Good night, I said after she didn't leave the couch. Sleep well, she said as I opened the door and left. Walking back to my car, my mind raced thinking about what had just happened. How did she keep getting me to lower my guard? It was because of her that I opened myself up to being with Fury. And this time, she got me to go to a place and time I swore I would do everything I could to forget. I was going to have to be more careful around Olive in the future. I couldn't let her or anyone distract me from my goals. I had already gotten so far. I couldn't stumble now that I was so close. Deciding that I would not let my guard down like that again, I went home and worked. I had to learn everything I could about desalination plants, as well as memorizing the resume of the local officials I was about to meet. I also had to put some work into my campaign announcement speech. So far, it wasn't going to turn any heads. I still needed a re-election issue I could base my campaign on. Until I had that, I was dead in the water. That night I dreamed of Fury. In it, we were back in the locker room in high school. But instead of just putting his arm around me like what happened, he kissed me. In my dream, the kiss filled me with everything from ecstasy to terror about what it meant about me and my goals. The dream was as unnerving as my waking life. But awake, at least I had San Diego to look forward to. Away from the capital, we could be together again. The thought of it made me brick hard. My D hurt from the pressure. How had I become this sex-craved gay guy? I barely recognized myself, but I knew I couldn't escape it if I tried. Distracting myself with work and Olive's move into the mansion, I counted down the minutes until I could be with Fury again in San Diego. The plan was for Olive and me to go down on Friday afternoon and have dinner with the mayor that night. Fury would fly down Saturday day, and after all of my appointments were done, Olive and I would meet with him that evening. The night would then be ours. Thinking about it made my face flush. I was a schoolboy in love. Fury had been my first true love, and denying it for so long would sometimes make it too hard to breathe. Yet, as a public figure, I knew there was always a camera on me. I had to smile and pretend that everything was all right. Having to hide who I was for so long was starting to disconnect me from my humanity. But not anymore. Now I woke up feeling alive. I had never been happier in my life. "What do you mean you can't come?" I asked Fury, sitting in a hotel bed while Olive was in the bathroom. "I'm sorry, I can't. There's a problem with the family trust and I need to fly back to New York to deal with it." "Can't you postpone it? I was really looking forward to seeing you again. I don't know how much longer I can wait." "I feel exactly the same way. I've wanted this for so long. Don't you think I would prefer to be beside you, making love to you tonight instead of this?" "Believe me, I wouldn't be going if I didn't have to," Fury said with sadness in his voice. I need you, Fury," I said, unable to hide it anymore. "It's hard for me to breathe without you. I can't be the man everyone wants me to be without you," I said, knowing it was true. "We'll be together soon. I promise. You can do this. I know it because you're Duke Bradon. You can do anything." "I've seen it," he said with a smile in his voice. I wanted to believe him, so I did. "Okay. Well, do what you need to do," I told him, feeling my chest clench, longing for his touch. "I promise, when you get back to Sacramento, I'll be there and you will spend the night in my arms." His words weren't much, but it was all I had to hold me together, so I took them. I was a fire hydrant of emotions. It was all overwhelming. Perhaps I should never have let them out. But now that they tore me apart as they escaped. "I heard your conversation. Are you all right?" Olive asked, exiting the bathroom. I looked at her, unable to say a word. I opened my mouth to speak, and instead I burst into tears. It was humiliating. As she sat on the bed next to me and wrapped her arms around me, I tried to explain myself. "I don't know why I'm crying. This isn't me," I told her through my sobs. "This isn't me," I implored as my convulsions robbed me of speech. As much as I warned myself about her, Olive was incredibly kind to me in that moment. As I embarrassed myself in a pathetic loss of control, she laid me onto the bed and held me. I can't tell you how good it felt to have her arms around me. It wasn't enough to get me to stop crying, but it helped. 30 minutes went by without either of us moving or saying a word. "I can't imagine what you think of me," I said, needing to break the silence. "I think the world of you," she replied mercifully. I knew that couldn't be the case, having seen what she had, but it was a kind response. "I promise you that this isn't me." "Why?" "Because you don't have emotions." "Of course I do. Everyone does, right?" I asked, not sure if I believed that everyone did. Certainly, my father didn't. "And sure, Normal people were subject to these pathetic emotions. But the great people, the people who changed the world, they weren't. They couldn't be. For great people, the stakes are too high. Maybe I didn't have what it took to be great. Maybe my father was right. Maybe I was just a weak, pathetic child who no one loved. Everyone has emotions, Olive said with a lighted-hearted chuckle. Olive, what if I don't have what it takes? What if I'm not strong enough to do what I have to do? Olive was quiet for a moment before demanding my attention. Look at me. When I didn't, she said it again. Duke, look at me. Giving in, I rolled over, allowing our foreheads to touch. I could still barely get myself to look at her. I was too ashamed at my display. Thankfully, what I had mustered was enough. Duke, you are the most amazing person I have ever met. You're already a historic figure. You were the youngest governor ever. There is no one in this world who doesn't love you. You're going to accomplish everything you want to. And you're going to do it because Duke Bradon doesn't let anything stop him, she said with a gentle smile. Olive's words brought my eyes to hers. They were so kind and supportive that it filled me with warmth. Who was this woman I had stumbled upon in my quest to have it all? Was she just a happy accident? I didn't even know women like her existed. Staring into her eyes, there was a part of me that wanted to kiss her. I didn't. That would have been too weird. As much as I had always wished I wasn't that type of man. It had been my greatest shame. But I knew who I was now, and I didn't want to confuse things. So instead I wrapped my arms around her and pulled her closer to me. Happy accident or not, I could see the value of having her in my life. And tonight she was exactly what I needed. Did you know that San Diego has a nude beach? Olive said to me as I held her in my arms. I chuckled. You don't say. Yeah, someone told me that recently. I'm sure you got it from a good source. We should go check it out, she said innocently. I paused, unsure what to say. She had to be kidding, right? We had gone over this. I was the governor. Besides that, it was? I looked over at the clock on the nightstand. No, this was her joking. We could go right now. It's dark out. No one will ever see us. It could be the perfect crime, she said, as if she wasn't kidding. I'm sorry, have we met? Governor Duke Bradon. Nice to meet you, I replied, reciting a phrase I had said 1,000 times. Come on, why not? Olive said with building excitement. You're the governor, but why shouldn't you be able to do things that every other person in the state is allowed to do? How is that fair? It's probably not. Probably. She pushed. When was the last time you got to do something that regular people do? You've been governor since you were how old? 24. Since you were 24. And before that, you were the captain of the football team and something else, weren't you? I was editor of the Harvard Review. Right. Whatever that is. And when did you ever get the chance to just be a kid? When was the last time you drank too much at a party and made out with someone because they were cute? Did you ever get that chance? I mean, not really. Exactly. And soon you might become the most watched person in the world. If you become president, there will never be a moment when there aren't 50 eyes on you. If you don't do the crazy things now, before you get onto this never-ending treadmill, then you'll die not knowing what any of it is like. Do you really want that? Do you want to die not knowing what it's like to live a little? Goddamn. How did she keep doing that? How did she keep convincing me that the worst ideas for my career were the best things I could ever do? I don't know, Olive. That does not seem like a good idea, I said, trying to block out her logic. Is it? Or is it the best idea I've ever had? Think about it. If you did it tonight, you will always have it. You'll always be able to look back at the moment and say, that was a moment when you were truly alive. How could you pass that up? By remembering what it is that I've worked my entire life for, I explained, grasping onto my resistance. But what if we just went there anyway? We don't have to get naked or anything. We could just go for a walk on the beach. Wouldn't it be nice to get out and clear your head? Isn't that exactly what you need right now? She was right. A walk on the beach in the moonlight couldn't have sounded better. I needed to clear my head. And it wasn't like you were required to be naked. Besides, how many people would be out there at this time, even if it was still open to the public at this hour? The longer I thought about it, the better the idea sounded. Besides, we didn't have to do anything that I could end up regretting. Governors are allowed to go to beaches. Black's Beach is one of San Diego's most popular. As far as anyone knew, I would just be getting to know my state better. I can't believe I'm saying this, but you might be right, I told her. Olive pulled away to get a better look at me. Really? Yeah. Not about the getting naked part or anything. But a walk on the beach sounds really nice right now. Oh my God. Yes. I didn't actually think you would go for it. I was just taking a stab in the dark, she said gleefully. Well, you can be very persuasive, I said with a smile. Who knew? She replied with an innocent excitement that was hard to resist. Okay. Hold on. I'm going to need to get ready, she said, getting out of bed and scurrying into the bathroom. I wasn't sure what she was doing in there, but it certainly took a while. When she came out, she looked refreshed somehow. Knowing that women had a lot of rituals I had no clue about, I decided not to ask what she had been doing. You ready? She asked me, bubbling. Why not? I said, getting up. Are you going like that? What's wrong with what I'm wearing? I asked, looking down at my clothes. You look like you just got out of a corporate office, she explained. So, we're going to the beach. This wasn't on the agenda, I told her. I didn't exactly pack a swimsuit. So, you're saying that the only thing you brought was a suit and $150 loafers? Well, my shoes are a little more expensive than that. But why would I bring anything else? Okay, if this is going to work out between us, you are going to have to be prepared for anything, she told me with a playful smile. Noted, I replied, tickled by the prospect. So, what are we going to do about this? She said, eyeing me. I could probably pick up a pair of shorts somewhere. It's not that late. Olive's face exploded with joy. Now you're thinking. Look at you solving the people's problems. I see how you became governor, she said with a wink. I considered saying something lame back but stopped myself. It would have dampened the mood, and I didn't want that. Her energy was infectious. I wanted it to continue. So should we go? She asked before leading me out the door. Since our hotel was a few blocks from the Gaslight Quarter, we walked over and strolled the streets. This was the touristy part of town and quite nice. Being a Saturday night, a lot of people were around. If they recognized me, they didn't acknowledge it. And considering the emotional mess I was in, I appreciated not having to be in politician mode. Crossing in and out of clothing stores, we found what we were looking for when we entered a surf shop. Try these on. You would look so sexy in this, Olive said, holding up a pair of surf shorts. There was nothing special about them. They had basic color blocking and would probably reach my knees. But I did what I was told and stepped out of the changing room to show her. She catcalled me in response. It was embarrassing, but in a nice way. Keep them on. You'll wear them out. I looked at myself in the mirror. I was still wearing my dress shirt with it. I looked way more casual than I usually did. I didn't feel like myself. And honestly, it didn't feel bad. And these? Olive said, showing me a pair of flip-flops. Never in my life had I wore a pair of flip-flops. Even as a kid, I saw them as only appropriate for burnouts, hippies, and little girls. But in for a penny, in for a pound, right? Stepping back onto the streets, I felt like I was wearing a disguise. Now it made sense if people didn't recognize me because I didn't recognize myself. It was exhilarating. Again, Olive had been right. This was exactly what I needed. Do you want to grab something to eat? I asked her, not wanting our night to end. What I want is something to drink, she implored. I laughed. I think a restaurant would have that too. Finding a gastropub, we seated ourselves in the back and got comfortable. It was turning into a good night. Okay, no work talk tonight, Olive insisted before ordering 2 beers. You're gonna drink 2 beers? Olive laughed. First, yes, of course I am. And second, no. The other beer is for you. Oh, you know what, I probably shouldn't, I said, remembering how easily things could slip out if I did. Probably shouldn't, but really should, she said with a wink. I didn't bother to fight her. One thing you learn as a politician is which battles you have a chance of winning. I clearly wasn't going to win against her. So when the drinks came, I grabbed my glass and did what I was told. To letting loose a little, Olive said, lifting her glass. I chuckled. To letting loose a little, I repeated before looking into her eyes and taking a swig. It really had been too long since I had been on a date. I had forgotten that there were other things to talk about other than work. For the next 2 hours, we talked about our favorite vacations, music, and TV shows. I wasn't up on the latest anything, so after a while, Olive took out her phone and introduced me to the last decade. I hadn't realized that I had missed so much. After a great burger and a few more beers than either of us should have had, Olive leaned across the table and reminded me how this had all began. So, what do you think about heading to the beach? Hell yeah. I can't believe we've waited this long, I said, perhaps a little too loudly. I only say that because after I said it, Olive looked around and then giggled. Paying the bill and hurrying out, we flagged down the first taxi and headed to the night's main destination. It wasn't close. And the longer we sat in the taxi, the more relaxed I got. By the time we stepped onto the hilltop parking lot overlooking the beach, I was up for an adventure. And looking out at the ocean as the moonlight shimmered off of it, I was in awe. Do you see this? I asked Olive. It's beautiful, she replied, as transfixed as I was. Following the makeshift stairs down to the beach, I saw that Olive was having issues, so I offered her my hand. She took it and blushed in response. Eventually exiting onto the sand, I was glad that I was wearing flip-flops. Taking them off and putting them into the bag with all of my other stuff, I again found Olive's hand as the sand pushed between my toes. It's perfect, Olive said, with the sound of the waves hitting the shore in the background. What is? The moon. Tonight. Everything, she explained, squeezing my hand. It is pretty nice, I said, realizing she was right. Do you know what would make it even more perfect? Olive said, looking up at me. What's that? Olive stared at me as she took the lead. Stopping us, she let go of my hand and reached for her pants. What are you doing? I asked her, quickly looking around. The beach wasn't empty, but there wasn't anyone for 200 feet. My heart raced as I watched the woman in front of me unbutton and drop her pants. A part of me thought that she might be wearing a swimsuit underneath. Unless Victoria's Secret came out with a new line of swimwear, she wasn't. You sure you should be doing that? I asked, not knowing what to do. Oh, I'm very sure. The only thing I'm not sure about is why you aren't Charlie D'Amenco, she said, emphasizing the name she had chosen out of the blue. Frozen as I watched her slowly strip down to nothing, I stared, not sure what was happening. Are you really gonna make me do this alone? Are you really gonna do that, Charlie, on my birthday? Olive stood with the moonlight bouncing off her naked curves. She didn't seem self-conscious at all. How was that possible? She had to be the freest, most courageous person I had ever met. And watching her slowly back herself toward the water was the last little push I needed. F it, I said, dropping my bag and peeling off my clothing. Sure, Governor Duke Bradon would never do anything like this. But Charlie D'Amenco, that guy would do practically anything. Dropping my shirt and then my shorts, I stood there with everything exposed for the world to see. My illusion that I could hide in the darkness was gone. The moon was full, and with my D glowing in the moonlight, it might as well have been the middle of the day. I can't believe I'm doing this, I said with my heart pounding in my chest. This is insane, I told her when I caught up to my equally naked partner. Giggling like I had said the funniest thing in the world, Olive again grabbed my hand and pulled me towards the water. The unfortunate part of the evening. The beach was low tide. What did that mean? It meant that when we walked 20 feet into the water, the waves were hardly halfway up our shins. How far do we have to go out? Olive asked me, as surprised as I was. Further, I suggested, before we went another 20 feet. Standing 40 feet out with the water barely covering Olive's knees, all I could do was look at her and laugh. This was ridiculous. It's really hard to go skinny dipping if you're at a beach with no water. Is this climate change or something? Olive asked, as amused as I was. I don't know. Maybe that's something you should ask your governor. I'm just Charlie D'Amenco. You're not Charlie D'Amenco, the climate scientist? Olive joked. No, that's my father. I'm Charlie D'Amenco, the court reporter. Olive looked at me disappointed. Come on. You can do better than that. You're right, I said, giving it some thought. I'm Charlie D'Amenco, the starting quarterback for the LA Rams. I threw for 4,600 yards last year and was named Super Bowl MVP for the second time. Olive slowed and moved her body close to mine. So, Charlie D'Amenco is a football star, is he? Yep. Kind of like you would have been if you had made a different choice. Something like that, I admitted. Olive pressed her naked body against mine. I could feel her bare nipples push on my stomach. It did something to me. Standing naked in front of her, I couldn't hide it. Oh, she said when my hardening member pressed against her thigh. Charlie, how unexpected, she said, sliding her knees between my legs. As unexpected it was for her, it was double for me. I wasn't known for being aroused by women. It was one of the things that killed it with Penelope. She just didn't make me hard. None of my girlfriends had. The only thing that ever got me there was imagining that I was with Fury. But this time Fury was nowhere in my thoughts. Yet here I was, nearly fully erect with Olive's body draped on top of me. Standing naked in knee-high water and the moon reflecting in the background, I was someone else. This new person had a beautiful naked woman in front of him, and his heart was pounding in his chest. This new man wanted nothing more than to kiss her. So when he leaned down to her lips and she lifted them up, our lips met and my brain was washed in pleasure. Her lips were softer than I could have imagined them to be. Massaging them with mine, I slipped my arms around her. Once I did, I parted my lips. It was all I had to do, because once I could feel her warm breath, it was followed by her wandering tongue. Our tongues met in the middle. And finding each other, our two tongues danced. Touching and swirling around one another's, it felt like heaven. Never had a kiss felt so sensual. And never had anyone enjoyed something more. I could have stood there kissing her forever if it wasn't for one thing, a bright light that blinked in the corner of my eyes. As distracted as I was, I knew I couldn't ignore it. So, doing everything I could to pull myself away, I let the fog clear before I turned and I saw the flash again. Hey, Governor. A male voice yelled from the beach. Reality hit me like a barreling wave. I wasn't Charlie D'Amenco, the football player. I was Duke Bradon, governor and public figure. And here I was, standing naked in public with the largest erection of my life. Shit, I said, seeing my life crumble before my eyes. Oh shit, Olive repeated, throwing her naked body in front of mine. As nice as I thought her gesture was, I was sure that having a naked woman blocking me face out wasn't much better. Quickly grabbing her, I flipped her around, showing the photographer her ass. When I saw another flash, I realized that our new position wasn't an improvement. I was screwed, at least that was what the photo would look like. Good luck with the campaign, Governor. I'll be voting for you, the voice said before finally walking off. Staring down at the worried woman in front of me, I couldn't believe I could be so foolish. It really was Olive who did this to me. I didn't do anything like this before I met her. And now, here I was photographed naked on a beach. How could I have been so stupid? Was my career over? What was I supposed to do now?
Chapter 5. Olive. Oh shit. What just happened? Did someone take a picture of Duke and me naked on a public beach? This couldn't be good. Turning back toward me, Duke looked devastated. Only a moment ago he had kissed me and I could feel his hard member against my leg. Now he looked like someone had died. Without a word, Duke let go of me and headed toward shore. Are you okay? I asked him as I tried to catch up. Duke didn't reply. Had I done this? Had I ruined things? Was someone taking a picture of us my fault? Should we catch up with him and ask him to delete the picture? He said he was planning on voting for you. He'd probably do it. Just stop talking. Please. Just stop, he said, shutting me up. I was not happy about that. Why was he taking it out on me? I didn't ask the person to take a picture of us. I didn't know that was going to happen. Did he think I could see the future or something? Following him up the beach, we both put on our sandy clothes and headed back up to the parking lot. I was buzzed and feeling good when we got here, but I was completely sober now. I wasn't sure what I was supposed to say to Duke. I didn't even know what was wrong. Are you upset about the picture? I asked him, breaking the silence. I'm going to switch our flight to tonight. There's no reason for us to stay. So is that it? You're gonna let that one thing ruin our trip? Duke whipped his attention toward me and stared at me with daggers in his eyes. What do you think just happened there? What, with all of your 2 weeks of political experience, do you think just happened? It looked like he was expecting an answer, so I gave it some thought. It couldn't be what I thought just happened because he seemed a little too upset for that. Can I think about it? I asked him calmly. He seemed as shocked by that reply as anything else. Ha. Yeah, you think about it. Why don't you give that some thought? Why are you being such a dick right now? Why am I being such a dick? He said, staring at me dumbfounded. Duke turned away and requested a car on his phone. We stood in silence waiting for it. Except for the call to Tilly asking her to change our flight, the ride back to the hotel was just as quiet. I wasn't before, but packing my stuff I was officially pissed. I didn't know why he was acting like this was my fault. He was standing there naked too. It's not like I undressed him and made him follow me into the water. He chose to do that. And it wasn't like his career was over or anything. It was a couple of photos from pretty far away in the dark. It was probably taken on a phone. Even with night sight, it couldn't have been that clear. We were like 50 feet away. How much of anything could someone make out at that distance? With barely any time passing between arriving and packing, we were soon on a plane and headed back to Sacramento. I gotta say, this really sucked. Who was that bastard that had to ruin things by taking a picture? The two of us had kissed. His D was hard. If not for him, we might have come back to the hotel and had sex. I still couldn't remember if we had had it the night of the party, but this time would have been memorable. How could everything go so bad so quickly? It wasn't fair. And we could have rescued the moment if Duke was willing to talk about any of this. But instead he was pouting like a child. What was up with that? It was a couple of photos in the dark. Get over it. Arriving back at the governor's mansion, I allowed him to sprint ahead of me up the stairs. It was followed by his bedroom door slamming. This was all such bullshit, and there was nothing I could do about it. I considered marching upstairs and banging on his door, demanding that he talk to me. But I didn't. Maybe it was better if I let him sleep on it. I was sure he would see things clearer in the morning. It turned out that I was right. After a lot of tossing and turning in the most glamorous bedroom I had ever slept in, I dragged myself downstairs to find Duke calmly seated at the breakfast nook drinking coffee and reading the paper with a lightly buttered croissant in front of him. I grabbed myself a cup and filled it. The coffee smelled like hazelnut. Talk about a tension reliever. Nothing put me in a good mood faster than freshly brewed hazelnut coffee. Sitting across from him, I grabbed a section of the paper and opened it up. When nothing interested me, I picked up another section and cracked it in front of me. Did you see this story about the school? I asked him when I was halfway through the article. What story? He asked as if the night before hadn't happened. I was happy about that. This one. Did you know that there was a school in New York full of genetically engineered children? Duke lowered the paper and stared at me. What? Yeah. Apparently, there's a scientist who invented a way to turn 2 sperm into a fetus. And when they do it, the kids end up being geniuses, I said, still reading. Let me see that, he said, taking the paper. I watched him read it, anxious to know what he thought. Considering his intense feelings for Fury, he had to feel some way about it. Wouldn't that be his ultimate dream, to have a baby with the man he loved? At least that was what I thought. That wasn't his response. In fact, I couldn't read his reaction. It was pretty blank. After he read the article for a second time, he lowered the paper and lost himself in thought. What are you thinking? I asked curiously. About what? About the article. About 2 men being able to have a baby together. Oh. It's interesting. Does it give you any ideas? I pushed, wanting to know if it made him think about Fury. Maybe, he replied, but not with the enthusiasm I expected. Before I could ask anything else, Duke's phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and quickly picked it up. What's up? He said into the phone. Why? He asked, getting up and heading to the living room. Curious to know what was going on, I followed. The first thing I thought was that the photo of us had been splashed across the news. But that wasn't it. Instead, it was the lieutenant governor standing on a stage set up in a park. He wasn't on the stage alone, however. Standing beside him was someone I never expected to see. It was Penelope, the woman who had dated both Duke and Fury. "What's going on?" I asked before Duke hushed me and turned up the volume. "I would like to thank you all for being here today. It is a momentous day. It's a day that I have been long looking forward to and one that I feel our state needs. For a long time, the people of California have been asking, can we do better? Can we do better on the environment, on keeping its citizens healthy? Can we do better in educating our children and fulfilling the promises we made to older members of our community? Can we do better when it comes to living up to the family values that we all believe in, that our citizens believe in, and that I share with you? Can we? Because I would say that we aren't doing a very good job now. That is why I am announcing today that I will be running to be the next governor of California. We need to bring commitment back to the governor's mansion. We need to bring values back to the governor's mansion. California needs a leader that believes what its citizens believe. And with the help of all of you, I hope to serve this state proudly." Not knowing what to think, I turned back to Duke. Turning down the volume, he spoke quickly into the phone. Duke had been the one to tell me that the lieutenant governor would announce his candidacy, so that wasn't a surprise. But Penelope, the woman who knew all of Duke's secrets, was there. What did that mean? "I don't know," Duke said to the person on the other end of the line. "I can check. I'll call you back." "Duke, what does this mean?" I asked before he cut me off again to make another call. "Fury, what's going on with you and Penelope?" "What do you mean you don't know? Why haven't you spoken to her?" "Well, I'll tell you why. Because your girlfriend was just on stage with Irvin Gardale as he was announcing his bid to replace me. And I couldn't help but notice how many references he made to family values. What does Penelope know?" "She knows everything," I said as a pain developed in my chest. "What?" "Hold on, Fury. Let me put you on speakerphone," he said before holding the phone between us. "What do you mean, she knows everything?" he asked me, rattled. "I mean, she knows about you too. She knows everything. She was the one to tell me." "Tell you what?" Fury asked, sounding upset. "Until after the party, there was nothing to tell." "There wasn't," Duke confirmed. "We were both very careful for years. We didn't even think about it." I gave him a look of doubt. "What?" Duke insisted. "You guys weren't as subtle as you thought you were being," I told them. "What are you talking about?" Duke replied, surprised. "If I ever find someone who looks at me the way the two of you looked at each other, then I would know I've found the love of my life." "What do you mean?" "I mean that she knew how you two felt about each other. She was the one who pointed it out to me. She told me that I was the new her, and if I wanted to become First Lady, all I had to do was be okay with you two being together." Duke stared at me stunned, while Fury remained silent on the other end of the phone. "Did you two think that you had kept it from her? If you did, you couldn't be more wrong. The only thing I'm surprised about is that she was on stage with the lieutenant governor. Does that mean that she switched sides?" Duke collected himself and let out a sigh. "It means that we have to assume that everything Penelope knows, Irvin now knows. But the only thing that matters is what we can make the voters believe." "I'm wondering," I said, not sure if I should speak up. "Would it be all that bad if you two were open about things?" Duke didn't answer. I continued. "I mean, it's not the 2000s anymore. Things have changed. Same-sex marriage is legal. Why couldn't you be the first openly gay governor?" "Because I didn't sacrifice everything I have to just be a governor. And as accepting as this state might be, I need to win in the Midwest if I were ever going to be president." "Maybe she has a point," Fury said from the other end of the phone. "Things are changing, Duke. Maybe we don't have to hide who we are anymore. Maybe the country would accept us for who we are." "Fury, as much as I love you and I want that to be true, I think we both know that it isn't. And if you believe otherwise, then you are kidding yourself. There will never be a gay president. Not in any of our lifetimes. So, if I'm going to win the presidency and make the changes that might one day get us there, we're going to have to keep all of this under wraps." "Duke, are you sure this is the right move?" Fury asked like a man who desperately wanted out of the closet. I'm sure, Fury. And if we are going to do this, you two are going to have to be sure as well, he said, looking squarely at me. Who was I to say anything about his life's choices? Besides, if the two of them admitted to the world how they felt about each other, they wouldn't need me. I know that was selfish to think, but I kind of liked Duke, when he wasn't being a dick. And I really did think that he would make a good president. Why should he be disqualified from serving because he was gay? How was that fair? So, whatever I need to do to help him fulfill his dreams, I was going to do. I was all in. I'm sure, I said, causing Duke to dip his eyes at his phone. Fury? Come on, Fury. I can't do this without you. And even if I could, I would want you there by my side when it was all done. You know how I feel about you. Don't make me go through this alone. Fury remained silent until finally, okay, fine. I'll do it your way. But don't make me regret this, Duke. Do you hear me? Duke offered a relieved smile. You won't regret a thing. I promise you, Fury. We'll handle this situation. And I think I already know how. What are you thinking, Duke? Fury asked, sounding concerned. Don't worry. Just trust me. I have a plan.
Chapter 6. Fury. Duke Bradon has a plan. Those have got to be 5 of the most disturbing words you can say. It's not that his plans are bad. It's that good or bad they always work. The man has a way of willing what he wants into existence. That was one of the things that drew me to him. He arrived at our high school as a freshman. No one on the football team knew who he was, but as soon as coach gave him the starting quarterback position over the senior who had it, he walked into the locker room as bold as shit and announced to us that he had a plan. He had decided that we were going to win nationals in the next 2 years. He then pointed at me, who he had never spoken a word to, and said that he was going to throw 60% of his passes to me. He declared that that was what was going to win us championships. Everyone looked at him like he needed a good ass whooping. Who the hell was this freshman to tell us what he would be doing and how we were going to win? Word got back to the coach and that man was pissed. Coach screamed at him for 10 minutes straight during the next practice. He even threatened to take away his starting position. But coach didn't, and Duke didn't back down. 40% of the time Duke ran whatever play the coach called. But as if Duke kept track of every play in his mind, 60% of the time he would look past the handoffs and blitzes and find me sprinting down the field. He would then deliver a perfect pass into my pocket. The first game that Duke did it, coach was irate even though we won. The second game, when we won by even more, coach was just pissed. And when we kept on winning, coach changed his tune and wanted every pass thrown to me. Duke didn't listen to that either. The man had a plan and he was stubborn enough to follow it no matter what. I never asked him why he had chosen me to be his main receiver. I was a freshman like him. I just figured that he randomly chose someone who was his year because another freshman would be more willing to let him tell them what to do. But that clearly wasn't it, because it didn't take anyone long to fall in line behind him. Duke Bradon is a force of nature when he has a plan. God help anyone who stands in his way. And in the meanwhile, Duke continued, why don't you find out what the hell went wrong with Penelope? You were supposed to have her contained, Fury. She's a person, not a situation, Duke. She's a situation until she's dealt with. And please just see what you can find out. I'll give her a call, I told him, knowing that it wouldn't be a fun conversation. Duke was silent on the other end of the phone until, in a lower, more vulnerable tone, he asked, so when are you going to be back? My mind flashed to the purpose of my trip before I answered. I might be able to get back in 2 days. Don't know. My schedule is not in my control. Okay, Duke relented, not asking me anymore. I look forward to seeing you then. I look forward to it too, I said, feeling my member get hard thinking about touching his naked flesh again. Ending the call, I sat and thought about the man I had been in love with for half of my life. I really was the luckiest guy in the world to be with him. I would do anything for that guy, and I think he knew that. There was a small part of me that worried about that, though. As I said, once he set a plan, nothing else mattered. It was possible that I would be left trampled in the dust of his stampede. But even knowing that, I couldn't say no to him. What did that say about me? I didn't know. Sadly, however, if things were going to go well between Duke and me, I knew the 2 things I had to do now. The first was that I had to call Penelope. I hadn't spoken to her since Duke's party. As I think about it, she left around the same time as the lieutenant governor. I had even seen them talking to each other earlier in the night. Was that when whatever had happened between her and Irvin began? I couldn't blame her if it was. Things hadn't been good between us for a long time. I had only started dating her to take her off of Duke's hands. I made her my girlfriend with a generous allowance. She could do anything she wanted to, as long as she didn't cause problems with Duke's campaign. Did she and I ever have any sort of real connection? We didn't. We hadn't had sex in weeks. I assumed that she was sleeping with someone else. Again, I didn't have a problem with that. Ours was an open relationship. But maybe it wasn't enough for her. Perhaps she expected more. Taking a moment to consider what I was going to say, I found her number and called her. The call went to voicemail. I wasn't sure if I should end the call or not. But when I heard the beep, I left a message. Hey P, this is Fury. What's going on? You want to get me up to speed. Heard you were endorsing Irvin as governor. Is there something we need to talk about? Give me a call. Ending the call, I wondered whether I would hear from her at all. Knowing her, I probably wouldn't, even if it was just out of spite. But if she did call, it would be an uncomfortable situation. Because even if she was still on board with Team Duke, I was going to have to explain to her that things were ending between us. I should probably have my lawyers come up with a settlement and a non-disclosure agreement. But that wasn't my priority right now. What was my priority was the reason I had returned to New York in the first place, and the other thing I needed to take care of for things to work between Duke and me. I had grown up here, and this was where my family resided. More importantly, this was where my grandmother lived. In the Rhoades family, she ruled supreme. So when her private secretary called to say my presence was expected for a meeting with her, I flew out on the next flight. It wasn't like I had to pack or anything because I had a fully stocked residence here. I lived in a building in Manhattan that most would dream to live in. It had taken a while for a unit to open. But when it did, a bidding war began that I wasn't going to lose. It wasn't the location or amenities that made the place so desired, it was the connections you could make from living here. The parties thrown here were legendary. And supposedly, having a net worth of $1 billion was the minimum if you wanted to get invited. To my disappointment, moving in wasn't what I expected. Yes, the list of residents was practically the who is who on the Fortune 500 list. But parties that would allow me to slip into their circle stopped right before I arrived. No one could tell me why, but it had. So, after hanging out in the bar and the lobby for more time than I should have, I bought a place in Sacramento, California to be with the person who would always be my first choice. None of that mattered right now, however. Right now I had to sit by the phone ready to meet with grandmother at a moment's notice. I couldn't go to a bar. I couldn't drink. All I could do was nervously pace around my condo and sweat about why I had been summoned. It couldn't be good. So the question was how bad it was going to be. Barely able to keep still, I put on a movie and sat on the couch. Or more accurately, I paced back and forth behind the couch. I was too nervous to eat, and since arriving the night before, I couldn't sleep. But as long as I thought my grandmother was awake, I had to be too. When my phone rang, a wave of stress washed through me. It could only be one of 3 people. My best option was that it was Duke calling to tell me that he was going to remove my kidney as a part of his plan. I was not so lucky. "Hello," I said with heat crawling around my neck, having recognized the number. "Mr. Rhoades, I'm calling from the office of Mrs. Evelyn Rhoades. Your grandmother would like to invite you to dinner tonight at her apartment," the man said formally. It was the moment I had been dreading. Of course. What time should I be there? Promptly at 6 p.m., he said, indicating I would be eating early tonight. I'll be there. There it was. The die had been cast. I knew when and where. The only thing I didn't know was why. What I knew was that my grandmother was the arbiter of the family's trust. Her husband, my grandfather, had strict instructions governing my inheritance. I was to receive my first $20 million when I turned 21. But I wouldn't receive my full inheritance until after my 35th birthday. That was 3 months away. It was a day I had been dreading about for the last 14 years. The next 4 hours dragged along like a dog with 2 legs, so when the time came for me to get dressed and head over, I was as relieved as I was terrified. My grandmother was an itty-bitty woman, but she scared me. I wasn't sure if I had ever seen her smile in my life. She had to be about 90 years old at this point, but to everyone's dismay, she was still as sharp as a tack. My grandfather, who left the Catholic Church because of, and I quote, its lax Jezebel ways, came to America and found his home with the Mormons. Every story I heard about him told me that the man was strict. It was that adherence to discipline that allowed him to turn the money from his father's cobbler shop into his billion-dollar fortune. It was against his religion to compare himself to others, but he modeled himself after J.D. Rockefeller. He wasn't quite that, but my grandfather made enough that his descendants wouldn't have to work for the next 5 generations. My grandfather didn't believe in just handing it out, though. After all, idle hands are the devil's workshop. No, we had to live according to his rules if we wanted his money. Otherwise, our inheritance would be given to the Mormon Church. Guess who got to decide whether or not we were living a moral life? Yep. My grandmother and members from the church. Somehow my grandfather was blind to the conflict of interest that might cause. The man thought that the church, no matter how tempted, would do what's right. He called it faith. I called it my hell, in the spiteful act of an angry, bitter man. But I wasn't going to let him make me live my life without living. Of course, my rebellion was also why I was terrified of my grandmother. She was every bit as cold and blinded as my grandfather was. And with a word, she could make my inheritance disappear. Perhaps if I hadn't been so generous to Duke's many campaigns, I wouldn't need more than I got at 21. But I could never say no to Duke, and now my grandmother held my balls in her skeletal, veiny hands. Dressing like the morally uptight grandson she wanted me to be, I took a few deep breaths, slowed my pounding heart, and headed to the elevator. A funny thing happened when I did. When I got on, there were 3 other men already there. I was stunned. And each one was better looking than the next. Wow. Do you know that I've lived here for almost 2 years, and I don't think I've ever seen anyone on the elevator? Fury Rhoades, I said, sticking out my hand. The man who was built like a football player shook my hand. Blaze Turner, he said. And this vandal, and that's Hart, he said soberly. Nice to meet you. Do you all live here? I asked, unable to hide my excitement. Blaze looked at the other 2. I do, he said. We do as well, Hart added. Oh, okay, I said as the elevator stopped and the doors opened. To my surprise, another man walked in. And like the other 2, he was gorgeous. He reminded me of an Indian James Bond. Did every hot guy in New York live in this building? I turned to him. I was just telling them how I never see anyone on the elevator. Fury Rhoades, I said, extending my hand. When he responded, it was with an incredibly sexy British accent. Heat Ray, he said, extending his hand. Nice to meet you. After the elevator dropped into silence, I said, is there a party going on that I don't know about? I looked at each of them, and a funny thing happened. The first 3 men looked at Heat, and Heat lowered his head as if he were embarrassed. Did everyone here know each other? No, Blaze volunteered snippily. I paused, trying to figure out what was going on. Is there a residence meeting I'm unaware of? Again the 3 men looked at Heat. But it was Hart who replied. No. We were all just going to celebrate a news article that Heat's paper just released. Although Hart said they were celebrating it, the angst on Heat's face made me think that Hart was being sarcastic. But I wanted to know these guys, and I wanted to keep talking, so I turned to Heat. Congratulations. You own a paper? Heat could barely look me in the eyes. Yeah, I'm the Post. Oh, okay. You know, just this morning I read a really interesting article in the Post, I said, trying to create a connection with him before the doors opened. It was about a school in New York that had genetically modified children in it, I said with a chuckle. Is that real? I mean, of course it's real. It was in your paper. But wow, right. I said, trying to lighten the mood. Everyone suddenly looked away. What the hell was going on here? Heat opened his mouth, struggling to speak, when the elevator binged and the 4 men poured out without a word. It was good meeting you guys. Congratulations again on the article, I said as a thought hit me. What if it was that article that they were meeting about? But why would that be? I didn't understand what was going on. Still hoping one of them would say goodbye, I leaned out of the elevator to give them a chance. Not one of them looked back. Instead, they all marched down the hall to the conference room. Holding the elevator door open, I stepped out and angled myself to get a glimpse in. On the other side of the glass wall were other very good-looking people, along with a few kids. Seriously, what the hell was going on? The screeching elevator alarm snapped me out of my wonder. It was also what got the football player-looking guy to turn back around. Making eye contact with me, I scurried back within the metal doors. Wanting to get out of there as quickly as I could, I pushed the button to the lobby and watched as the elevator closed. Well, that was unexpected. It was hard to believe that moments before the only can't-miss appointment of my carefree life, I met a few of the people I have always wanted to meet. Perhaps if I hadn't had to run off, I might have been able to join them. Hart had said it was a celebration, even if it didn't appear to be. In either case, I was going to have to remember their names and look them up later. There was Blaze Turner, Heat Ray, the owner of the Post, and Hart and Vandal, who kind of seemed like a couple. How hot would that be? Exiting the elevator and crossing the lobby to the street, I signaled to the doorman to flag me a cab. As exciting as it was to finally meet a few of the building's mysterious residents, I had to focus on what was about to happen. I was about to meet with my Mormon grandmother about God knows what. And she would most likely be deciding the direction of the rest of my life. So no pressure. Getting into a cab and giving the driver the directions, I allowed my mind to float back to Duke. I wondered if Duke and I looked like Hart and Vandal when we were together. The thought made me smile. Duke hadn't been the first guy the first had been with, but he was the first where it wasn't just about sex. Before my night with Duke, my man-on-man encounters involved unlimited party enhancers and a few other naked female bodies. Remembering them the next day, I always wrote off whatever I did as innocent experimenting. After all, we were all a bunch of hot, rich 20-somethings with more time and money than sense. So of course we experimented. Did everyone involved always interpret it as experimenting? No. Was there a guy who I might have escalated things with on multiple occasions? Yes, there was. And did it lead to an awkward situation when I had to explain to him that it meant nothing to me? Definitely. I did understand why he might have thought it was more than it was. Our encounters were happening around the time when I realized that my feelings for Duke might be far stronger than I had thought. It was also around the time when I realized that I could never be with my best friend. So searching that confused guy out on more than one occasion might have given him the wrong idea. I could admit that. But in the end, all that guy and every other guy were to me was experimentation. Duke was the only time when it wasn't. Other than those few times, there had been a lot of public relationships with women. Perhaps my grandmother would say an ungodly amount of women. But I couldn't help it. There was nothing about women I didn't like. And from everything I could tell, they liked me. It didn't matter if it was New York, Germany, France, or wherever. I could always find a no-strings-attached good time wherever I went. It took about a decade for that lifestyle to finally get old. There were only so many conversations about avocado toast you can have before even the most beautiful of airheads made you bored out of your skull. The whole thing was becoming unfulfilling. That was when my thoughts turned to Duke almost exclusively. We had never lost contact during any of that time, and I quickly realized that he was everything I ever wanted. "Right this way, please," my grandmother's secretary said as he let me into her penthouse home. "Thank you," I told the unusually good-looking man. As conservative as my grandmother was, she had a type when it came to personal assistants. From the moment my grandfather died, my grandmother never had an assistant who didn't look like a model. Good for her, I always thought. And it seemed that turning 90 didn't dampen her appreciation for eye candy. "She'll be with you in a moment," the man with sharper cheekbones than mine said. Even if she allowed herself that luxury, nothing else about her home was indulgent. The only paintings on the walls depicted religious scenes, and the furniture looked like they were made by the original Mormon settlers. Looking around the sitting room for the first time through the eyes of an adult, it was all a little creepy. What was even creepier was when my withering bent-over grandmother appeared in the doorway with her eyes locked on me. "Furore," she said, addressing me. "Grandma," I said, starting to sweat. It was amazing. I had run with the bulls in Spain. I had raced motorcycles on the German Autobahn. I swam with great white sharks without a cage. Yet the 5-foot-tall woman who looked like she might blow over in a strong breeze made my knees shake. "Come this way," she insisted before turning around and slowly leading me back to the dining room. With the large table in front of us, I jogged ahead of her and pulled out her seat. "I can do it," she chastised. Not sure what I should do, I left the seat out and hovered as she sat. With one of her bony hips on, she attempted to pull the large wooden seat forward. It didn't move. I watched her fail at it a second time before I grabbed it and gently pushed it forward. "I told you I don't need your help," she grumbled. "I know, Grandma. I wanted to do it." "Well, maybe you should sit down instead of hovering like some sort of barfly." Not regretting what I did, I took the seat next to the head of the table and sat down. Both plates were already dished. On 200-year-old plates were a helping of funeral potatoes, Jell-O salad, frog eye salad, and deep-fried scones. It was like eating at a Mormon fair. "You know, Grandma, I can find you a chef that would make you healthier meals than this," I told her, examining the food on my plate. "I'm 92 years old, what do I care about eating healthy?" She asked, making a really good point. "And they could probably make you a few things that taste better." "Ah," she groaned. "I'm just saying." "I didn't call you here to have you tell me how to eat," she barked. As comfortable as I was starting to feel, that quickly put an end to it. "Of course. And why was it that you called me here?" I asked with my heart beating out of my chest. "You're here because you are about to lose your inheritance." There it was. My greatest fear. Out of all of the things she could have said, that possibility was the one that would wake me up in a cold sweat. "I know what you've been doing, Furore. Don't think that I don't." "You do. What have I been doing?" I asked, unable to breathe. "You've been whoring around like an Italian at a car show." I wasn't completely sure what she was referring to. But if I had my racism translation right, she was saying that I had a fondness for the ladies. "I don't know what you're talking about, Grandma," I said, prepared to deny it all. "Please. You are embarrassing yourself. And you are embarrassing your grandfather's good name." Since my grandfather made most of his money paying people slave wages and pillaging the environment, my grandmother was really making a statement. "Grandma. I don't want to hear it, Furore. Can you please not call me that?" "Furore is your given name and it is that which I will call you," she said, shutting me up. I leaned back in my seat, suddenly reverting to 10 years old. I couldn't remember a time when I wasn't afraid of my grandparents. To my father's credit, he had always done his best to shield me from them. At least that was what he did until he drank himself to death. "Yes, Grandma. Now let me tell you this. There are things about your grandfather's will that you don't know. I believe it was what killed your father, so I kept it from you. But I see now that it might have been a mistake." "Something that killed my father?" What was she talking about? My father died at his desk from alcohol poisoning. It was a fact that I have been dealing with for a long time. "What are you talking about, Grandma?" "I'm talking about the morality clause your grandfather put in his will. Your grandfather was a very devout man. He made sure that his offspring would do what's right by the church. And if they didn't, his money would go to them," she said excitedly. "I know this, Grandma. You've made that clear to me." She continued, as if she hadn't heard me. "Your father was a gentleman," she began. I froze. My grandmother wasn't one for kind words. So to hear her saying anything positive about the man who she once called an embarrassment to our family startled me. "He was a gentleman and all of your grandfather's rules destroyed him. That's why I was so much easier on you. I didn't want what happened to him to happen to you." Wait, living my life with her constantly looking over my shoulder was supposed to be her taking it easy on me. If that was her being easy, what must she have put my father through? "But I spoiled you," she continued, sticking her fork into the green Jell-O. "I let you get away with too much and now you are about to pay the price. I didn't prepare you for the world. Now you're going to be left with nothing." "Grandma, if you don't want me to end up with nothing, couldn't you just give your approval to release my inheritance?" "I will not dishonor your grandfather's wishes," she insisted, pointing her fork at me. I stared at the old woman with her shaky fork pointed toward me. As I did, something suddenly hit me. It was an epiphany inspired by her admission that she had been too hard on my father. The reality was that I never had a shot with this family. Not really. My fate had been set before I was born. My grandfather devoted himself to the Mormon Church before I was born. The damage my grandparents did to my father happened before I was born. The path that led him to his grave before I was born. My being attracted to men was probably set in the womb, before I was born. And my grandfather's morality clause, before I was born. Growing up confused about my sexuality, without a father, and in a family that would never accept me, how could I turn into anything other than an Italian at a car show? I never had a shot with them. Considering all of the things that happened before I was born, I was never going to get my inheritance. Staring at the old woman who had set everything about my downfall into motion long before I was born, I couldn't believe that I had spent so many years worrying about something that never had a chance of happening. What did you want me to do about it, Grandma? Be moral, she demanded. What does that even mean, be moral? If you don't know, then you don't deserve your grandfather's money, she said, suddenly rubbing me the wrong way. I know what being moral means, I said, frustrated. I paused as thoughts of Duke rushed through my mind. I loved him so much. He was my everything, and I suddenly realized that I had a choice to make. I could either be rich, or I could take my shot at being happy with Duke. I couldn't do both. Not in this family. I looked back at my grandmother helplessly. What was I supposed to say to her? Since she had referred to me as an Italian at a car show, she had to mean that she wanted me to settle down. But how could I tell my 90-year-old Mormon grandmother that I wanted to settle down too, but I wanted to do it with Duke? Come on. Out with it, she said, staring at me intensely. Grandma, what if I can't be the person you want me to be? Then you won't get a dime, she said, more riled up than I had ever seen her. And you would be okay with that? You would be fine with your only heir losing the family's inheritance? You're talking like money means anything. That's what you don't get. Your morals shouldn't be determined by the amount of money you get from it. It should come from inside. It should be what holds you together. I looked at my grandmother, finally settling into my fate. Do you know that today the things Grandpa did to earn his money would be considered bad? You know that, right? People camp out in front of office buildings protesting men like Grandpa. Men who create fortunes on the backs of people whose only sin is being born in the wrong country, and to the wrong family. Today, Grandpa wouldn't be considered a moral man. So, to sit here and listen to you tell me about how immoral I am, when your husband exploited the working class for the accumulation of wealth, is the height of hypocrisy. And if this was what my father had to deal with his entire life, I now understand why he drank himself to death. How dare you say that to me, Furor, she said furiously. Bubbling, I flung back my seat, leaned over, and stabbed my finger on the table in front of her. I told you. My name is Fury. Learn it, or never use my name again. I stood up and stared down at the tiny woman. I've lived my life afraid of you, and what you could do to me if I crossed you. No more. I won't be lectured about morality by someone who thinks letting their son be bullied to death by his father is moral. Do you know what it was like for me growing up without a father? Was your self-righteousness worth that? I looked around knowing that I would never be welcome in her home again. When I had my fill, I turned around to leave. I'm out of here. Sit down, Furor. Come back here and sit down. She insisted as I walked away from this world and released the power it once had over me. What I had done didn't hit me until I exited the building and stepped onto the street. A long time ago, I had burned through my fortune. I was nearly broke, and I had no idea what I was supposed to do next. Duke's campaign was about to start, and he was used to getting a check from me when it began. I had done it for the last 2 elections. I had done it because I was in love with him, of course. But also so that he wouldn't have to turn political tricks for special interest groups. Catering to special interests were the type of things that presidential candidates were hammered for in primaries. And I knew that it would be hard enough for him to win anyway. Too wound up to sit in a cab, I chose a direction and walked. The New York streets were always the best place to be alone with your thoughts. The car horns, the din of footsteps and chatter, it created a white noise that gave you space to think. I needed all of the space I could get right now because I had just screwed myself. I wasn't sure if I had just ruined my life. Crossing the streets and spotting Central Park, I slowed down and peered in. It seemed crazy, but in all of my years in New York City, I hadn't visited. I had a field at school to run around in if I needed a little exercise. And when I graduated and received the first release of my inheritance, I traveled the world visiting other cities' parks. Deciding to go in for the first time, I turned, finding a playground in front of me. There were a lot of kids. It made me think of the article one had read this morning about the genetically modified children. Were there any of them there? Didn't the article say that all of the kids were geniuses? Would I be able to tell them apart from everyone else? Continuing through the park's entrance, I stood in front of an endless grassy field. It had to be 3 football fields of cut grass. On it was hundreds of people laying on blankets. Was this what normal people did to entertain themselves? Was I going to have to go out and buy a blanket? Walking further down the path, I let my mind wander. My thoughts rotated from anger to panic. I was beginning to feel like I had let everyone down. But seriously, who was my grandmother to lecture me about morality? Where was her morality when she and my grandfather were killing my father? Or where was it when her husband worked his employees 12 hours a day and paid them next to nothing? Did she think my bit of sleeping around compared to anything she and grandfather did? Who did my fun hurt? Nobody. Who is harmed if I choose to spend the rest of my life with a man? Not a soul. So who is she to preach to me about morality? About to spiral into unholy depths, I was ripped out of it when my phone rang. A flash of hope made me believe it was my grandmother's secretary wanting to beg me to come back. It wasn't. Instead, the name on the ID washed prickly heat across my body. It was Duke. I didn't know what to do. I stared at the phone, paralyzed by what I would tell him. He didn't know why I was in New York, or how monumentally important it was to our future and his campaign. I wasn't sure why I hadn't mentioned it, but I hadn't. So was I going to break the news to him now? While I decided, his call mercifully went to voicemail. That didn't stop Duke from hanging up and calling again. He only did this when he thought it was important. It was undoubtedly about his campaign. Something important had happened. I let that call go to voicemail too. I wasn't ready to talk to him. I needed to figure out what the hell I was going to do. My entire world was crumbling around me. I wandered through the park from one end to the other, and what I realized was that the park was huge. I had never been to a park like it. I sat on a stone bench in front of a fountain, hoping it would tell me what I should do. It didn't. And when the sky turned orange from the setting sun, I knew I was going to have to leave soon. I had to go back home, didn't I? But what would I do after that? Walking back to my building as slowly as I could, I was overwhelmed with dread. I didn't want to have to face reality. The sooner I faced it, the sooner I would have to accept what I did. I had let Duke down. He had been relying on me. Now I didn't even know how long I would be able to take care of myself. It wasn't like I had any skills I could make money with. My God, what had I done with my life? Entering the lobby of my building and still not able to get myself to go upstairs, I took a quick left and entered the lobby bar. I wasn't sure if the bar was a part of the building, but there was a glass door connecting the two, so that was close enough. There were fewer people there than I had hoped. I was counting on being able to get lost in a crowd. I would have no such luck. So, giving in to my fate, I took a stool at the bar and signaled to the bartender for a gin and tonic. I don't know how many of them I drank or how long I was there, but by the time I stumbled back to my place, I wasn't caring about much. So when my phone rang again and Duke's name came up, not picking up didn't bother me. Crawling into bed, I quickly fell asleep. Not getting up until near noon, I still had no idea what I was going to do or say to Duke. Getting dressed and heading back out, I wandered the streets of New York like a tourist. In many ways, I was one. In 34 years, there was so much of the city I hadn't seen. And searching my phone for every one of them, I let myself get lost in the distraction instead of face the real world. Seeing the sign on the entranceway of the Natural History Museum, I put my phone on silent. 3 hours later, when I exited, I didn't turn the ringer back on. I knew I should have, but I didn't want to. I couldn't be blamed for not picking up if I didn't hear the call, right? Honestly, I didn't know what I was doing. I was just a guy running away from life, and my marathon wasn't close to finished. Days went by as I processed how I had fed myself. Could I go crawling back to my grandmother? Maybe. Was I there yet? No. For now, I still had my dignity. But the problem was that a long time had passed since my last conversation with Duke. I wasn't sure what he might be thinking. I wasn't ready to think about that either. 2 weeks had passed before I dared to pull out my phone and check my notifications. Duke's name appeared a lot. He had called, he had texted. I was surprised there wasn't a fax slipped under my door from him. And, feeling like I could potentially answer the next time he called, I turned on my ringer and waited. I still didn't know what I was going to say to him. But it had been too long, so I knew I was finally going to have to say something. The first time my phone rang, my heart stopped. I couldn't breathe. This was it. I was going to have to tell the man I loved that I was no longer any value to him. As much as I wanted to believe that our relationship went deeper than my ability to write checks, I knew him. There was nothing that mattered more to him than becoming president. If I couldn't help him do it, what good was I to him? Doing everything I could to calm myself, I pulled out my phone and read the caller ID. I wasn't prepared for the name I saw. It read Olive Cummings. Was that Duke's Olive, the woman who had brought the two of us together? Why was she calling me? Wait, had something happened to Duke? Hello? I said, hurriedly picking up. Hello? Is this Fury? The familiar voice said. Yes. Who's this? Oh my God, hi. This is Olive. You know, from Duke and you and the sex. I chuckled for the first time in a long time. Yes. Right? What's going on? Is Duke all right? I guess so. He was really worried something had happened to you because he hadn't heard from you in a while. I told him I would give calling you a shot. Oh. Okay. Good. So, is everything okay? Is there a reason you haven't been picking up Duke's calls? I paused, wondering how much I should say to her. Was there a reason I wasn't picking up? Of course. Could I explain it to Olive? Would she even know what I was talking about? Are you okay doing what you're doing for Duke? I asked her, feeling thoughtful. What? You mean our arrangement? Yeah. I ask because it seems like a big sacrifice. Not that much. You are paying me to be here, she said, sending another lump down my throat. How long would I be able to keep paying her now? I didn't want to think about it. Right? But there are things you're giving up. What do you mean? Being in a real relationship. Maybe settling down. Having kids. Finding love. Olive didn't reply. I had probably dug too deep. Maybe I was trying to get her to back out. If she did, at least I wouldn't have to keep paying her. I believe in Duke, Olive suddenly said, breaking the silence. You believe in him that much? Sure I do. Don't you? Did I? I would like to believe that that was why I had done the things I had, and not just because I wanted into his pants. Of course. But I've known him all of my life. You just met him. You barely know anything truly personal about him. I guess. But I did know enough about him to get the two of you into bed, she said with some bite. You do have me there. How long had I tried and failed? I said, conceding. Are you okay, Fury? I took a moment to consider the question. Clearly I wasn't close to being okay. But how much could I tell her? Could I even trust her? On the other hand, if I couldn't trust her, wasn't I already screwed? She was the one offering us cover so that I could be with the man I loved. If she was planning on destroying our lives, what did it matter if she had a little more ammunition? I don't think I am all right. Oh no. What happened? She said, sounding genuinely concerned. I couldn't tell you how good it felt to talk to someone who seemed to care. I had a lot of friends, but none of them was the type you relied on in times of need. The only person I really had was Duke. But not only couldn't I talk to him about this, but he wasn't exactly the most empathetic person. Duke was an expert strategist, a hell of a motivational speaker, and a man who was willing to make fair concessions to get a deal done. Most people allowed perfect to be the enemy of the good. Everyone was too busy proving how pure they were to move government forward. But not Duke. He got things done. He had a lot of great qualities. But putting himself in other people's shoes wasn't one of them. I might be in financial trouble, I said, saying it out loud for the first time. Oh my God. What happened? I think I shot myself in the foot. How? I lost control, I admitted. I let my ego get the better of me, and now I'm going to lose my inheritance. Oh no. That must be devastating. I'm so sorry to hear that. Does Duke know? No. And he can't. Not yet. You can't tell him. Don't worry. I know how to keep a secret, she reminded me. Yeah. I guess you do. Is there anything you can do about it? She asked me, expressing genuine concern. Maybe you can talk to somebody or apologize. Is it something that can be worked out? I considered the conversation I had with my grandmother. I had said some pretty mean things to her. But I had said them because I knew that I would never meet her moral standards. Perhaps I could if I let go of Duke. But could I do that? How long could I stay away from him? Would my grandmother need me to get married to fit her narrow view of morality? Would I do that too? When would it end? How long would it be until I ended up like my father? That had to be what happened to him, didn't it? How long would it be before I keeled over in my office, having been dead inside for years? I don't think there is, I told her, realizing it myself. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh wait, does that mean that you won't be able to pay me anymore? No, you're fine. That money's in a separate account. You don't have to worry about that, I lied. Okay. I was just wondering. But what about your usual donation to Duke's campaign? You know about that? I asked, surprised. Yeah. I guess, considering my position, he decided to let me in on everything about the campaign. Oh. Okay. I stopped to think seriously about how I should handle this. The donation is still to be determined, I said, losing my nerve to be completely honest. But let me be the one to discuss it with Duke. It might be a delicate situation. Of course, she said with empathy in her voice. I guess there's something you should know. What's that? Duke decided to officially launch his campaign. He's making his announcement tomorrow. I was calling to see if you could be there. He really wants you there. Yeah, I don't think I can be. There are still a few things I need to work out before I can come back. Okay. Should I tell Duke that? Yeah. Why don't you tell him that? I'll try to get back to Sacramento as soon as I can. Okay, I'll tell him. And Fury, I'm so sorry to hear about your news. If you ever need to talk about it, I'm always here. And I promise anything you say to me won't get back to Duke. I really appreciate that, Olive, I told her, feeling warmth for her that I hadn't expected. Who was this woman who was willing to sacrifice her chance at finding love to help Duke fulfill his dream? And how did Duke keep finding people willing to sacrifice everything for him? He truly was a hell of a politician. And if he got the chance, he would become an incredible president. If I couldn't give him my money, there had to be something else I could do. I wasn't sure what that was yet. But before I saw him again, I had to figure that out. Having run out of things to see in the city, I had spent the last few days wandering around my condo. There had been a lot of pacing and a lot of thought. My sleeping schedule had long turned tits up. For the past few days, I had been falling asleep at 8 a.m. and waking up 10 hours later. Every day had felt like a waking dream. But having talked to Olive, I began to consider going back to California. If I was going to do that, I was going to need to return to the land of the living. I was either going to have to go back to bed a few hours after I woke up, or stay up for a very long time. I chose the latter, and there was no time to start it like the present. What that would also do was allow me to be awake for Duke's announcement. I was sure it would be covered live on one of the news networks. For years he had been thought of as a potential presidential candidate. The national press kept tabs on him. With Olive calling me at 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I calculated the hours I would have to stay awake to see Duke's speech. It was quite a few. Streaming a few Netflix series, 8 a.m. came quickly. But that was about the time I started to crash. Knowing I needed to keep myself busy, I made myself presentable and headed to the park. It was something I had done a few times since the first. Turns out that the fresh New York City air did me some good. Not wanting to stay there for too long, I next walked around downtown. There was no denying that I was exhausted. So when the time came to find a TV, I knew I couldn't go back to my place. If I sat for even a minute, I was going to fall asleep. So getting back to my building, instead of heading up, I went into the bar, which was another place I had visited often. Walking in, I wasn't prepared for how busy it was. It wasn't overflowing or anything, but there were only a few open stools left at the bar. Choosing one, I sat down. Signaling the bartender to get me my usual, I was about to rest my head on the bar when the guy next to me spoke. "Don't I know you?" the man said. Hearing the words, I almost didn't turn around. I was too tired to be polite. But realizing that talking to him might help me stay awake, I looked over. I wasn't prepared for who I saw. "Vandal, wasn't it?" I said, recognizing him from the elevator. "And you were?" "I'm sorry. I was having a really bad day that day." "Fury. And don't worry about it." "That's right. I remember now. Sorry for being a dick." "No. That's okay. I didn't think anything of it. Did you all end up celebrating the article, or whatever it was that you were doing?" Vandal laughed. When he did, I was overwhelmed by how incredibly good-looking he was. The man looked like Thor. Duke was a very handsome guy. But Vandal was on another level. We weren't actually celebrating the article. We were about to crucify the paper's owner for ruining our lives. "And he went willingly?" I asked, remembering the sad look on Heat Ray's face. "Yeah. He's not a bad guy. He just had no way of stopping a dog with a bone." "You're talking about that article about the genetically modified kids, aren't you?" "Actually, yes. My family was the one who created the school, and our son attends it." "I thought the school was..." I stopped myself before I said any more. My mind was moving very slowly due to lack of sleep, but I was pretty sure he was saying that his son was one of the genetically modified. Of course, what he was also saying was, "Hard is your husband?" I asked, remembering the two of them together. "Pretty much," he replied, watching me for my response. "You're a lucky man," I said, allowing him to relax. "Can I tell you something?" "Please." "I love a man too." "Do you?" Vandal said, suddenly excited. "Yeah. In fact, he's supposed to be making an announcement any time now. Which reminds me. Sam, can you turn the TV to CNN for me?" I asked the crisply dressed bartender. "What's he announcing?" "I'll let him do it," I said, suddenly feeling very proud of my love. Both of our attentions turned to Sam as he found the remote control and flipped over to the news network. I was right. They were talking about going to the campaign announcement of Governor Duke Bradon. When they did, it was to a reporter who stood in front of a stage at William Landpark's pond. They had turned the pond's fountains on, giving it a nice touch. I looked over at Vandal. He was very impressed. "Sam, can you turn on the volume? This is important," I asked, suddenly feeling alert. When the audio cut to Duke's speech, I wondered why I had stayed away for so long. I should have been there with him. I might not be able to stand by his side like Olive was, but I could at least be in the front row cheering him on. I was so proud of him. And turning my attention to him, I only became prouder with every word. "Fellow citizens of California," he began. "I have come here today to warn you of something dangerous on your shores. No, it's not a ship or some enemy from without. It's an enemy from within. In these complex, trying times, it's often difficult to maintain your moral compass. It's easy to lose grip of your humanity. There are even folks who are trying to change what it is to be human. The last thing we should be doing is messing with the very things that make us who we are. The last things we should be doing right now is messing with our values and the very structure of our family. My fellow Californians, you know me. I've been your governor for the past 12 years. During that time, we've grown together. We've tackled homelessness and early childhood education and healthcare for everyone. So when I tell you that there is a group that threatens not only who we are as a state, but our families and our children, you can believe me. When I tell you that there is a school on the other side of this great country that is messing with the will of God Himself for their selfish purposes, you can believe me. Someone needs to look out for you, your families, your children. As governor, I have been doing that for 12 years. And I am announcing that I will be running to serve you for another 4 years. And I promise you, if you elect me, I will make it my priority to protect your rights, your family's rights, and what it means to be human in the great state of California. Listening to Duke, my jaw dropped. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I had a feeling he was going to use the story of the kids in some way, but never in a million years did I think he would use it like this. This wasn't the man I had known since he was 16. This wasn't the man I had made love to only a few weeks ago. The man I knew wouldn't demonize children for his political purposes. He was attacking families who loved each other the way I loved him. I couldn't believe any of this. And turning to the equally stunned man sitting next to me, the only thing I could think was, oh shit.
Chapter 7. Olive. It's a weird feeling standing on a stage set up at a park, and to have a dozen cameras pointed on you when the guy you're supposedly dating says the craziest thing you can ever imagine. To what had to be a national audience, Governor Duke Bradon had said that the families that two men created were a threat to humanity. The man who had been in love with his male best friend since childhood had said that. What type of crazy, hypocritical world had I entered? I can't tell you how much I disagreed with Duke's position on this topic. The ability to create a family with the person you love should be a human right. Was it a natural process? No. But neither was surviving a plague. If everything were natural, millions of people would die every year from measles, mumps, and polio. But they don't because humans have created an unnatural process in the form of a vaccine. Being unnatural is how humanity has survived. So now humans have figured out a new way to ensure the survival of our species. That is a good thing. We should applaud that. Yay, it's less likely that an asteroid will wipe us out. How is that not a good thing? And yes, I get the complexities it adds that the kids created in this method end up testing higher on the genius scale. And I get that it might make for an incompetitive advantage. But don't geniuses already exist? It's not like being a genius gives you some sort of fast pass to the front of the line with anything. I mean, look at our past presidents. Clearly, a high IQ isn't required for even the most powerful job in the world. I had no idea where Duke's position was coming from. None of it made any sense. And while he continued to say the craziest things I could imagine, I had to stand behind him and do everything I could not to react. I've never been so happy to have had so many loser boyfriends. How else could I have gotten practice looking supportive while listening to truly awful ideas? When Duke's insane announcement speech ended, the press had a lot of questions for him. Most of them were about his position on the kids and the school. Duke's responses revolved around the sanctity of family. The man who had hired me to be his first lady so that he could have sex with a man was claiming the moral high ground on family values. He was such a hypocrite. Could I even pretend to support someone like this? This was not what I signed up for. This was not the man who I uprooted my life to support. Hey Olive, what do you think about the governor's stance on family? A reporter from Duke's birthday red carpet asked me. I opened my mouth to say something and then felt Duke's intense stare on me. I think that family is the most important thing for all of us. And there wouldn't be a better governor for the state of California than this man right here, I said, rubbing his arm. But what do you think about genetically modified children? Do you think they're a threat to humanity? If humanity can survive hurricanes, floods, and wearing socks with sandals, then I think we'll get through this, I said with a smile. And we'll get through this as long as we have strong leadership, Duke said, jumping in. We as a species have to decide who we are. Are we Frankenstein or are we the village that will defend itself from the monsters? Are you saying that you think the children in that school are monsters? Should we show up at their homes with torches and pitchforks? If the monsters attack our village, we should, Duke said, causing a buzz from the reporters. Are you truly suggesting that we take up arms against children? Another reporter asked. No, of course not, Duke clarified. What I'm saying is that we as Californians and humans are tasked to ensure the future for our children. Those threats might be to our country, our way of life, or our survival. Hey, all of you know me. When the issue was whether or not all Californians had the right to health care, I fought for that right. When the issue was the state of the environment that we would leave to our children, I fought for their future. And now that the issue is whether or not our children will be able to compete on an equal playing field as they look for jobs, I am fighting for that right too. Thank you, everyone, for coming. And I look forward to continuing this conversation with you in the months ahead, Duke said before taking my hand and leading me away. Although I did everything I could to not react in front of the press, I was completely stunned. This whole thing was surreal. But I knew that this wasn't something I could talk to Duke about, in front of anyone. So when we stopped to talk to Tilly, and then Tilly joined us in the car as we headed to a local bar for a photo opportunity, and then as we headed to a water plant for photos there, I smiled and did my job. I was boiling inside though. There were things I needed to say to him. Tilly and I are going to head into campaign headquarters. We'll just be in meetings for the rest of the day. Why don't you head home? Duke said to me with his practiced smile. I looked over at Tilly. After working with her for a while, I was starting to learn her expressions. They were all slight variations on her business face. But the one she had now was saying that I didn't want to be there. I didn't know what that meant, but she was right. I was not in the mood to sit around in an office biting my tongue. Sure, dear, I said for anyone who might have been listening in. I'll meet you at home, I said, squeezing his hand instead of kissing him. Leaving him and getting into the car by myself was a relief. I didn't know how long I could pretend that everything was all right. Things were not all right. I had had to spend the last 5 hours making people think I believed something I didn't. And it wasn't my feelings on how my calves looked in sneakers, or something minor like that. It was about something really important, like how my calves looked in heels. Like I said, it was important. Arriving back at the governor's mansion, I went inside and let it all out. I screamed and then followed it up by circling the place talking to myself. How dare he put me in that position without some type of heads up? There was no way he thought I wouldn't have an opinion on this. He should have consulted me. Now everyone was going to think I thought it too. And if he thought that I was going to parrot those things as if the thoughts were my own, he had another thing coming. I believed that we were all created equal, no matter the method. How could he not believe that too? Duke was in love with a man. How could he support an idea that would give the two of them fewer rights? I paced back and forth yelling at no one until I eventually tired myself out. Not only had my voice gone hoarse, but I had to have put in 10,000 steps. I was exhausted. On top of that, I was hungry. The campaign announcement had been shortly after noon, and the only thing I had had to eat beforehand was a breakfast croissant. It was Duke who had introduced me to them, and they were fantastic. But it was now 8 p.m. and I was starved. A part of me thought I should wait for Duke before I ordered anything, and another part said, screw him. I listened to the latter. I'm glad I did, because I ordered it, ate it, watched a few hours of TV, and he still wasn't home. He hadn't even texted to tell me that I should eat without him. I was starting to believe that I had made a mistake by agreeing to any of this. Was this it for me? Was I going to spend the rest of my life standing behind Duke smiling while he said things I couldn't stomach, just so I could sit in an empty mansion loveless? I really hadn't thought this all of the way through. I definitely had to rethink things. I had to talk to Duke about this. But it didn't look like that discussion was going to happen tonight. Because no matter how many episodes of The Great British Bake Off I binged, he still wasn't home. When midnight rolled around and Duke still hadn't arrived, I turned off the TV and headed upstairs. Deciding that this wasn't something that could wait until tomorrow, I headed to his bedroom instead of mine. Having changed into my sleeping clothes, I climbed into his bed. I hadn't imagined that my first time between his sheets would be under these circumstances, but here it was. I laid there thinking about all of it, until I closed my eyes and fell asleep. I wasn't asleep for long before my eyes popped back open. There was something about the room that felt different, even though I couldn't pinpoint what it was. Duke had been there. But if he had, where was he now? Getting out of bed, I peeked into the darkened bathroom and then crossed to the door. Entering the hallway, I saw a slight glow coming from downstairs. Following it, I arrived at Duke's office. Peering in, I found Duke sitting on the couch in front of a coffee table full of spreadsheets. What are you doing? I asked, quickly drawing his attention. Hey. A vendor is making a pitch tomorrow that I need to prepare for. Oh, I said, entering but unsure if I should sit. As I stood looking down, neither of us said a word. Duke was having a hard time looking at me. I had to wonder what that meant. I don't know if I can do this, I told him, drawing his full attention. Do what? This. Any of this. Smiling behind you as you say things I don't believe. Coming home to an empty house. Eating alone every night. You ate alone for one night, Duke defended. Are you telling me that this will be the only night? Or is this just the beginning? Duke looked down, telling me that my assumption was right. If you want to amend things so that we eat together or something like that, it can be discussed. If you want something, we can negotiate. Can we? I asked, seeing an opening. Of course. I'm not a dictator. I'm a reasonable guy. I rushed to a seat next to him on the couch. Okay, then let's negotiate. You can't have that position on those kids. You called them monsters. They're children, Duke. They didn't ask to be brought into this world. When I said we could negotiate, I wasn't referring to my policies. Then I can't support you. Do you really think I can stand behind you while you say any old crazy thing? You can't expect that of me. I'm not going to stand by while you betray those families and yourself. What do you think Fury would say about this if he knew what you said? Well, I wouldn't know because he isn't here now, is he? But Duke, do you think I wanted to take that stance? I didn't. It was a calculation. Irvin was positioning himself to flank me from the right on family values, so I cut him off. There's no acceptable position further right on family values that he could have and still get elected. I took this position so we could win, Olive. I needed this for the presidency. Hearing that, I shifted away from him. In the dim office light, I was seeing Duke for the first time. You really would do anything to get elected, wouldn't you? It doesn't matter who you hurt or who gets thrown under the bus, does it? I asked, feeling the fate of our relationship set. Staring into my eyes, he saw it too. For the first time ever, he looked scared. He had a right to be because I was about to end it all. Don't you dare, he told me, doing nothing to change my course. Don't you dare leave me too. First my father and then my mother and then Fury and now you. No. I can't take it. No. No. I paused, having heard what he said. I knew about his father, and I could see how he thought that about Fury. But what do you mean your mother left you? Do you think it's easy what I did? Do you think all of this was just given to me? I didn't come from money like Fury did. I had nothing. After my father left, we lost our house. My mother and I became homeless. I had to spend every day around rich kids who wanted for nothing and then had to return home to my mother's car. Until one day I returned home and... Duke lowered his head and began to cry. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. What, Duke? What did you return home to? She wasn't there. She just left. She drove away and I had nothing. I had to sleep on the streets. Every night. And then I would have to clean myself up, go to school and football practice, and pretend that everything was all right. It was too much, Olive. It was too much. He said, exploding into a tsunami of tears. I'm sorry, he apologized. I didn't mean to tell you all of this. No, don't be sorry, I implored. Don't be sorry about any of it. I didn't know. Does Fury know this? Duke shook his head no. And you can't tell him. I don't want him to see me like this. Like what? Like the way you're looking at me now. How am I looking at you? Duke stared at me. Like I'm pathetic. Like nobody loves me. Like everybody's gonna leave me. Like I'm nothing. That's not true, Duke. No one looks at you like that. You're the most incredible person I know. Hearing what your mother did to you just makes me more impressed with you. You started with less than nothing. And now you're the most important person in the state. That's a miracle, Duke. You're the most amazing person I've ever met. Duke's eyes softened as he looked at me. He suddenly looked like a different man. At once he looked innocent and vulnerable. He looked like he was thinking something. I couldn't tell what it was until suddenly he leaned over and kissed me. I wasn't expecting it. Our lips met, sending jolts of electricity through my body. It wiped away all of my other thoughts. And quickly losing myself in the heat of the man I had fantasized about for so long, I parted my lips and invited him inside of me. With his large hand clutching and rounding my back, I felt his strong tongue push into my mouth. It was in search of mine. When they touched, it was the greatest feeling of my life. It was like they were made to be together. Our two tongues danced a ballet. As his twirled around mine, mine relaxed. And when my tongue dipped in and out of his mouth, his pulsed back and forth with it. That continued until Duke withdrew and kissed a trail to my...
Hi, it's the author again. Yeah, more steamy things are happening. And just as a reminder, if you'd like to get a version of this book with the steamy bits still in it, narrated by me, you can click on a link in the description below and sign up for a free trial and get the book for free. So please consider that. Otherwise, continue listening.
Nothing in my life had ever felt so good. I didn't know such pleasures were possible. I wanted to cry as much as I wanted to laugh. It was like I was momentarily insane. I was seeing things in my haze. The room was dark but drowning in mist. I knew it couldn't be, but that was what it looked like. I would have written it off as something created by my mind when I saw something else. Someone was standing in the doorway staring at us. This image was constant and unyielding, as if it wasn't a part of my pleasurable madness. Squinting to focus and clear my mind, it came into view. It was the last thing I expected to see right now. Standing in the doorway was the man Duke feared he would never see again. It was Fury, and he looked down at the two of us like his heart was broken. What had I done? Had I just ruined everything? What was I supposed to do now?
Chapter 8. Duke. Lying on top of Olive with my still hard D inside of her, my mind swirled. Sex with a woman had never felt so good. The last time I had tried was with Penelope, and although she appeared to be satisfied, I didn't come. For the past few years, I had relegated myself to going down on women and either not coming at all, or jacking myself off to thoughts of fury. That wasn't what happened this time though. I was completely present and only thinking about Olive. I didn't understand it, but I liked it a lot. I was prepared to lie with Olive in my arms forever if she hadn't whispered in my ear. "Duke, look," she said, directing my attention toward the door. Oh my God. I was stunned, speechless. What was Fury doing here? How much had he seen? Fury, I said, shaken out of my state of bliss. Seeing him, it didn't take long for me to shrink out of Olive. Once I had, I sat up and put everything back in my pants. When did you get back? I asked him as Olive put back on her shirt. I came here right from the airport, Fury explained, looking confused. Oh, I said, dumbstruck. Olive, do you think you could give us a moment? I asked, turning to the woman whose round curves I longed to hold. Yeah. Of course, she said, scrambling to her feet. I'll be in my room if you need me. I'm probably just going to go to bed after this. So. Okay, Olive said, looking between Fury and me. Then have a good night. Good to see you back, Fury. Thanks, Fury said, briefly lowering his head. Once Olive was gone and out of earshot, Fury asked, "Are you two together now?" "Fury, where have you been?" I said, ignoring his question. "I was in New York. I told you. I mean, why haven't I heard from you? I've called you. I've texted. And then Olive calls you once and you picked up. What's going on?" Fury stared at me for a moment, then crossed the room and sat next to me on the couch. He looked uneasy. I wasn't used to seeing him like this. "I'm sorry about that. I got a call saying that my grandmother wanted to speak to me." "Your grandmother? What's going on?" "It's family drama stuff. We're all still working through it." "Okay," I said, not missing his deliberate vagueness. "It's nothing. Really. It's just something I needed some time with." "Okay. So your disappearance had nothing to do with what happened between the two of us?" I asked with my heart rate slowing, increasing. "What do you mean?" "Well, I can't help but notice that we did what we did for the first time, and then you ignored me for weeks." "You think I wasn't calling because we had sex?" Fury asked, surprised. "What else am I supposed to think? You weren't even picking up my calls. That's never happened before. And what's the only thing that's changed? Is that why you and Olive?" I froze. Why had he asked me that? Did him seeing Olive and me together freak him out? Did it make him jealous? Maybe. I just know that she was here and you had disappeared on me. You know, I launched my re-election campaign today. It went well. I got national coverage. "Yeah, I saw that," he said again, looking uneasy. "What?" "The stuff you said about the school and those kids." "What about it?" "You don't think it came across as, I don't know, a little heartless?" "Heartless?" "Yeah. I mean, they're kids and families. They're families like we would be a family." I had to admit that hearing him say that hurt, and it pissed me off. I know you don't know this because you haven't picked up a single one of my phone calls, but Irvin has launched a slow whisper campaign against me saying that I'm gay. So, you think that's gonna go over in the Midwest? If I don't do something to head it off now, you know it's gonna keep growing, right? Sure, I might still be able to win here. But by the time the presidential race rolls around, it will be all anyone talks about. Taking this stance sets me up as the family values candidate without having to address any rumors. This stance shifts the narrative. I can't believe that you don't see this. And why do I even have to explain this to you? It's not like it affects you in any way. It might, he said surprisingly. How? You plan on having some Frankenstein kid with a man? Maybe, he said hesitantly. I paused. Was he saying that he imagined a future without me in it? Because with what I was trying to do, he could never have that with me. I didn't want to think about him leaving me. So instead I said, yeah, right. And what about your family's moral majority clause, or whatever it is? Maybe there are things that matter more. More than what? What are you even saying? I'm saying that there may come a time when what we have now may not be enough. And maybe we shouldn't have to sacrifice everything for your ambitions. I stared at Fury, having a hard time swallowing what felt like a betrayal. Sure, my ambitions had always prevented anything from happening between us. But it wasn't like I had been the only one holding us back. He didn't talk about it much, but I remembered everything he ever said about the situation surrounding his inheritance. There was no way Fury would ever give up all of that for anyone. And that was fine because if I were in the same situation, I wouldn't either. Having gone through times when I couldn't afford to eat, I knew what financial security like that meant. It's easy for you to say that from where you're standing. But had you been here, you would have known that there were more important things going on, past a little bad press for a handful of people who neither of us will ever meet. Fury stared at me strangely. What? Nothing, Fury said. I could tell Fury was keeping something from me. I didn't want to push him on it now, though. One of the other reasons I was trying to get a hold of him was to get his usual donation to my campaign. He wasn't my only source of funding, but his was usually the earliest one, and I had always used it to cover launch expenses. As it currently stood, the campaign was running a deficit. That meant that things were being paid out of my pocket, and that wasn't sustainable. Do you think we can talk about things in the morning? I'm a little exhausted tonight, Fury asked, putting his hand on my knee. As good as it was to feel Fury's touch again, I had to admit that it didn't feel the same. It could have been because of our infuriating conversation, or what Olive and I had just done. But most likely it was because Fury's disappearance had unnerved me. It had come out of nowhere, and he hadn't even taken my phone calls. I had had people disappear on me before. In fact, everyone important in my life had. How did I know Fury wasn't going to do that to me again? Sure, let's talk about it in the morning. Do you think I could stay the night? I really missed you, he said, wrapping his large hand around my bicep. As much as him doing that might have sent me over the moon in the past, the gesture was unpersuasive now. You probably shouldn't. Someone could have seen you come here. If they see you then spend the night, it might further the rumors. Come on, Duke. I haven't seen you in weeks. And whose fault is that? Fury tightened his lips, silenced. I just want to hold you. That's all. I just want to remember what you feel like in my arms. I looked into Fury's steel gray eyes. It was hard saying no to him. And wasn't he a known advisor? Could his sleeping over be explained by saying that we worked late into the night, and it ended up being too late for him to go home? Okay. You can stay. But I'm pretty tired, I told him, trying to lower his expectations. Believe me, all I want to do is sleep, he said with a smile. It's been a long day. Fury and I got up, and he took my hand as I led him upstairs. Passing Olive's room, I couldn't help but think of her. What had happened between us had surprised me. That was not how I expected my night to end. On the other hand, neither was this. Not being able to talk to Fury had wrenched me apart. I was sure he wasn't coming back. Why had I thought that? He was bound to come back eventually, wasn't he? Slipping into my room, I undressed, leaving my underwear on. Seeing me, he did the same. We then crawled into bed where I rolled away from him. I wasn't sure if I was trying to disconnect from him or lure him in. But in the end, he pushed his chest against my back and wrapped his arms around me. Why didn't his embrace feel as good as it once had? I had spent almost 20 years dreaming about this. Yet, I finally had it and I couldn't relax. I felt more on edge with him holding me than I did sleeping alone. What was going on with me? And, did this have something to do with what happened between Olive and me? When I woke up the next morning, it was to the feeling of fury rubbing my hip. With my consciousness reawakening, I could feel his hot breath caress my face. We were lying facing each other. And the way he was kneading my ass, I could tell that he was trying to get me to roll over. He wanted to F me awake. Even though I was as hard as a rock with morning wood, I didn't want that from him. I couldn't escape a gnawing feeling that he was just doing that so he could take off again. If I let him inside of me, he was going to disappear. That thought woke me up in a hurry. And once awake, I rolled out of bed. "Where are you going?" Fury said in a gravelly morning voice. "I need to head into the office early," I told him, knowing that it was partially true. "I have to get ready." "Care for a little help washing your back?" he said, watching me leave. "I really need to start my day," I told him before entering the bathroom and closing the door behind me. By the time I returned to the bedroom, Fury was out of bed and gone. I half expected to never see him again, but I found him downstairs having what looked like an intense conversation with Olive. When I entered the kitchen, however, the two abruptly stopped. What was that about? I had avoided talking to him about what had happened between Olive and me. Was he now having that conversation with her? "What are you two talking about?" I asked casually. She was just getting me up to speed with what I missed. "What did you miss?" I asked, not willing to let it go. "Ah," Fury said, turning to Olive. The two looked at each other as if trying to think of something to say. "I was just telling him about San Diego and how you went skinny dipping," Olive jumped in. I didn't believe for a second that that was what they were discussing. But clearly neither of them wanted to say. "Oh yeah. And now there could be naked pictures of me floating around the internet." "Good decisions all around," I said, deciding to move on. "By the way, do you think you can send over your usual campaign donation? We haven't received it yet and payroll is coming." "Of course," Fury said before quickly glancing up at Olive. What was going on with them? If this had something to do with him catching us having sex, I couldn't translate their interactions. "Okay, thanks. Anyway, I need to head in." "Didn't you want any breakfast?" "I was going to make some. If you wait, we can go in together," Olive offered. "Can't. I'm meeting with Tilly about the overnight poll we did on my relaunch speech." "Write your announcement speech," Fury said. "Do you think we can continue our conversation on that later?" "Sure," I told him, suddenly not as excited about him calling me. I was pretty sure that that was code for discussing me having sex with Olive, and I still wasn't ready for it. I hadn't given any more thought to what had happened because I still didn't know what it meant. "And thanks for sending over your donation," I said as a quick reminder before leaving. Heading outside, I casually looked around for the press. There was no one there. I had my reasoning for why Fury was there if there was any, and they recognized Fury's car. Luckily, I wouldn't have to use up the explanation yet. But I knew there were only so many times I could explain things away. If we were still going to be spending nights together, it was much better to do it at his place. There were fewer prying eyes in the suburbs. Taking my 15-minute walk to the state capitol building, I arrived feeling energized. From all initial signs, my announcement speech went over very well with the right demographic. Tilly was going to be the one to tell me for sure, and if history was any evidence, she was already at my office waiting for me. "Tilly, morning," I said, finding her in the waiting room outside my office where I expected her to be. "Morning, Governor. Sleep well?" she asked as I unlocked my office and invited her in. "Did I sleep well?" "There's a question for you," I asked, unsure how to answer. "Something up?" I stared at Tilly, thinking about everything we had ever discussed about my personal life. Every politician needed one person they could be completely honest with. Because when there was a mess that needed cleaning up, the cleaner needed to know how much they needed to scrub. Long ago, I had told her that I wasn't as interested in marriage as the typical candidate, and she was able to piece the rest together without me saying it. So, when she introduced me to Penelope and told me that she thought the two of us would hit it off, I knew what she meant. Tilly was also the one to find Olive, and so far things have worked out. And when the lieutenant governor started hinting about family values, Tilly was the one who insisted we come up with a strong defense. The suggestion to center my family values campaign around the kids at that school was my idea. My instincts told me that it was a hot-button topic and would inspire people to get off the couch and vote. So far, it looked like I was right. What made Tilly an even better confidant was her own continued singlehood. It didn't take a genius to figure out why that was. Tilly couldn't be more lesbian if she tried. Not only did she look like every woman on a league softball team, but she was also as tough as nails. I liked everything about her, especially the fact that I knew I could trust her with anything. "Could you close the door, please?" I said, causing her some concern. She did it and sat in the chair across from my desk. "Is there something we need to talk about?" "I don't know. Fury showed up last night." "Did he? That's good. And how were things between you two?" I paused, searching Tilly's face for a reason not to say what I was about to tell her next. I couldn't find one. "There's something you should know," I began. "What's that?" I paused, gathering myself. "Tilly, things might have progressed between Olive and me." She looked at me confused. "What do you mean by progressed?" "I mean we had sex last night." Tilly stared at me, unsure what to say. And it was good." "That's excellent." "Yeah. It would have been perfect if Fury hadn't walked in on us at that moment." "Oh." It was Tilly's turn to search my face. I had never told her about my feelings for Fury, but everything she said to me told me that she had figured it out a long time ago. I had just never confirmed it. "He saw you two together." "Yeah." "And what was his response?" "Uncomfortable." But since I didn't know what to tell him about it, I avoided the topic. "Did he stay over last night?" I stared at Tilly. This was clearly her attempting to define my relationship with him. Was I going to finally tell her? In all of the time I had known her, had she ever given me a reason not to trust her? "He did. But we didn't have sex," I said, feeling my face flush. "I see," she said, turning to think. "And that was because—" "I don't know. Because he was tired from his flight and I had just had sex with Olive." "I see. Do you think this is going to affect his donation?" "I don't know. He said he was still going to send it." "Should I start looking for alternative sources of funding?" "I don't think it will be necessary. He's always been there for me when I needed him. And he said that he would be sending it over." "Did he say when?" "Soon, I guess. Maybe today." "Okay." Tilly looked away and thought again. "Can I ask you a personal question?" "What is it?" "How long have things been going on with you and Fury?" I guess the honest answer is forever. But things were consummated on the night of my birthday. It was thanks to Olive. She practically talked us into it. And things with Fury won't cause any future problems. She said, as focused on my presidential ambitions as I was. I won't let it. And Fury is as invested in my future as I am. He'll keep things under wraps. Okay, good. I just want you to know that I understand the sacrifice you're making to get to the White House. I think we've all sacrificed to get you to where you want to be. There are a lot of sacrifices going around, she said, not needing to say more. I understand. So, if you ever get tempted to throw it all away. I would never do that. I'm just saying, if you ever get tempted, know that you aren't the only one who has sacrificed everything to end up in the White House. Okay, she said seriously. Okay. Understood, I told her after being let into her private life for the first time. I knew how hard it was hiding who I was. She was now confirming that she did too. My heart would have broken for her if it wasn't all so familiar. So, what did the overnight poll tell you? I asked her, turning back to business. Tilly pulled a sheet of paper out of her briefcase. You got a 60% approval. Wow. That's a lot better than expected. We asked how they felt about the idea of genetically modified children, and the overwhelming response was that they were scared. I think you have a winning issue. I leaned back in my chair and laughed. I had done it. I had discovered the issue that would take me to the White House. I couldn't believe that after all of this time, I could finally see the path to the finish line. Governor, I think we should structure your campaign around this topic. I propose that I set up a state tour where you can go out pushing your message. Judging by the turnout at your announcement speech, I can probably also arrange for a few interviews with the national press. That's excellent. Do it. I just need to know how far right you want to lean. Let's try for as far as I can go. If right-wing talk radio wants to interview a governor on the side of climate change, healthcare for all, and taxing the rich, why refuse? Got it. And Governor, I just want you to know, I think we have a chance of winning this. I would hope so. I would hate to think I could lose to Irvin Gardale, I said with a laugh. No, I mean that I think you have a shot at winning it all. I think I might be sitting in front of the next president of the United States. Her words sent a chill down my spine. Thank you. You just need to not lose focus. Just remember what's important, she told me, making it clear how she felt about Fury and my new arrangement. By the way, Irvin's doing his best to spread that rumor about you. I think you should take Olive out to celebrate the new milestone in your relationship, she said, packing up to go. When Tilly was gone, I had my first chance to think about everything. I considered what had happened between Fury and me. There was no escaping the feelings I had for him. But since he disappeared, things didn't feel the same. I still wasn't sure why that was. We had spent a lot longer times apart than his little 2-week escape. But it had never been right after we had sex for the first time. Whatever the cause of his disappearance, I knew that I wasn't going to let it ruin everything. He was back now, and I had to focus on that. As for Olive, I still didn't know what was going on there. Having sex with her was wonderful. It felt better than with almost anyone else before her. I just felt so free with her. I had to consider whether this was a sign that I should really be with her, instead of just pretending to be. I could only imagine how much easier my life would be if I were able to be happy with a woman. I wouldn't have to constantly lock my feelings away when I was in public. I wouldn't have to sneak around. And Olive wasn't someone who was going to disappear on me. At least, I think she wasn't. In my experience, there was no way of knowing for sure with these things. But there was something about her that made me relax when I was around her. That had to be a sign, right? I wasn't sure. But the more pressing question now was what I was going to do about Fury. Tilly had said that she would be arranging a state tour for me. Should I invite Fury? On one hand, of course I should. I felt better and happier when he was around. I loved being with him. Just seeing him made me feel bolder and like I could do anything. On the other hand, I did not want to be around him right now. I had felt betrayed by his disappearance. How could I trust him if I knew that he was capable of that? And because I didn't trust him, the thought of being around him made me feel on edge. I was torn, and I didn't like it. I had always only felt one way about him. When I couldn't have him, it was the thought that I could have him that made me not want to commit to anyone else, no matter how great they were. But now that I did have him, I had never felt worse. Unable to decide what I should do, I put it out of my mind until I had more time to think. Olive, I said, having called her. We're going out to eat tonight. Oh, nice. Will Fury be joining us? No. Just the two of us. Think of it as a public event. Okay. Gotcha. I'll be home around 6 and make reservations for 7, I told her before ending the call and returned to my piling up paperwork. Getting through as much of it as I could, I made it out of the office on time and arrived home to hear Olive taking a shower. Stopping in front of the closed bathroom door, I considered joining her. I wasn't sure how serious the thought was, but it went through my mind. Knocking, I yelled, "I'm home." Okay, she said. There's room for 2 in here if you need it. That made me smile. I guess great minds did think alike. Thanks. I appreciate the offer, I told her, not knowing what else to say. Your loss. Yeah, it is, I agreed before continuing to my room in a much lighter mood. Getting changed and calling for Jim, my driver, the two of us headed out ready to see and be seen. You look beautiful, by the way, I told her. And she really did. Her dress clung to her curvy body for dear life. Yet she still managed to make it look classy. It was a little surprising that a woman like her would be willing to play the role that she was for Fury and me. I knew she wasn't a supermodel or anything, but I was sure she could have most guys. At least she could have me, that is if it wasn't for Fury. Governor. Governor. Diner said as we were escorted to our table. When we were seated, Olive leaned over the table toward me. How do you do it? Doesn't it get hard being recognized everywhere you go? You get used to it. It comes with the job. You don't go into politics so that you can be anonymous, I said with a smile. I guess. By the way, any word about that picture? Remembering the picture someone took of us naked, my good mood went away. I looked around to see who was listening. The host had sat us at a booth with a little breathing room, and there was no one in the booth next to us. No. And I had my team run a simulation to see how much the picture would be able to capture. You ran a simulation? Yeah. Tilly thought it was better that we know what we were dealing with. You told Tilly? Yeah. I tell Tilly everything. She's my campaign manager and I trust her completely. Everything. Just about. Okay. I guess that explains how cold she is around me. No. That's just Tilly. You can't take it personally. If you say so. So, what did your simulation show? Well, if the picture was taken with a recent iPhone, then we're probably fine. Using the flash at that distance wouldn't allow for much detail. And if it was an Android, the flash would indicate that they didn't use night vision. Either way, we're probably fine. So, they wouldn't be able to see either of us. That's surprising. Oh no. You're completely exposed. You can see everything on you. But they wouldn't be able to see what sprung up while we were out there. You mean your member? Her phrasing made me look around uncomfortably. She must have seen me do it because she kept going. Your hard-throbbing member, she said with a devilish smile. You get that we're in a public right now, correct? What? You don't like talking about your hot big member in public? She said, enjoying making me squirm. Generally speaking, yeah. That would be correct. And I would appreciate it if you did not talk about my member. Good evening, Governor. How are you two doing this evening? Member, Karos in the mansion. We really have to get an exterminator in there. Good evening. How are you doing this evening? Good, thanks. Can I tell you tonight's specials? I think we would love that, I told him, pretty sure I had successfully played it off. I looked over at Olive to find her enjoying my humiliation way too much. I hadn't seen this side of her before. She was clearly trouble, and I kind of liked it. After enjoying a few drinks and then dinner, my mind went back to my dilemma with Fury and the tour. I still didn't know what I was going to do about it. What are you thinking about? Olive asked. I stared at her, wondering what I should say. By the way, Tilly will be arranging a state tour for me. She thinks you should be there. Of course, Olive said cheerfully. I was also thinking. Should I invite Fury? Olive paused. Her look told me that she didn't love the idea. Was it because she thought it could cause complications for my campaign? Was I not thinking rationally? Why not invite him? She asked, still working on her steak. I don't know. Because people could start to suspect something. Because he could promise to be there and then disappear for 2 weeks. Because I don't know if I can trust him anymore. Oh. So, not because of anything with us. What do you mean? I asked, confused. Nothing. I don't know. Maybe you guys should talk to each other about it. I think you two need to sit down and have a good talk about stuff. Maybe Olive was right. There was a part of me that wanted to hear his voice again. But then again. Finishing up dinner, neither of us had dessert. We were both too stuffed. Arriving home, I walked Olive to her room. Thanks for tonight. It was fun, I said with a smile. The night doesn't have to end here, she said suggestively. I leaned in, getting close to her. I could feel the electricity. You mean? Oh God, no. I'm way too stuffed for that. I meant board games or something. I laughed pretty hard. I'm not saying we shouldn't do that next time. I would just feel like a pig on a spit tonight. I chuckled again. No. I get it. Next time. But if you wanted to play some board games, she said, seriously suggesting it. No. I think I'll probably do a little work and head to bed. Okay. But I really did have a great time tonight. Me too, I said, suddenly captured by her eyes. As much as I thought about it, I wasn't going to kiss her. Luckily, I didn't have to because she leaned in and kissed me. It wasn't a long one. It was just enough so that I could feel her warmth. Losing myself in it, I reached out, putting my hand on her side. That was when she pulled away. Okay. Good night, she said, leaving me wanting more. Watching her disappear into her room and continuing to mine, I considered the incredible woman with whom I had stumbled into this crazy situation. I had to admit that I was falling for her. How much? I wasn't sure. But she was distracting me from my endless thoughts of fury. Speaking of fury, Olive was right. I was going to have to talk to him about this. Maybe he would prefer to stay at home. Maybe he simply couldn't come. The thought of either of them sent a sharp pain through my chest. I wasn't sure what I wanted him to do. But I was now sure that I was going to have to talk to him about it. It just didn't have to be tonight. I half expected him to call or text me before the night was over, but he didn't. He also didn't call me the next morning. Why hadn't he? Was he disappearing again? Thinking about the possibility, my mind spiraled. Fury, I said the next evening when I called him, and he picked up on the second ring. Hearing his voice was a muscle-relaxing relief. How are you? Good. What's up? Fury said, seeming like he wasn't in the mood for small talk. What was going on with him? I just didn't understand it. So, Tilly's arranging a state tour for us next weekend. Oh, by the way, he said, cutting me off. I have to go back to New York next week. Oh. How come? Family business. Again? Yeah. Okay. So, you're doing a state tour? Fury said, changing the topic. Yeah. I was calling to let you know that I was going to be out of town. So, you really have to go back to New York. You just got back. I know. But I left a few things unresolved, so I need to take care of that. You mean with your grandmother? Yeah. Is there anything wrong? No. Everything's fine, he said, like he didn't want to talk about it. Okay. So, when do you think you'll be back? I'm not sure. I'm going through some delicate negotiations. I see, I said, having a hard time wrapping my head around what was going on. Since those first 24 hours, we had had no time together. I mean, sure, he had stayed over the night he got back, but the whole thing had been awkward. We didn't have any time when we could be normal around each other. And now here he was leaving town again. I hadn't gotten a chance to ask him if he wanted to come with me, but I was going to. I'm not 100% sure I was, but pretty sure. So, that meant that the reason we weren't going to be together was because he didn't want to be. Why didn't Fury want to be with me again? Ending my call with him awkwardly, the questions surrounding his not wanting to be with me slowly consumed my every thought. It didn't help that during my entire tour, he never called me. I didn't call him either, but that was because I was terrified that he would do to me what he had the last time. I wasn't sure I could take that again. But what was his excuse? We were slowly drifting apart. It had taken one sex-filled night with me, and he was gone. Had I done something to upset him? Had he not enjoyed the sex? Or was I just someone who couldn't be loved? My mind returned to this thought again and again over the next 2 weeks. It was slowly driving me mad. The only thing that kept me from spiraling out of control was having Olive there with me. Sex with her was becoming a common occurrence. After all of the trouble I had staying aroused with other women, I was stunned by my body's reaction to her. All she had to do was reach across the bed and glide her fingertips across my thigh, and I would be up. Ravishing her body was a wonderful distraction. But that was all it was. Immediately after, my mind would return to its endless circles, and I would again become lost. What was Fury doing in New York? And why didn't he want to be with me? What had I done wrong? Duke, I got you an interview. It's radio, but it's nationally syndicated. Oh. Excellent, I told Tilly, snapping out of my spiraling thoughts. It's a conservative show, and they are going to want to talk about your stance on the genetically modified kids. They'll like it if you use that phrase. It trends well. You got it. By the way, is everything all right? You seem a little distracted recently. No. Everything's fine, I told her, knowing that she wouldn't believe me. She looked at me suspiciously and then let it go. The interview is tomorrow at 5 a.m. It's in studio and it goes live to tape. Jesus, that's early. Just be glad I got you out of the 4 a.m. slot, she said with a smile. Thank you for that. I wasn't aware that there was still a 4 a.m. Why hasn't someone briefed me on that? I joked, causing Tilly to chuckle. Just be camera ready, she said, exiting my office. For a radio interview. Got it, I said, pointing out the ridiculousness of her suggestion. Tilly was about to go when I stopped her. You're just gonna go? Why? Is there something you wanted to talk about? She said slowly, returning to the room. Was there something I wanted to talk to her about? That was a good question. But unless she could tell me why my gay lover was screwing up our gay life, she wouldn't be able to help. No. It's just that you just got here. Oh. I had campaign business in the building, which I have to get back to if there's nothing else. No. There's nothing else. Okay then. Be at the studio at 5 a.m. Oh, and did I tell you that the studio is in LA? No. You did not mention that. Sorry. I'll have your flight itinerary for you by tonight. You'll be flying out at 4 a.m. Good luck. She said before scurrying out of my office. Great. I said after the door closed behind her. The next morning, after I dragged myself out of bed at 3:15 a.m., I got dressed and took a taxi to the airport. I wasn't about to ask Jim to drop me. It was a part of his job description, but he didn't have to share my hell. During the flight down, I went over my talking points. I felt ready, if not awake, by the time I arrived at the station. How did these radio personalities wake up at this time every day? It seemed insane. Good morning, Governor Bradon. Did you have a good flight in? The chipper assistant said when she greeted me in the green room. It was an early flight, I said, being as articulate as I could manage. Okay. Excellent. So, we'll bring you into the studio in a few minutes. We have a 3-camera set up here. 2 will be on you for the wide and the close. Okay? And that's when I realized why Tilly told me to be camera ready for a radio interview. You'll release the interview as a podcast? I asked. Something like that. We have a YouTube channel. It's very popular. 3 million subscribers. A daily viewership of about 1 million people. Oh, okay. I said, quickly waking up. But like I said, I'll come get you in a few minutes. Great. Thanks, I said, becoming more self-conscious. I hadn't taken Tilly seriously when she told me to be camera ready. But now it made more sense when she said that it would be live to tape. Right. Because they were going to be recording the live show. Jesus. I was really slipping. I had to get my mind back in the game. Are you ready to go in? The same assistant said, coming back in what felt like a flash. I'm ready, I said nervously. We're in a commercial break. We can go in now. Following her through the studio, we arrived in a soundproof room. It was pretty similar to any other radio studio I had been in, with signed photos on the wall, random posters, and the host's usual self-promotional material. Apparently, Glenn Terry had a new book out. Governor. The plump, balding man said with enthusiasm. Good to meet you. Whoever thought you would be a welcome guest here? Yeah, I agreed with a smile. And no matter what anyone says, you don't look a lot older in person, I said, getting into the spirit of the show. He chuckled and pointed at me with approval. I guess you're ready. Of course. Excellent. So I thought I would go through a range of topics and take it from there. Any questions? Nope. Let's just do it. I'm ready. Ready had been too strong of the word. His show was the worst kind of political talk show there was. He was overly opinionated, and presented misleading facts as questions that were meant to steer the listener in the wrong direction. For the most part, I navigated the show successfully. He hadn't gotten me to say anything I didn't believe, and I had corrected him when he misrepresenting climate change and the other topics I cared about. I was almost home free when he brought up my signature issue, the genetically modified kids. He liked my answer. A part of me liked that. It meant it wouldn't lead to another tiring debate between us. The other part of me had to question what I was doing on his side of any argument. That fact was unnerving. Agreeing with him was usually a quick way of telling you we're going to be on the wrong side of history. It was as the interview was ending that I relaxed and took a breath. I was nearly done, and during the final commercial break, my mind started to wander. It was approaching 3 weeks since I had heard from Fury. 3 weeks. How could he have done this to me? I didn't know if I was more devastated or pissed. It was with that rushing through my mind that I answered the next question. It wasn't a question I had expected. And it wasn't the answer I had meant to give. After it left my mouth, the only thing I could think was, oh shit. Glenn Tari had gotten me to say something I hadn't meant to, like he had so many people before me. I was now royally screwed. The only question left now was whether I had just ruined things between Fury and me forever. It was possible that I had.
Chapter 9. Fury. It wasn't my intention to return to New York so quickly after getting back to California. I had planned to stay in Sacramento for as long as it took to convince Duke that his stance on the kids in Vandal School was wrong. But walking in on him and Olive had thrown me for a loop. It wasn't that I was angry or upset. She had been naked in our bed the first night that Duke and I were together. Considering her role, she was a part of our relationship as much as either of us. I just didn't expect for them to be together. Duke had always been vague about it, but the impression he gave me was that he wasn't attracted to women at all. From the beginning, I thought he was gay. What I saw was not the act of a gay man. Duke was fucking Olive and liking it. If he could enjoy being with a woman, much less the one already living in his house, what shot did I have at creating a life with him? The only thing he cared about was becoming a president. For that, I was a liability. His feelings for me were an albatross hanging around his neck. Even with his feelings, I was sure that he would get rid of me in a heartbeat if he could. The only thing that stopped him was the role I played in his campaign. My donations were the reasons he kept me around. As much as my heart hurt to say it, I knew that if it wasn't for that, he would have left me behind long ago. This was Duke. It was who he was at 16 and who he was today. The man was so focused as a kid that he wouldn't even let me come to his house. Why? He had to study. He always had to study. Even during the summer, he was studying. When it wasn't schoolwork, it was football playbooks. It didn't even have to be the ones for our team. It could be ones from NFL teams or Pee Wee leagues. It didn't matter. Granted, all of that studying did get him a scholarship to Harvard and a College Bowl title. But it made it clear that I wasn't a priority in his life. And anything that became an obstacle to his main goal, he would get rid of. That meant that if I couldn't come up with a way to be an invaluable member of his campaign team, I would become another of the obstacles that he needed to overcome. I needed to get my inheritance. If it meant groveling to the Wicked Witch of the East, I would have to do it. My heart ached at the thought that I might lose Duke. So I was willing to do whatever I had to keep him. The problem with that, though, was that it was easy to say and much harder to do. I knew I had to. And I knew I was going to. But when was the question? Arriving in New York, I headed back to my place and pretty much locked myself away. Considering my commitment to support Duke stabbed half the men in the building in the back, I dreaded running into anyone in the elevators. I got a lot of takeout instead of going out. With the money I spent on it, I could have bought myself a nice little brownstone on the west side. After a few days of making bad takeout decisions, I realized that I had to venture out. I disguised myself with a big hat and walked the city. Eventually, I settled back into my previous routine, going to the park and museums. It wasn't that bad of a life. I knew I was delaying the inevitable, though. Duke wasn't calling me, and I thank God for that. But Tilly's name did appear on my caller ID. I didn't pick up and she didn't leave a message, but I knew what the call was about. She was calling about the donation. She was finding out if I still had value to Duke. Knowing that Duke was on his tour made my delaying a little easier. But when the 2 weeks were over and I knew he was back home, that was when the pressure hit. I had to just do it. I had to suck up my pride and do it for Duke. I loved him truly and deeply. I couldn't let him down. I couldn't let go of him. And if I wanted him in my life, I knew what I was going to have to do. Calling my grandmother's secretary took a lot out of me, so by the time I heard his voice on the line, I was spent. Yes, hi. This is Fury Rhoades, Mrs. Rhoades' grandson. Yes. Right? I would like to set up an appointment with her. I can check her availability. When were you hoping to see her? At her earliest convenience. I will check her schedule and get back to you. Are you at the same number? I am. Very well, he said before ending the call. My stomach twisted in knots thinking about what was going to come. Would a part of my grandmother's deal be that I would have to marry? Would she be willing to see me at all? I had said some pretty harsh things to her. All of it was true. She and my grandfather were both incredible hypocrites when it came to morality. And who were they to dictate their warped views on others? A lot of the things my grandfather did could be considered evil. The man was ruthless. His fortune was only one step removed from being blood money. Yet, I was selling my soul for it. Why? So I could keep Duke in my life. I rested my face in my hands thinking about it. I had spent a lifetime trying to put it out of my mind. I couldn't escape it now, though. I had to admit that much of my life was spent running from my family's history. Spending money as I did made the way my family earned it less real somehow. But I couldn't pretend anymore. The whole thing was tearing me apart. As the time stretched out waiting for an appointment, the more uneasy I became. I found myself pacing around my condo like a caged animal. I kept asking why I was doing this, and then I would remember Duke. I would then wonder what he was doing, and then be reminded that I hadn't spoken to him in weeks. It was all maddening. I had about lost my mind when I decided that I needed to get out. I could walk the streets of New York like I had so many times. Or I could get what I truly needed, a drink. Nearly out of my mind, I broke down and headed to the elevator. When the door opened, I was relieved to find no one on it. As my skin crawled like my finger was in a socket, I descended to the lobby. And breaking from the plan I had had to find a bar far away, I settled into desperation and detoured into the bar connected to the lobby. Other than the bartender, the place was empty. I couldn't be happier. Double vodka neat, I ordered, choosing a stool at the center of the bar. Half the drink was gone before I felt any relief. But it wasn't until I was halfway done with my second order that my nerves calmed. In a wash of alcohol, my brain finally slowed. It was then that I considered getting out of there. My decision had been made a half-second too late because at the moment I shifted to go, I heard, "Fury. Fancy running into you here." I turned and saw him. In all the years I lived in the building, I hadn't met a soul. Yet somehow now I couldn't stop running into Vandal. Prickly heat washed through my body. He was the last person I wanted to see, especially now as I was about to sell him and his family down the river. "Vandal," I said, unable to match his enthusiasm. "We keep running into each other here." Vandal chose the stool next to mine and sat down. "I'll have what he's having," he told the bartender. "How have you been? Did you find out what's going on with your governor friend?" I looked down and away. My mind was moving too slowly to come up with a lie. "He's a good man," I told Vandal. "He's definitely a complicated one." I looked at Vandal agreeing, but not understanding how he knew that. "Yeah. I guess. He must be a hard man to love," he continued. "I don't know if he's hard to love. But there are challenges." "Challenges, huh? I guess that's one way of saying it." Now I was confused. What was Vandal talking about? Sure, Duke's stance on the kids was questionable. But why did he think that that would make it hard for me to love him? He and I had never discussed wanting kids. So other than the morality of it, how did Duke's stance affect me? "You don't know, do you?" Vandal asked, searching my face for an answer. "I don't know what?" I asked, bracing myself. Receiving his drink, he knocked it back. He wasn't expecting what was in it and reacted to the burn. You know that there's better stuff than this. What did you order, moonshine? Yeah. It's the cheap stuff, I admitted, too drunk to be embarrassed. Anyway, I have to admit that I'm not running into you by coincidence. I asked Charlie to text me if you came in. I looked up at the bartender, who wasn't happy about being ratted on. Thanks, Charlie, I said, feeling a little betrayed. Don't be mad at him. I tipped generously. But the reason I asked him was because I had to talk to you about what's going on with your friend. What do you mean? He did an interview yesterday. He didn't mention you by name, but he threw all of us under the bus. What are you talking about? I asked, getting nervous. Look, Vandal said, pulling out and pushing buttons on his phone. When he was done, he held it in front of me. I'll skip to the part. Staring at his phone, I saw Duke doing what looked like a podcast or a radio interview. God, did he look good. I missed him so much. My chest ached just staring at him. Here it comes, Vandal said. So you've made clear what you think about what you call genetically modified children, the obnoxious host said. Yes. I've made it very clear. So, what do you think about two men being able to have a baby together? It's wrong, Duke said. It's just wrong, the host egged on. It's a sin. It's one of the worst things men could do. I mean, the whole idea of two men being together has got to give you the heebie-jeebies, right? I don't know if that's the right word, Duke corrected. What word would you use? Gross, Duke said and then chuckled. Yeah, I think that would be a better word. I mean, to each their own. And I will defend the rights of all Californians. I just personally believe that it's gross, the host completed. And anyone who engages in that type of stuff, they're gross too. Unclean? I guess. Degenerate? I wouldn't say all of that, Duke said with a smile. But gross? Yeah. I think that's fair. Vandal stopped the video. I was stunned, speechless. He couldn't mean this. This had to be the host getting him to say things that he didn't believe. There had to be some other explanation for this. He was talking about our love. He was referring to what could have been the best night of my life. There were no words for how much this hurt me. Duke had reached his hand down my throat and had pulled out my heart. Why, Duke? Why is he saying this about us? Vandal asked. I had no answer for him. Does he mean this? The man you described and what you described between the two of you wasn't this person. I mean, attacking our school and the kids are one thing. But he's degrading us as human beings. All of us. And if you are to be believed, he's saying it about himself. Why? I looked up into the handsome man's eyes. Seeing his pain, I felt my own. Looking at him, tears rolled down my cheeks. Duke had torn me apart with his words. All I could do was get up from my stool and walk off. It was as I retreated to my hole that my phone rang. I prayed it was Duke with some sort of explanation. It wasn't. It was my grandmother's secretary. I couldn't answer it. I was in no condition to talk. All I could do was focus on making it back to my condo. When I arrived, I fell to my knees and wept. I poured my soul out kneeling there. I couldn't understand why he was doing this. Why did he humiliate me like this? Did I really mean so little to him? I was willing to give up my dignity for him, and he didn't let me. He just stripped it from me without asking. I felt like the worst type of garbage for loving him. I needed out of this awfulness. I cried endlessly that night. Only sleep interrupted it. The next morning when I woke up, I felt raw. My eyes were raw. My heart felt raw. And I knew I had to find a better way. I was willing to give up everything for Duke. He had anything he wanted from me. Yet, what I could give him would never be enough. The truth was that he didn't want me. He wanted a mistress without a heart. That's what he was giving everything up for. I meant nothing to him. I never would. The question was, what was I going to do now? I couldn't do nothing. And I couldn't just talk to him about it. He had humiliated me. I saw the casualness with which he did it. He had no hesitation in saying those things. He couldn't talk his way out of that. How though? How could I make him hurt as much as I did? It was what he deserved. And there was only one way of doing it. I had to expose him for the hypocrite he was. There would be a lot of media outlets interested in what I had to say. But there was one I already had a contact at. Heat Ray, the man I met in the elevator, owned a newspaper. It was the paper that exposed Vandal School. Chances were that they might be interested in an expose on a governor who was planning on running for the presidency. I didn't have to give it much thought to know that this was the right call. Getting out of bed, I looked in the mirror. I looked like shit, but I didn't care. The sooner I got this over with, the better. So, getting dressed, I gave a final thought to what could have been, and headed to the lobby. "Hi, can you place a call to the condo for Heat Ray?" I asked the desk attendant. "Do you have his suite number?" The twink asked me. "I don't. But I live in the building. I know he does too. And I know that you don't need a suite number to place a call." The young guy lowered his head in hesitation. "Listen. You could either do this now willingly and with a smile, or I'll destroy you and your life, and I'll still get the call placed. Which will it be?" The guy froze and swallowed. I stared at him like I was burning a hole through his head. Eventually, he picked up the phone. "Who will I say is calling?" he asked me. "Tell him it's his friend from the elevator. Let him know that I have a story about Governor Bradon of California that he might be interested in." The 22-year-old shook like a leaf as he made the call. I couldn't feel for him because I couldn't feel anything. I finally knew how Duke lived his entire life. Nothing mattered. The only thing that mattered was getting what you wanted. Waiting, I suddenly realized who else it was like. That was how my grandfather had made his fortune. Blind ambition at everyone else's expense. Duke and my grandfather were the same person. He invited you to join him in Suite 1302. "I can buzz you up," the baby-faced guy said with a terrified smile. Leaving him, I wasn't as confident as I was when I had approached. Yes, Duke was my grandfather set in a different era. Why hadn't I seen it before? And who did that make me in this drama? Was I my grandmother? Was this how people ended up sacrificing themselves to immoral men? Finding myself in front of the door for Suite 1302, I didn't knock. I didn't know if I should. Turns out that I didn't have to. Standing there long enough, the door opened. "Yes, I do remember you," Heat said in his smooth British accent. "Come in. Come in, please." No longer connected to my body, I floated in, finding the layout of his place eerily similar to mine. I shouldn't have thought anything of it. Our condos were in the same building. There were only so many layouts possible. But their similarities still unnerved me. "Can I get you something to drink?" he asked. "It's too early," I told him, considering the time. "I meant orange juice or water." "Oh no thanks," I said, still lost in my own body. "Have a seat." "So, you were saying that you had something you wanted to share about Governor Bradon?" "Yeah, and As I began to tell him what I had planned, two people exited the hall to join us in the open living room. "Oh. You know, I don't think I remember your name," Heat said to me. Fury Rhoades." "Fury, this is Jax and Donnie. I hope you don't mind if they join us. They're both editors at the paper and they are both my partners," he said with a smile. I looked at Heat, trying to understand what he was saying. Then I looked at the two who joined us on the couches. Jax was as good-looking of a man as Heat was. And Donnie reminded me a great deal of Olive. "What do you mean by partners?" I asked, feeling very confused. "We're a family," Heat explained with a smile. "Do you have a problem with that?" I looked at the three of them again. Donnie looked poised as if she were about to attack. "No. I just didn't expect it, you know, because of the article in your paper that day." The mention of the article immediately made the three of them uneasy. "I still stand by it," Donnie said. "Oh wait, Donnie? You're Donnie Spelling. You wrote it." "Yeah. What about it?" I was at a loss for words. The article hadn't been a hatchet job on the kids and the school, but it had been tough on them. It questioned the union between two men when a woman is genetically disconnected. It suggested that unchecked, it could take the world in a dangerous direction. Yet, here the writer was in a union with two men in the exact configuration that she questioned. I didn't understand. How could you say the things you did in the article when this is your family? Are we here to talk about my article, or did you have something to share about the governor? Donnie pushed, shutting me down. It's just that it's relevant, I explained. You mean because he's using it to whip up animosity and fear to win votes? It's not just that. What? Donnie pushed. It was less than 20 minutes ago that I was hell-bent on destroying Duke's life. He hurt me at my core. He had taken something from me that I could never get back. But how much was I willing to sacrifice to hurt him in return? Looking around again, I realized that I was seeing my alternate future. He, Jax, and Donnie were what was possible with Duke, Olive, and me. The furniture in the place wasn't even that different. Staring at the three of them as they stared back at me, I realized that this was what I would be giving up if I did to Duke what he had done to me. Yet, if I just went along with Duke blindly, how much better would I be than my grandmother? Are you okay? He'd asked, drawing my attention. I'm not sure if I am, I told them honestly. So, you don't have a story about the governor that you want to share? Jax asked me. I don't think I do. But there might be another story that you'd be interested in. Really, what's that? Donnie asked as the three of them stared at me, waiting for a reply.
Chapter 10. Olive. Living with Duke Bradon, governor of California, has been a real trip. I mean that in every way possible. I have never traveled so much in such a short amount of time in my life. Sure, it's only been throughout California, but it counts. Living with him has also been trippy because, despite seeing and talking to him every day, I have no idea where I stand with him. When he invited me on board this crazy ride, it was just so he and Fury could have a cover. They were two men desperately in love with each other, and I was their bearded Cupid. Now, Duke and I have had more sex than Duke and Fury ever had. And as far as I could tell, Fury had abandoned Duke for New York. Also, it turned out that Duke wasn't who I thought he was. I guess I had this idyllic view of him that no one could live up to. I saw him as a perfect warrior for justice, who was willing to do whatever he had to do what was right. Girl, was I wrong. Duke was painfully human. He was a man abandoned by everyone he ever loved, and he was blindly driven to become president. Did he even know why he wanted to be president anymore? Was it for the chance to do good in the world? Was it to satisfy his ego? This was not the ride I had signed up for. But in some ways, it was better. Even with his flaws, Duke was still better than anyone I had ever been with. And instead of him being a god on a pedestal, he was a man. A man is someone you can touch and who can touch you. And he and I have been doing a lot of touching. I honestly don't know what Penelope was complaining about the night of Duke's birthday party. Duke is insatiable. He F me like he needs my sex to breathe. It's fantastic. It's the other 23 hours of the day that makes me question what I am to him. There are times when I walk in on him and he simply isn't there. His body is, but it's like his mind is gone. I could stand there for 10 minutes, and I have. He just doesn't see me. His eyes are open. He could be staring right at me. The man just isn't there. If I meant something to him, would he disappear like that? I have to assume that he's imagining a world where he and Fury are frolicking naked in a field somewhere Brokeback Mountain style. But if he wanted to be with me, wouldn't he be present? I'm right here after all. He doesn't have to imagine me. I'm right in front of him. Sometimes literally. Thinking about Duke for the millionth time today, I got up from the couch and went in search of him. Crossing the living room, I pushed open his office door. Finding him where I found him most nights, I parked myself in front of his desk and waited. Duke, I said, not willing to stand there unnoticed. Duke looked up at me as if he hadn't just spent the last hour as a broke-back sheepherder. Hey Olive, what's up? He asked casually. What you thinking about? I asked, plopping down into the seat across from him. You know, the usual. Which is? Orc. The election. So, you weren't thinking about Fury? Duke looked at me as if it were the craziest question I could ever ask. No. Why? I didn't answer. Duke, can I ask you something? Of course. What am I to you? What do you mean? I mean, I know what Fury is to you. And what's that? He's the love of your life. He's the person you would run back into the burning building to save. But who am I? You're the person I want to spend the rest of my life with, he said with a smile. And if I didn't know him, I would have believed that the smile was real. No. Fury is the person you want to spend the rest of your life with. I'm just the person you're stuck with. That's not true. Why would you say that? Because it is true. You didn't ask to be with me. I was a convenience that fell into your lap. And I accept that. But sometimes it feels like we could be more. Am I wrong? Olive, if I tell you something and you don't believe it, what else can I do? He said, returning to his work. I watched him fumble around on his computer for a while before asking another question. What did we do on that first night together? What? He asked, not giving me his full attention. That first night? The night of your party. We came back here. You two F each other while I watched. And then you two reached out to me and what? Duke stared at me. You know what happened. Would I be asking you if I did? Who knows? Olive works in mysterious ways. Come on. I'm serious. What happened? You really don't remember? My memories just end there. Duke stared at me before leaning back in his chair. Nothing. Nothing happened between us. So you two just reached out your hands and stopped. We both held your hand. And then you watched as Fury F me again. So nothing happened between the three of us? Would you have wanted something to happen between the three of us? I mean? Seriously? Duke asked, more surprised than he should be. You're saying that you would want to be with Fury as well? I paused, considering what he had proposed. Me and Fury. I had seen Fury naked. It was clear why Duke was crazy for him. He was beyond words. But how would Duke respond if he knew that I was also attracted to Fury? How sideways would things go between the two of us, considering how in love with Fury he was? Opening my mouth to answer, I was mercifully interrupted when his phone rang. Hey Tilly, what's going on? Duke asked, answering the call. What's on the Post's website? Duke pulled up the website for the newspaper that broke the story about the genetically modified children. There was a video with Fury's face on it. What's going on? I asked, becoming concerned. Duke hung up from Tilly. She told me to watch it and call her back. She said to skip to minute 12. Duke did what she said. At minute 12 we found Fury talking to Jax Watt. Jax was a guy who looked like he belonged on a football field, but he was apparently the co-editor at the paper. So you are? Jax asked leadingly. I would describe myself as his financial advisor. But also his friend. Maybe his best friend, Fury said. And you're here to say what? I'm here to say that I'm bisexual, Fury said, almost sweating as he did. You're nervous about saying this? I'm not sure I've ever said this aloud before, Fury admitted. So why are you saying it now? Maybe as a counterbalance. For the governor? Yeah. You're referring to his stance on gay people. Gay people. Homosexuality. Men being together. All of it. And you're here to say that he's talking about me. Fury swallowed, holding back tears. I wanted to give a face to what he said. I've known him for almost all of my life. And he's known what you are? I thought he loved me because of what I am. You know, as a friend. Of course. And now what? Now. I don't know. I'm here because there are some things that can't be left without a response. Me announcing this to the world is not going to make my life easier. In fact, it will probably make it a lot worse. But some things are more important. Being true to who you are. Standing up for those who don't have the strength to stand up for themselves. These things matter. I thought they mattered to Duke as well, but maybe they don't. Maybe they never did. Duke's finger flung to the mouse, stopping the video. What is he doing? Duke said in a panic. Why is he saying that? Why is he saying that? He said again, looking at me. I don't know. He's ruining my campaign. He's destroying me. Is that what you took from it? I asked him, surprised. That and... Oh. Jesus Christ. He just ended things with me. Holy F, he just ended things with me. As upset as he was about the effect it would have on his campaign, he was twice as panicked about losing Fury. What makes you think he just ended things? Because everyone will be watching him from now on. He can't sleep over. I won't be able to look at him without someone whispering. He just made it so that I can never be alone with him again. What am I supposed to do? Duke asked with tears rolling down his face. If there was ever a question about how Duke felt about Fury, it had just been answered. I could never have imagined someone could fall apart like I saw Duke come to pieces. It scared me. Where did this come from? Moments ago he was his usual distracted self, and now he was another person. I'll talk to him, I told Duke, hoping it would calm him down. Holy shit. What am I supposed to do? Just calm down. I promise you I'll talk to him. I'm sure there's an explanation for all of this. There are things going on with him. Like what? I sighed in frustration from being held to secrecy. Things. If you know something, tell me. I don't know anything. I lied. Just give me a few minutes. I'll call him. He'll tell me what's up, I said, quickly leaving his office. Returning to the living room, I walked back and forth, trying to gather my thoughts. What had just happened? I had been talking to Duke about where we stood. I asked him about our first night together, and then we were interrupted by a video of Fury coming out as bisexual, which Duke interpreted as Fury ending things with him. Then of course Duke completely flipped out. Olive. Duke called frantically from his office. Feeling a little freaked out, I ignored Duke and headed upstairs to my room. I needed a second to wrap my head around this. Seriously, where did Duke's panic attack come from? Had it been lingering below the surface this entire time? Had it been there while he was plowing my brains out? Had it been there every time he smiled at a voter and wished them a good day? It probably was. And that meant that the whole time I thought we were becoming closer, nothing had ever changed. That had to be it, right? He was desperately in love with Fury when I met him. He was desperately in love with him now. I never had a shot with him, did I? Olive. Duke screamed from downstairs. I didn't want to answer. Maybe if I didn't, he would stop calling. I had told him that I would reach out to Fury. Didn't he realize that I could be doing that? I had been so stupid to think that someone like Duke could ever fall for someone like me. Of course he couldn't. Of course the two of them were destined to be together without me. I was never really a part of this romance. I was just their sidekick. I was the one who did the grunt work so the heroes could shine. Climbing into bed, I curled into a ball and tried to forget about it all. I imagined myself in a different place. It helped that Duke had stopped calling for me. I was grateful for that. And thinking about everywhere I could visit with the money Duke would be paying me, my mind slowly calmed. That's right. There had been another reason I had agreed to do this. I was being paid to be their go-between. It was more money than I had ever been paid in my life. I was never meant to end up with the prince at the end of the story. I was the queen who got her own castle. Remembering this, my swirling mind eventually calmed. Duke had infected me with his panic, but I had repelled it. I had told Duke that I would call Fury to see what was going on. I would do it. With any luck, he would answer the call, and he would have an explanation that didn't involve him ending things with Duke. Retrieving my phone, I looked at it and took a final deep breath. I didn't have to be emotional about this. None of this had anything to do with me. I was just an employee, one that was getting way too emotionally involved. The phone rang as I waited for Fury to pick up. The last time I had called, he had answered. But a lot of things had happened since then. This time could be. Hello, Fury said, interrupting my thoughts. Hi. Fury. This is Fury. This is Olive. Yeah. Hey, Fury said with a dip in his voice that told me he knew why I was calling. So, why did you do it? The interview? Yeah. It was the right thing to do. What do you mean? I mean that Duke might not realize this, but he is hurting a lot of people. I lowered my head, knowing exactly what he was talking about. I had heard Duke's interview. I had even asked him about it. He had said that things had come out poorly, but clearly there was more than that going on. That had been the first hint that things were spiraling out of control with him. Tonight had been the proof. Yeah. I know, I told him, no longer willing to pretend that nothing was wrong. The phone went silent as we figured out what else there was to say. Tell me, Fury, do you still love him? Fury sighed. I do. I can try not to, but I do. What about you? What about me, what? Do you still love him? Me? I don't love Duke? Come on, Olive. No one agrees to do what you did if they don't have feelings for someone. Couldn't I just care about the same issues and want Duke to be all he can be? Maybe. Is that how you feel? I paused to think about Fury's question. I really thought about it. Eventually, the answer was clear. Yeah, I still love him. I took a moment. Sorry. Don't be sorry. That man is easy to love even when he's making it hard. Yeah. But there's only one of us he loves back, though. Yeah? Who's that? It's you, of course. I'm not sure that's true anymore. Believe me, it is. He loves you. He loves you so much he's going crazy without you. Are you still trying to get us together? It's my job, I joked. Don't give me that, Olive. You just told me that you were in love with him. Yet here you are doing everything you can to see the two of us happy. You're amazing, you know that? I don't know how amazing I am. I'm still just doing this for a paycheck. Yeah, about that. What? I said with a lump in my throat. It might take some time for me to pay you what I promised. I'm sorry. I had wished and prayed this wouldn't be the case. But deep in my heart, I suspected it. I understand, I told him. But if you want to make a down payment, there is something you can do for me. And what's that? You could come to Duke's debate. Fury chuckled. Even still, huh? Even if you aren't being paid, you're looking out for Duke. He doesn't deserve you, Olive. I'm not sure I know anyone who does. Are you coming? That's a big ask, Olive. You owe me big, I reminded him. Ah. I need time to think about it. He hurt me, Olive. I know. But it's not because he doesn't love you. Okay. I'll think about it, Fury said before quickly ending the call.
Chapter 11. Duke. My skin crackled as I waited in the wings of the debate stage. I was barely holding myself together. This was the last required event of the campaign. After this, I could take it as slow or as fast as I needed to. And with everything going on, I was planning on locking myself in a padded room and writing out the end of the campaign season in style. At least, that is what I would like to do. I'm sure Tilly had other plans for me, but it has become obvious how much everything has been wearing on me. I was so close to snapping, it wasn't funny. And with one last hope of getting through the debate, I turned to Olive, who was on her phone and searching the crowd. The one thing that was sure to get me through this was if Fury showed up as he had said. I had no proof that that was what he had said. I was getting this second-hand through Olive. And even she hadn't spoken to him in a while. But Fury was all I needed. If I could just see him, I would know that everything would be fine. If I could just feel like he cared. 20 seconds to places, the burly stagehand said. Olive. I whispered. Olive, is he here? Candidates to places, please, the stagehand ordered. Olive, is he here? That's when she did it. She looked at me with heartbreak in her eyes. Fury wasn't going to be there. I was going to have to do this on my own. It was over between us. I wanted to walk off and never return. I wanted to break down into tears. But instead, I walked onto a stage in front of 1,000 people and allowed them to stare into my empty soul. Welcome candidates and you, the viewing audience at home, to the California gubernatorial debates, I heard the host say. Everything about the night became surreal after that. As the people on the stage conversed, I hovered somewhere just above my body. It was weird to watch the candidates talk from the outside. On one end was Irvin Gardale. I recognized him. He was the lieutenant governor and a real tool. The other guy was unrecognizable to me. Staring at him from the outside, I thought he looked familiar. The way he moved and spoke, he kind of reminded me of my dad. He certainly had the same vacant look in his eyes. That would be unfortunate for him, because my father was a real nut job. I tried to deny it, but there was something wrong with that man. It was like when he was there, he wasn't there. As a kid, I could remember seeing my father in front of the TV and trying to get his attention. I would be standing between him and the screen, and unless I would say his name or shook him, he wouldn't acknowledge me. For a long time, I believed that I might be invisible. Convinced of it, I tried walking around the house nude. That lasted until my mother arrived home with a neighbor and caught me dancing like a crazy naked boy. Nope, it turned out that it was just my father who couldn't see me. And that might have been because, even though he looked like it, he wasn't really there. The man standing on the stage appeared to have my father's superpower. Yes, his lips were moving and sound was coming out. The people gathered watching him even clapped when he was done. But there was no mistaking the vacant look once you saw it. The man was as empty as a vat. I felt sorry for him. Hopefully, what happened to my father won't happen to him. My father killed himself in the end. His weapon of choice was alcohol. But thinking back on it now, I have to wonder what inspired his checking out. It wasn't like he and my mother didn't get along. It was more that neither of them wanted to be there. My father once told me that my mother was a witch and had gotten him to make a pact. He said that she made it so he couldn't hang out with the other warlocks. I always thought it meant that my mother had forced him to leave some club or something. But I never understood. Whatever it was, I always believed that it was what killed him. I confronted my mother about it one day after my father died. It was the day before she took off and never returned. I told her what he had said about the Warlock Club. She cried. I asked her what it meant, and she told me that it was just the alcohol talking. The next day she was gone. I never saw her again. Having gotten into a fancy prep school on a scholarship, I pretended that I went home every day, but every night I slept on the streets. There was a YMCA close by that would let me go in and hand wash my uniform every other day, so no one at school would know. It worked, and I made it out of there with a full scholarship to Harvard. It was perhaps the last intelligent thing I did. Because after that, I made a crazy decision to stop at nothing to become the President of the United States. I knew I couldn't do it, though. I knew I couldn't do it because of one man. I'm sorry, what? I said, having missed what Irvin Gardale had asked me. I said, you called gay people gross. I didn't say that gay people were gross. Of course they're not. I would never even imply that. Now what they do is a little gross, and there's no way you can deny that. I don't know if you know how it works, but things go in things that other things come out of. I'm not saying what happens between a woman and a man is any better. But I wasn't asked about that. I think that both are an acquired taste, and I'm more of a vegetarian, I said to more than a few chuckles in the crowd. Irvin turned to the audience, unsure what to make of my ability to win them over. Well, I think the gay community and its allies will have their say on what you think of them on Election Day. But that's not what I was going to ask. What I was going to ask concerns your best friend, I think. Mr. Fury Rhoades? As soon as Irvin said Fury's name, the mask that I had used to hide everything was ripped off. What about him? I said, hearing my new angrier tone, but unable to prevent it. He's one of those gross individuals that you were talking about, right? I'm not sure what you're talking about. He came out, didn't he? He's a bisexual. He puts gross things in gross places like you described, doesn't he? What he does is none of my concern, I said, trying to hold myself together. Do you find it gross to think about him and what he does? Is he gross? Do you endorse the unclean things that he does? That's what you called it, right? Unclean? What he does is none of my concern, I repeated, holding everything back. Isn't it, though? Isn't everything he does all of your concern? Isn't it your concern because you and he are? Yeah, I think he's gross, I interjected, cutting him off. God love him because God loves all of his creatures. But there's a line that has to be drawn between the decent folks and men like him. He, wherever he is, deserves whatever fate becomes of him. I hope he has a great life. I hope he finds happiness with whatever foul activities he partakes in. But to answer your question, yes. I find him and his activities beyond that of what is good and decent. By the time I could stop my mouth from moving, it was too late. I could see it on the faces of the audience. They were shocked. Most of them looked at me with their mouths hanging open, and those were the ones who didn't look at me with vile rebuke. Governor Bradon, Irvin said, drawing my attention. I find your statements reprehensible. How dare you hold this office while disparaging a well-loved, well-revered group within our community? Not only do you owe them a deep, heartfelt apology, but you owe one to the man you called a friend, he said with disgust in his voice. How about you start with him, huh? How about you start with the man who called you a friend? He's standing right over there, Irvin said before pointing at a man at the back of the auditorium. I looked down, feeling my skeleton rattle within my body. Look at him. He's your friend and you said all of that. Just look at him. Have the courage to do that. I knew I shouldn't have, but I looked up. Irvin was right. Fury had made it to the debate after all. He was standing at the back of the room, and the look on his face tore my heart apart. Without waiting for the debate to be adjourned, I walked off the stage toward him. As I approached, he backed away. With nowhere else to go, he backed out of the door. Seeing my life flash before my eyes, I ran after him, praying he wasn't gone again. Bursting through the doors, I spotted him open the glass outdoors to the sunlight. Still running, I chased after him. I caught up to him on the stairs of the university hall. I couldn't speak, so I grabbed his arm. "Don't touch me," he shouted. But I wouldn't let him go. "Don't touch me," he screamed before pulling back his hammer-sized fist and punching me in the face. Things slowed down as I landed on my ass and rolled down the flight of stairs to the street. I knew I had deserved it. I wanted to apologize to him and so much more, but nothing came out. I wanted to scream that Irvin had been goading me, that he was about to out me on stage in front of everyone. Hadn't Fury seen it? But instead, I just laid on the ground looking up at the sad, beautiful man. "Never speak to me again. Just don't," Fury told me before he walked out of sight and out of my life. Looking around as the haze of people whipped by, I understood why everyone had abandoned me. It was because I wasn't worthy of love. I was unlovable. "Duke, you're bleeding. Get up," I heard a familiar voice say. I fought to focus my eyes. It was Olive. She had found me. Even at my worst, she had found me. But I didn't know why she was there. I called Jim. "He'll be here any second. But you have to get up. The cameras are on you and people are staring." Looking around again, I saw what she was talking about. Everyone who packed the 1,000-seat auditorium was now spread before me in front of the building. Doing what Olive told me, I pulled myself to my feet. I looked a mess. "Here," Olive said, gesturing towards my nose with her tissue. I took it from her and touched my nose with it. The bolt of electricity that shot through my eyes made them water. But pulling it back and seeing the blood, I carefully wiped just under it until thankfully Jim pulled up with the car and I followed Olive into it. "Back to the governor's mansion, please, Jim," Olive said before we took off, leaving the nightmare behind me. We drove in silence for a little while after that. I was hoping that Olive would say something, but she didn't. It wasn't until we pulled in front of the mansion that the silence was broken. "I'm not going in there with you," she told me. I turned and stared at her. "What you did in there today was inhuman. I'm ashamed to say that I know you. I can't believe that I even let you put your hands on me. I made a promise to you and Fury, and I'm gonna honor it for as little of a time your political career has left. But know that I don't even want to look at you. You broke my heart today. Please get out," Olive said before turning away and not looking back. Slowly climbing out of the car, I closed the door behind me and stared at it. As I did, Jim rolled down his window and looked at me. His soft face and red hair highlighted his youthful innocence. "Governor Bradon, I just want you to know that I'm gay and I looked up to you," he said before rolling up his window and driving off. I stood wobbling on my feet as the car drove away with my last chance at happiness in it. I was now alone. Completely and utterly alone. I never even made it inside. I just collapsed on the driveway and lost it. I had ruined my career and lost everyone I had ever loved in one moment. My brain ripped itself inside out as I cried. I had held it back as long as I could, but I was finally losing my mind.
Chapter 12. Olive. Heartbreak. I feel nothing but heartbreak. How could he do that? How could he say those things? It was cruel and vicious. No one deserved that, especially not Fury. Fury loved him. Was that the way Duke treated the people he loved? "Ma'am, where would you like me to take you?" Jim asked, looking at me in the rearview mirror. I paused, not knowing. Where would I go? I had given up my place months ago. Not only that, but because I had spent all of my time with Duke, I hadn't made any friends. There was only one place I could think of. And when I pulled into the rounded brick driveway of the beautiful Mediterranean mansion, I didn't even know if I would be welcome. I got out of the car and knocked on the door. I was trying to hold myself together, but the emotions of the day were wearing on me. It took forever for the door to open, and when I saw him standing there, all I could say was, "I left him. I have nowhere else to go." Fury's harsh examination of me made tears well up in my eyes. I don't think he meant it to be cruel, though. Because as soon as he saw my body shake, his hardened demeanor softened and he wrapped me in his arms. It was then that I let go and cried. Safe in his arms, I heard Jim drive off. He had to know I was in good hands. Fury invited me inside and offered me a drink. All I wanted was water, and I drank it, still cozied within Fury's grasp. Duke had never held me like this. For so long I had wanted exactly this. Now I didn't want Fury to let me go. "I'm sorry I asked you to come. I can't believe he did that to you. You didn't deserve that. No one does, but especially not you. You're wonderful to him, and you're an amazing guy." I turned around, looking up at him, but not leaving his arms. "I mean it. You're the best guy the first know. He doesn't deserve you. He doesn't deserve to have a guy like you." As I said it, I noticed the spark in his eyes. It was like moonlight glistening from the night sea. How could Duke mistreat a man like this? No one could have loved him more. If anyone ever loved me like Fury loved him. That was when Fury slowly leaned down and kissed me. Like Fury's hard body, his lips were strong. Mine gave way to his. And when he pried my lips apart, I gave in. I was willing to do whatever this incredible man wanted. Thankfully, Fury didn't want to stop. Still kissing me, Fury bent down, scooped my ass onto his forearm, and lifted me into the air. I am not a small girl, yet he held me like I weighed nothing. Wrapping my arms around his neck, my body tingled with anticipation. Steadying his head, my tongue went in search of his. When they met, it was life-changing. Sparkles danced behind my eyes. With me in his arms, Fury carried me through the living room and up the stairs. He didn't stop until we were in his bedroom. I remembered the bed that he poured me onto. It was where we were together for the first time. It was where I watched him overwhelm Duke's body. Was he going to ravish me like that? I hoped so. And after he let go of me and stood at the edge of the bed, I knew I was about to get what I wanted. Propping myself up on my elbows, I watched the show. Fury unbuttoned his dress shirt slowly. His hard body was fantastic. His pecs angled off like the corner of a bread loaf. And his tapered chest gave way to a rippling six-pack that verged on 8. The man was perfect. When he next unbuttoned his pants, revealing the outline of his tremendous.
Hi, it's the author again. Yeah, more steamy things are happening. And just as a reminder, if you'd like to get a version of this book with the steamy bits still in it, narrated by me, you can click on a link in the description below and sign up for a free trial and get the book for free. So please consider that. Otherwise,
after that,
continue listening.
He left the bed momentarily, presumably to clean himself off. I would have felt embarrassed about drenching him so completely if I didn't have to reserve all of my strength for staying alive. When he returned to the bed, Fury gave me exactly what I wanted. He wrapped his still warm body around mine and held me. Nothing I had ever experienced could compare to being with Fury. No wonder Duke had been head over heels for him. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to let him go when this was all done. I hoped he didn't want me to. And that was the last feeling I had before I closed my eyes one last time and fell asleep. When I woke up a few hours later, it was dark outside. I had no idea what time it was. The debate had started at 3 p.m. That meant that I had arrived at Fury's place around 6 p.m. Had we made love for an hour? Was it 2? It could have been 15 minutes for all I knew. But what my calculation told me was that it was late the same day or early the next. Still cuddled in Fury's arms, I thought about everything that had happened. None of it seemed real. Had Duke really said those things about gay people and about the man he supposedly loved? It couldn't be true. Had he just gone insane? That would be the only possible explanation for what had happened. Nothing else made sense. I can feel you thinking? Fury said to my surprise. You can feel me thinking? I mumbled. You were very still, and now your head is moving around like you are trying to figure something out. Wow. Remind me to never try to get anything past you. Don't forget to never try to get anything past me. What? I asked confused. You asked me to remind you. I was. I laughed. Okay, silly. So, what were you thinking about? Everything. About you. About what we just did. What we just did. I like that topic, he said with a smile. Me too. Remind me why we never did this before, I asked jokingly. Because Duke didn't want us to. I paused. Wait, what? Duke didn't want us to. I thought about that. I didn't understand. I pulled away from him and propped myself up. Is there a light you can turn on? Sure, Fury said, leaning over me towards the nightstand. When the light popped on, I squinted but found his eyes. What do you mean that Duke didn't want us to? Don't you remember? Wait, how drunk were you that night? What night? That night. The first night. You mean the night of Duke's party? Yeah, Fury said, amused. I was pretty drunk. Honestly, I can't remember anything past seeing you F the hell out of Duke, which was super hot, by the way. Fury chuckled. Thanks. And that would explain it. Explain what? I don't know, your reaction the next day. What was my reaction? What happened that night? I asked, sitting up intrigued. Fury did the same. I mean, nothing happened. But that's my point. I wanted something to happen. I even reached out to you to pull you into what we were doing. It was Duke who stopped it. He stopped it. Why? Fury searched for words. Because he was jealous, maybe. Maybe he wanted me all to himself. Personally, I thought it was because he was gay, and the thought of it turned him off. But then I walked in on the two of you zeroing, and I didn't know what to think. So, you wanted something to happen between us from the beginning. Why wouldn't I? You're beautiful, sexy, and a force of nature. Why wouldn't I want to get all up in that? Fury said playfully. Huh. You know, I asked him about that night. I told him I didn't remember it, and he said that the only thing that happened was that you two held my hand. That's true. That was all that happened. But only because he stopped it. So, you were into me from the beginning, huh? From the beginning, he said with a smile. Wow. How much fun could we have been having from the start? It's never too late for a new beginning, Fury retorted. Which fortune cookie did you get that from? I joked. One of them, he said, playing along. You know, I kind of wish we could have a new beginning. What's stopping us? What's the opposite of the beginning? Our past? I don't know, everything that happened with Duke. What, are we just gonna hide in this bed for the rest of our lives? Duke is the governor of California. We wouldn't be able to escape him if we tried, at least for now. What if we left California? And go where? I have a place in New York, at least for now. Have you ever been? To New York? I asked, feeling my excitement build. I mean, I've been once. I was 19 and the trip sucked. Why did it suck? Fury asked with a laugh. Because it's big and I spent the whole time lost. Everyone is rude there and frankly it kind of smells. What part of New York were you in? I don't know because I spent the entire trip lost. I exclaimed, remembering the frustration. Fury pulled me into him and again wrapped his arms around me. Ah, poor baby. Yeah, poor baby, I said, lapping up the sympathy. How about this? How about I take you to New York and I show you the city the way you are supposed to experience it? I'll take you to Central Park. I'll take you to the museums. You'll never think of New York the same way again. I pulled away and bounced between each of his eyes. Are you sure about that? I know you're having money issues. Listen. When a person like me has money issues, it's a little different than you might expect. I can afford to take you to New York and show you the town. I might not be able to buy you a building as a souvenir, but I can still afford a nice keychain. So, what do you say? I was excited. What if the campaign calls? I don't think they'll be calling you. But if they do, I think they will understand you taking a break after what happened. So, do you want to join me? Fury, you don't know how much, I said, becoming the happiest girl in the world. When Fury suggested that we go to New York, he wasn't kidding. By the time the sun came up, we had reservations and were headed to the airport. I reminded him that I had no clothes, and he said that he would just buy whatever I needed there, because it was the least he could do considering he was defaulting on my payments. I agreed, because the alternative was going back to the governor's mansion. There was no way I was doing that. I couldn't stand to even look at Duke right now, much less risk talking to him. And if being gifted a new wardrobe was the price I had to pay to avoid that, then by golly, I was willing to pay it. Arriving in New York in the late afternoon, our first stop was a mall where I could pick up a few things. I bought 5 days' worth. If I needed more, I could always come again, Fury told me. What I purchased included a few fancier things that fit the cooling weather. You tend to forget about the changing seasons when you live in Southern California. But there was no forgetting it here. November was approaching, otherwise known as election season. That required sweaters, and depending on who you were, a gun to shoot yourself in the foot. But here I go thinking about Duke again. Determined to get him off of both our minds, Fury decided to take me to dinner before we went back to his place for dessert. He took me to a little hole-in-the-wall Thai place. I was a fan of Thai, but I had never had Thai that tasted so good. The C health rating is how you can tell it's authentic, Fury explained. After that, instead of taking a taxi, we took the subway back to his place. That was an experience on its own. Yeah, Los Angeles had a subway. But could you really call it that without 100 years of grime? The 100 years of grime is how you can tell it's authentic, Fury pointed out. All of this time I thought my apartments were a mess and that my kitchens were disgusting. Apparently, I had just been keeping it authentic New York style. Who knew? Walking into his building, I was impressed. But entering his condo took my breath away. I grew up in a middle-class family with parents who struggled to make ends meet. Fury's place in New York City had 12-foot ceilings. His furniture cost more than the house I grew up in. He was right. Him saying that he didn't have any money was a little different from when everyone else said it. And once he showed me his bed, which was big enough for 3, we made love until my sex screamed no more. Do you think Duke is thinking about us? I asked Fury, unable to help myself. I doubt it. His priority would be to salvage the election. What do you think made him say those things? Who knows? Insecurity, maybe? He's always been so afraid of allowing people to see him for who he is. Oh, that's true. You picked up on it that quickly? I mean, he told me it. You didn't even know who he was, and you two have been friends for 20 years. I don't know who he is. Fury repeated doubtfully. I think I was the only one who knew the real him. No, you weren't. My confidence unnerved Fury. He stared at me as if I was blowing smoke up his ass. Is there something I don't know about Duke? Of course there was something he didn't know. It was the only thing that Duke had asked me to keep from him. What was I supposed to do in this situation? I guess technically I should have taken Duke's secret with me to my grave. But didn't Fury deserve to know the truth, considering the man he loved had just humiliated him in front of the entire state? Duke had secrets, I said, trying to keep it vague. About what? About his childhood. Fury rolled back and stared at the ceiling as he searched his thoughts. Was it about where he grew up? He was always weird about that. I always assumed that he was embarrassed about it, because the rest of us grew up with money. I imagined that could make it worse. Make what worse? Fury asked, frustrated. Okay, Olive, you're going to have to tell me. This slow roll thing isn't going to cut it. Okay, I said, looking at him. Maybe I was betraying his trust by telling Fury this. But it was no worse than what Duke did to the two of us. Here's the thing. Duke grew up homeless. You mean he lived in an apartment or something? I stared at the privileged, oblivious, gorgeous guy in front of me. No, Fury, if he lived in an apartment, he would have a home. Duke grew up without a home. Fury's head twitched to the side like he didn't understand. He didn't have anywhere to live, Fury. No, I hear what you're saying. I just can't believe it. I mean, he was always vague about his home life, but I never got the impression that there was no home. Yeah. Apparently, after his father left his mother and him, they had to live in his mother's car. Are you serious? Fury asked, shocked. Yeah. And one day when he came home from school, she was gone. She just drove off. Fury shook his head, trying to make what I said make sense. So where did he sleep? I think he slept on the streets. Fury rattled his head again. When he stopped, tears came to his eyes. You know that son of a bitch led our team to a national championship our senior year? And he got a scholarship into Harvard. Harvard? Yeah. Kind of incredible, right? I said, feeling a lump in my throat. Why didn't he tell me? He could have lived with me. We had a room just for my mother's creepy doll collection. We could have made space. My God, Olive, what did he eat? I don't know. I can't believe he never told me this. Why wouldn't he tell me this? Embarrassed, I guess. But still, it was me. And yet he chose to tell you? I thought about that. Yeah, that was something. He probably hadn't told another soul this before he had entrusted the information with me. Maybe I shouldn't have just betrayed his trust. So, living on the streets, he led our football team to a national championship, before leading Harvard to a national championship, and becoming the youngest governor in the history of California. And he threw it away because he couldn't admit to who or what he was. That's tragic. I feel sorry for him, I admitted, thinking about everything again. Me too, Fury agreed before becoming deeply lost in thought. Exhausted from our extended day, Fury and I went to bed early and woke aligned with East Coast time. As he had promised, Fury showed me all of the sights. He took me to Central Park, where we had a picnic lunch on the lawn. He took me to one museum after another, and when we returned to his building, we ran into two very drool-worthy men. Olive, I want you to meet Vandal and Hart. Do you know that school with the kids? You mean? Yes. Well, Vandal and Hart created it. I stared at the two men like I had been caught red-handed, aiding and abetting their school's destruction. It's Hart and our other partner who created it. My only job was to sit there looking pretty, Vandal joked. And he was so great at it, Hart added while petting Vandal's hair. God, did those two look hot together. Hey, did you two want to come up for dinner? Hart asked. Oh, we couldn't, I quickly said, unsure how long I could conceal the role I unknowingly played in their nightmare. Clearly, there was no way they knew who I was. If they knew either of our true relationships with the man who made destroying their lives his top priority, they would be trying to hang us instead of inviting us to dinner. Nonsense, we would love to have you, Hart continued. You should take him up on it. Hart is quite the cook, Vandal said with a smile. It will give us a chance to catch up on the governor, he said to Fury, to my surprise. We can make it, but only if we don't talk about him, Fury said. What was he doing? Was he trying to get us killed? It's a deal, Vandal agreed. Tonight? Hart asked. Ivy should be home around 7. Then 7:30. Vandal suggested. We'll be there, Fury volunteered before leading me away. We're not actually going, are we? I'm not sure I'll be able to look them in the eyes. It changes things when you see them as people instead of just an issue, doesn't it? It's painfully different. You had once asked me why I came out like I did. It was because I met them. They are so much like us. I couldn't let Duke hurt them just to get what he wanted. It turned out that Vandal's family was a lot more like us than even Fury had realized. Fury had thought that Vandal and Hart were just a gay couple. They weren't. Their partner, Ivy, wasn't just their business partner. The three of them lived together with their son, Jaden. That kid had to be the cutest and smartest kid I had ever met. What grade is he in? I asked them after they put Jaden to bed. I simply couldn't believe how well-spoken he was. We don't have grades in our school, Ivy told us. Didn't you read that in the article? Vandal asked sarcastically. I blushed. I guess I forgot that part. Yeah, it was a lot in there, Vandal confirmed. Vandal hadn't been exaggerating when he had said that Hart was a good cook. The meal had been excellent. We were finishing off our coffee and dessert when I was overtaken with sadness. I know Fury asked you not to talk about this, but I have to say that I'm overwhelmed by your hospitality given you know who we are. Hart was the one to reply. We're not alien to how weird our lives sounds to others. We were once where everyone else is. The only difference is that we got the chance to know one of the children before knowing the details behind his conception. The children's conceptions are a world-altering concept. We know that. But they are also our kids. And we could raise an army and fight against the forces that work to keep us down. Or we can welcome them into our home like we did tonight and hope it moves them to see us as just like everyone else. You guys are amazing, I told them before giving them long hugs and wishing them a good night. Do you now see why I did what I did? Fury asked me on our way back to his suite. Yeah. And it surprises me that you didn't do more. What more could I have done? He asked me sincerely. I thought about it. I honestly don't know, I said, making it my mission to figure it out. The next day, Fury took me on a walking tour of downtown Manhattan. The old buildings were awe-inspiring. The theater district in downtown Los Angeles came close to its majesty, but only close. Hey, do you want to see where I grew up? Was it on Boardwalk? I asked him. Boardwalk? Yeah. It's the most expensive property on the Monopoly game. I figured that you had to own it. And everyone there wears little silver top hats. So I was right. I joked. It made Fury chuckle. No. I mean, do you want to see the apartment I grew up in? We're close. Oh yeah. I said excitedly. Hopefully my mother isn't home. Wait, are you introducing me to your mom? I teased. I latched onto his arm. Yes. Yes. 1,000 times yes. You freak, he said with a smile. Only in the bedroom, I told him with a wink. We'll have to explore that one later. Meanwhile, I give you my childhood home, he said, presenting the building immediately in front of us. The place was 30 stories tall. This place is yours? I asked, shocked. What? No. This is the building where I grew up. We had one floor. Just one floor. I looked at Fury. You had an entire floor? I asked, shocked. Yeah, he replied as if everyone did. Then please show me your floor. Fury led me past the doorman. Inside had a real 1980s luxury vibe to it. There was a lot of gold accenting the lobby. Entering the elevator, Fury took out a keycard. Touching it to a pad, it took us to the 15th floor. Now, I have to warn you. If my mother is here, we're going to have to tell her that your name is Gertrude, and you're the cleaning lady. Wait, what? I said, not sure what was going on. The elevator opened into the foyer of an apartment. He wasn't joking. The entire floor was one residence. I'm kidding, he said with a smile, leading me inside. Besides, the odds of my mother being here this time of the season is beyond. Mother? He said, freezing when he saw the 25-year-older female version of himself. Fury, what are you doing here? And who's this? I'm Gertrude, the cleaning lady, I said, jumping in. Fury looked at me and laughed. She's kidding. This is my friend Olive. I didn't expect to see you here, he said with a genuine smile and giving her a hug. Why did she say her name is Gertrude? His mother asked, confused. Don't worry about it. Inside joke. What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be skiing or something? Skiing was postponed this year, she said before leading Fury through their home. The place looked like one of the museums he had taken me to. The lobby might have been 80s chic. But the apartment was clearly designed in the 1920s. As modern as Fury's furniture was, it was as classic as the ones in this place was. The paintings looked like they came out of the Renaissance. On top of that, there was patterned carpet on everything, the floor, the walls. I didn't know people actually lived like this. So, are you just staying here for the winter? Fury asked. Heavens no. In a few weeks I'm joining up with a couple of gal pals and headed to Cannes. Fury froze when we entered a sitting room to find a very small, very old woman seated in a large carpet-covered chair. At least it looked like carpet. Fury, I'm sure you know your grandmother, his mother said before taking a seat. Fury stared at the old woman at a loss for words. It was becoming awkward, so I smacked him on the shoulder. It woke him up. Sorry, he said. Grandmother, this is Olive, a friend of mine. Olive, this is my mother and grandmother, neither of which did I expect to be here. It's nice to meet you both, I told them. Likewise, his mother said. I didn't realize I was going to be meeting his family today. If I did, I would have dressed up, I admitted, embarrassed. Don't worry, you look great, Fury told me with a smile. I was wearing a pair of jeans and a blouse I quickly pulled from a rack in the mall. I did not look great. But it was nice of him to lie. You know, the old woman began. The last time he saw me, he told me off, she said as a matter of fact. I looked at Fury shocked. He looked back and chuckled embarrassedly. What my grandmother didn't mention is that it was in response to her incredible hypocrisy. I just couldn't take it anymore. Fury, his mother said. Fury, I repeated. Don't you take their side, he told me firmly. You don't know what she was up to. She's your grandmother, I said, feeling very uncomfortable with what was going on. Which means that she has had a lot more years to know better, he said, not backing down. I've lived with it my entire life. They've used their money to control me, and I'm not taking it anymore. My grandmother is a hypocrite. Admit it, Grandma. Admit what you are. I'm not too old to know what I am, the old woman said, not defending herself. So you admit it? Fury asked, thrown by the turn of events. I know I've made some mistakes. Lord knows your grandfather did. But we wanted you to be better than us. That was the point. No, Grandma? Your point was to control me. Don't tell me what my point was, she scolded. Yes, Grandma, Fury said, finally backing down. You are the future of this family. There are no other children. Just you. Do you think I want that church to have what your grandfather worked so hard for? No. It was meant for your father. But I made a colossal mistake with him. God will have to forgive me for that mistake. But because of it, it was next meant for you. Instead, you came out? What does bisexual even mean? I can't believe you all heard about that. It means? Fury began. I know what the word means. What do you think I am, senile? Well, you asked, Mama, Fury's mother replied, coming to her son's defense. I know I asked. I meant, what does you coming out supposed to mean? Do you think that there haven't always been people like you around? Of course there have been. But we didn't talk about it. What happened in a bedroom was nobody's business but your own. When the old woman stopped talking, the room remained silent. Fury was the one to break it, but his new tone was much softer. I came out for a reason, Grandma, he said, struggling to regain his ground. And what reason is that? Fury looked at me. I wasn't sure what he wanted me to do or say, so I touched his back in support. Because being like me is hard, Grandma. Hard? Yeah, hard. And no amount of money protects you from it. Fury gathered his thoughts. We have a friend. He is the smartest, most capable, most accomplished person you can imagine. Yet just because he's like me, he won't be able to do what someone with half of his gifts can accomplish. And it tears him apart. Do you know how many times I considered ending it all? With all our money and the trips and the lavish lifestyle, do you know how many times I've thought that because of what I am, I could never truly be happy? Just because of my ability to love. That's it. And it's not just me, Grandma. There's a world of people like me out there. And their problems aren't any easier than mine. At least I can escape for weeks or months at a time. But eventually, I have to return home and deal with people like you, who use your religion to tell me how I'm not good enough. Not pure enough. Not human enough. So I came out. I did it to help a friend in a backward sort of way. And I did it to help whoever else might be struggling with it too. That's why I did it, Grandma. Some things can't be left in the bedroom. His grandmother didn't say a word. His mother did. Are you in love with Duke, Fury? Fury silently nodded his head. She then looked at me. Oh, she's in love with him too, Fury explained. The three of you, his grandmother said. Your generation, I just won't get it. I don't know, Grandma. Do you get family? Do you understand that? Because that's all any of us want. Whether it's Duke and me or me and Olive or all three of us, maybe we're just looking for a family. You can understand that, can't you, Grandma? She didn't say a word. After a long silence, it was his mother who spoke. Tell me, what happened to Duke? Fury looked at me and we both gave a sarcastic chuckle. Damn if we could figure it out, he replied. They say it's a breakdown, she clarified. What? Fury said, turning to her. They're saying that he's having a breakdown. You know, ever since the debate, she said knowingly. Who's saying this? I have my political contacts too. I stay informed, she said proudly. No, Mom. Seriously, who's saying this? People close to him. I thought you would know this. No, Mom, I don't. Did you hear anything about this? He asked, turning to me. I've been here with you, I pointed out. Should we call his office? I don't have my phone, I informed him. Mom, Grandma, we have to go. It was nice catching up with you, he said to his grandmother before ushering me out. I'm going to try Tilly, he told me as we descended to the lobby. She didn't immediately pick up, but she did, and Fury put her on speakerphone. Fury, have you seen Duke? She said, sounding panicked. I'm in New York. What about Olive? Have you seen her? Fury paused. I'm here with him, I told her. Okay, then there's no one watching Duke. Great. Why does there need to be someone watching Duke? Because he's not doing well. I'm told that he's making some kind of announcement. He's called a press conference. To say what? Fury, believe me. I have no idea. But I think it's going to be bad. Can you get back here? Someone needs to stop him. Whatever he's planning, I know it's going to be bad for him or someone else. I'm afraid he's going to hurt himself. Have you tried calling him? I asked desperately. Of course I've tried calling him. It was the first thing I tried. I even went to the mansion. I could hear the phone ringing inside, but he wasn't there. There's no reaching him, and I have no idea where he is. Tilly, don't worry. We'll get there. When's this announcement supposed to take place? Tomorrow at 9 a.m. Fury turned to me. That's so tight. But if we got the next possible flight out, we would have to leave for the airport right now. Let's do it, I told him. We'll be there, Fury told Tilly. Just keep him from hurting himself until we get there. Send me the location and details. We'll make it happen, Fury said before ending the call and flagging a cab. When we got to the airport, we found out that Fury had been right. There were no direct flights to Sacramento, and the best we could do was one with 3 layovers that would get us to the city minutes before Duke's press conference. Paying an arm and a leg for last-minute reservations, we flew and slept and flew the long way around the country. We touched down at Sacramento Airport 10 minutes before 9 a.m. After all of that, we weren't going to make it. Getting into the taxi, we gave the driver the directions and told him we would tip him big if he could get there in time. The driver didn't even try. And why should he? He wasn't going to change the laws of physics. The only thing that made it slightly better was that the local television networks were going to carry it live, and we could stream it on Fury's phone. It all began with Duke bursting through the doors of the Capitol building at 9 a.m. sharp. He looked awful. Not only did it look like he hadn't shaven in days, but it also didn't look like he had slept. On top of that, his clothes were disheveled and his hair didn't look like it had been combed in days. As soon as he walked it, Tilly ran to him, doing everything she could to pull him aside. He shoved her so hard she almost fell to the ground. She didn't, though. And he approached the microphones the news agencies had set up. Thank you for coming today, he said before looking down like he had forgotten why he was there. I don't know what you guys might be thinking of me at this point. But to that I would like to add this. I'm a liar. A gross liar, he said, fidgeting more than a squirrel. I said some awful things, and I didn't mean any of it. Not a word. I don't think that children are a threat to humanity. Not those kids or any kids. Families aren't what's going to bring down society. We are the ones that are around going to do that. I love those kids. At least what they represent. They are the living embodiment of our hopes and dreams. They are our ambitions. And they stand for what happens when we allow ourselves to be driven by love. What's more, if I could ever have a kid like one of them, I would be the happiest man in the world. You see, I've been lying about something else. Of course, I don't think what gay people do is gross. I think it's the most beautiful thing ever. No, I know it is. And I know it because I'm gay, at least I think I am. Who knows anymore? But what I'm sure of is that I'm in love with a man. I love him today, and I'll love him until the day I die, just like at 16 when I fell in love with him. Sir, we're here, the taxi driver said, causing us to look up and see the Capitol building in front of us. Giving him money, we ran out of the cab and up the stairs. As we did, we kept watching. There's someone else I love as well, though. That's what makes things so confusing. She's someone special. I don't deserve her. I don't deserve either of them. And I don't deserve the trust of the people of California. That was when we burst through the doors, catching Duke's eyes. Both of us held up our hands for him to stop. We wanted him to think before he said whatever he would say next. But he looked at us and smiled. And that's why I'm withdrawing from the election. I don't deserve to be your governor. You deserve a governor with stronger convictions than mine. Someone with stronger character, a stronger commitment to truth. Duke looked down slowly, feeling the weight of what he had just done. You know, I once had a dream. I dreamed that I could be the president of the United States of America. But I believed that if you all knew the real me, you could never accept it. So I hid it and sacrificed every part of me to get what I thought I wanted. But what I learned recently, I'm talking about since I've lost it all, is that none of it matters. It doesn't. I thought I wanted to be president, but all I ever wanted was family. I wanted someone who would love me and be there when I came home. But I threw all of that away for some foolish dream that I could never have because of who I am. Well, now I'm making another choice. I'm choosing family. It might be too late. It's probably too late, he said, looking at us. But if I'm going to spend my life chasing after something and sacrificing everything for it, well, it's going to be that. Because that is what matters. I will serve out the remainder of my term if you'll have me, but I'm making a different choice moving forward. I'm choosing love. Thank you for coming. You have a good day now, Duke said before stepping away from the microphones. Duke stared at us as we stared back at him, stunned. Although reporters shouted questions at him, the only thing the three of us heard was the beating of our hearts. They beat as one. It was Fury who moved toward Duke first. That meant that he was the first to get to him, and the first to slip his hand around the back of his neck and kiss him. The camera flashes that followed were blinding. I love you, Fury said when they finally came up for air. That was when I slipped in. We both love you, I said, kissing him next. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry for everything, Duke said. And that was when we all wrapped our arms around each other and quietly cried. Chapter 13. Olive. Leaving the crowd behind, we each grabbed someone's hand and headed to the street. Where do we go from here? Fury asked the two of us. I think the governor's mansion is a part of my past. Besides, it's kind of a mess right now, Duke said sheepishly. Then it's my place, Fury said, flagging a cab. The drive back to Fury's felt like the longest trip we had ever had, which was saying a lot considering what we had just gone through. But arriving there with my two boys by my side, it felt like we were finally home. We entered feeling awkward, like the three of us had barely met. There are things you don't know about me, Duke said, not making it past the kitchen. I've been left a lot by the people I love. I think it might have done something to me. I'm working on it. It's hard, Duke admitted. Fury spoke up next. And I should tell you that there's a reason I haven't been around. I was ashamed to tell you because I thought... I guess it doesn't matter what I thought. I was wrong, and that's the point. I'm broke, Duke. At least for me. But if I sell this house and my place in New York, the three of us might be fine. The three of us? Duke asked. Yeah. The three of us, Fury confirmed. Because Olive sure as hell isn't going anywhere, and I don't want you to go anywhere either. No, I'm wondering if you're saying that you'll have me back? Of course I'll have you back. I can't speak for Olive, but you're the love of my life, Duke. You both are. There's nothing I want more than to settle down with you two, maybe have a couple of kids, and grow old together. That sounds nice, I told them. Sign me up for that. Duke looked away as tears rolled down his cheeks. Fury was the first to reach him. He held Duke's chin and turned it towards him. Hey, no need for that. He kissed him on his tear-stained cheek. And no need for that. Fury moved to kiss his other cheek when Duke shifted, forcing their lips to meet. Both stood not moving. The heat of their breaths bellowed and grew between them. Not able to take it anymore, Fury parted his lips and found Duke's tongue with his own. Fury slipped his fingers into Duke's hair and gripped it. He controlled Duke, tilting his head forcefully. Duke succumbed to Fury's power. And after their tongues had danced, sending crackles of sensations whipping through each of their bodies, Fury pulled himself away. "What?" Duke said, starving for his love. Fury stared at him, panting madly. "We're going to do this right," he said, looking at him like a piece of meat. "Follow me," he ordered. "You too," he said, snapping his head and staring at me. "Okay," I chirped, willing to do whatever Fury said. As Fury led us upstairs, he unbuttoned his shirt. When it was free, he shed it behind him. The muscles on his back rippled as he walked. When that was done, he unbuckled his pants. That dropped to the ground next, along with his shoes and socks. By the time we stood at the master bedroom's door, his magnificent body was bare minus his boxer briefs. He entered and sat on the bed. When we followed, he barked, "Stop." We froze. "Now look at each other." We did. "Duke, I've never seen you kiss Olive. I want to see you kiss her. Kiss her now." Fury didn't have to tell Duke twice. Duke lunged at me, consuming me like a steak. Duke knew my body. He knew the curves of it. He knew what made me giggle. And he knew what made me purr. Cupping the back of my head with both of his hands, he tilted my head back and drank me up. He nibbled my lower lip. He took the side of my upper lip between both of his and squeezed. By the time his tongue entered my...
Hi, this is the author. Yep, more steamy things are happening. And just as a reminder, if you'd like to get a version narrated by me with the steamy bits still in it, you can get it for free by clicking on a link in the description and signing up for a free trial. Please check it out. You might enjoy it.
As for me, I would get what I wanted in the days, weeks, and years to follow. I loved these two more than I could love anyone in my life. Tonight was only the first of countless such nights. With my two boys, I was happy. There was nothing I wouldn't have given up if it meant that I would end up exactly here. Epilogue. Olive. The three of us didn't leave the house much after that. Why would we? We had everything we needed right there. I loved my two guys and they loved me. I no longer doubted it. None of us were complete without the others. A few weeks later, on Fury's 35th birthday, we ordered a small cake and ate in. We didn't need a lavish party like the one Fury had thrown for Duke on his 35th. We just needed each other. Fury's plan was already set into motion. First, he was going to sell his New York condo. Then, when Duke's gubernatorial term ended, he would sell his Sacramento home. We didn't need anything so fancy anymore. With the millions Fury would get from the sales, we could live anywhere we wanted. We had all heard nice things about Portland, and we knew that the Bahamas was really beautiful. But we had until January 1st to figure that out. That was when Duke's term was officially complete. It was when one phase of our life would come to an end and our new life would begin. We were enjoying our slices of cake while sitting on the couch with our legs intertwined when Fury's phone rang. The caller ID displayed a New York number. "I think it's the real estate agent guys," Fury said to us. "Should I get it?" "Why not?" I told him. "She said it. Why not?" Duke echoed. "The eyes have it." "Hello," Fury said. "Oh," he said, surprised. "Thank you, Grandma. What number are you calling me from?" "Wait, hold on. I'm putting you on speakerphone. Where did you say you were calling me from?" "I'm calling you from the offices dealing with your inheritance," she said. "Calling to make it official?" Fury said snidely. "Yes, I am," she confirmed. Fury gave us a cynical look. "Then please go ahead." "I will. I'm calling to inform you that it is your 35th birthday, and as your grandfather intended, your trust fund will be open for you to do with what you please." We all froze, not sure if we had understood her correctly. Fury had filled the both of us in on everything regarding this matter, and had made the point that his fate was sealed. "Wait, I'm sorry, Grandma, did you say that I will get my inheritance?" "That is what I said. You need to listen better, Furore." "Furore?" Duke asked. "It's a nickname she has for me." "It's not a nickname. It's his given name," his grandmother said. Fury whispered, "She's old. She doesn't know what she's talking about." "I am old, but I do know what I am talking about. Don't sass your grandmother." "Not today." Fury laughed. "Okay. Not today. But I don't understand." "Well, your grandmother still has some pull." I told them that you were exactly the type of moral man that my husband hoped you would be. Because you are. You put other people's needs before yourself, not just when it's easy, but when it's hard. You are a moral man. And I expect you to do something good with the money, you hear me? Do something moral that makes up for our family's sins. I'll do that, Grandma. I promise. Good. Now, go back to enjoying your birthday with your family. And you come and visit me soon, okay? I don't know how much longer I have left. You'll outlive us all, Grandma. But I'll visit you soon. Good night. Fury ended the call and looked at us. The only thing any of us could think to say was, "Happy birthday," I told him before taking another bite of cake. With our family's financial future set, the last event we had to get through was the gubernatorial election. Considering the circumstances, we decided not to watch. We treated it as a quiet night at home. That was when we got another phone call. This time it was from Tilly. Fitting, Duke said when he looked at his phone. Tilly was there for me in the beginning. It seems poetic that she would be there in the end. Duke silenced the ringing and put down his phone. Returning to the board game that we had dug up, his phone rang again. Jesus, not tonight, Duke said before checking his phone. Huh. He said, distracting me from my next move. I think I should maybe listen to Tilly's voicemail. Why? What happened? I asked, looking up. I don't know, he replied as we gathered around. The voicemail processed and began. Hi Duke, this is Tilly. I'm not sure if you have been watching or not, but they just announced a winner. It was a write-in candidate. He wasn't on the ballot, but he won anyway. Congratulations, Governor. It looks like the state will be lucky enough to have you for 4 more years if you choose to accept. And if you're wondering how this happened, well, let's just say you're welcome. Enjoy tonight. I'll talk to you in the morning. Wait, is she serious? I asked, confused. Tilly isn't known for her sense of humor, Duke said, suddenly looking around. Someone turn on the TV. Fury found the remote and turned it on. To our shock, Tilly was right. Every network was proclaiming Duke Bradon the winner via write-in. How did this happen? Duke said, more surprised than any of us. You did call Tilly a miracle worker, Fury said with a laugh. But do we even want this? He asked, turning to us. I mean, we have a good life, right? We don't need the headache. But didn't my grandmother say that we should use my inheritance to help people? How many more people could we help if you were the governor of the 5th largest economy in the world? Besides, isn't this what you always wanted, the ability to serve the people while being true to who you are? Duke chuckled. What I always wanted was to become president. Maybe that could still happen, Fury said cheekily. Duke laughed. Yeah, not in a million years. I looked at them both. Never say never. We all looked around at each other. In that moment, we knew that we were going to live happily ever after, but the details of that future weren't yet written. The end.
I hope you enjoyed that story. If you'd like to listen to another of my menage romances, this time with the spicy bits included, which I recommend, and narrated by me, you can use the link in the description of this video and get it on Audible for free. How's that? By clicking on the links to Audible in the description and getting a free trial for a new account. After you get my book with a free trial, you can keep it even if you cancel your membership. But get this, if you do keep your account open for at least 62 days, Audible will pay me $75 as a referral fee. In other words, if you'd like to support me, the author, and help me keep posting my books here for free, the best possible thing you can do by a mile would be to sign up for a free account on Audible and use it to get my book first. As a reader of books, I'm a huge fan of Audible. For the past few years, I've only read audiobooks. And the best thing about Audible is that even when you only get 1 credit a month, you have access to a lot of other audiobooks that are exclusive to Audible and are included in your monthly fee. So please, use the link in the description to check out the rest of my Menage books and my other books on Audible. Otherwise, you can check out this channel for a few more of my books because you might like those too. Happy listening.